The imperial edict shattered the capital's peace. Gu Hengxin, the notorious and useless scion of the prestigious Gu family, was ordered to marry into the Li family. Mockery echoed through the streets. A proud military lineage was now reduced to a profound public joke and ultimate disgrace. Standing by the serene lake on his 20th birthday, Gu Hengxiang closed his eyes. Suddenly, an ancient seal broke within his mind. The memories of his past life, a supreme cultivator of the heavenly realm, flooded his consciousness. The once foolish young man finally awakened his true self. Sitting cross-legged in his dim room, Gu Hengxiang channeled his newfound profound energy. The residual medicinal power hidden in his bloodline ignited like wild flames. With a muffled boom, his aura surged violently. In just one night, the legendary waste broke through to the human profound realm. The grand hall was filled with powerful officials and nobles attending his coming of age ceremony. They expected to see the familiar fool. Instead, Gu Hengxiang stepped forward with a sharp, intimidating gaze. Holding a 3-foot sword, he prepared to overturn the world and reclaim his family's lost glory. The imperial edict decrees the Gu family's third young master shall marry into the Li family. This shocking news instantly engulfed the capital. The Gu family, a top-tier military household with unmatched merits, was now the center of endless gossip. Citizens whispered, stunned by this humiliating arrangement. No one understood why the old patriarch Guzong agreed to let his grandson become a live-in son-in-law. Although the Li family was wealthy, such a marriage was deeply degrading for a man. Countless nobles watched with widened eyes, eagerly anticipating the Gu family's next embarrassing move. Inside the massive Gu estate, a young man in a white robe stood silently by a tranquil lake. His face was flawless, his eyebrows sharp like blades. A faint ethereal aura lingered around him, making him look entirely different from the notorious fool everyone knew him to be. Gu Hengxiang stared at the calm water, his eyelashes trembling slightly. The Gu family. Gu Hengxiang, he muttered softly to himself. I never expected the legends of reincarnation to actually be true. He had been standing there motionless since early dawn, lost in his deep, awakening thoughts. Servants gathered in the distance, glancing at their young master with immense confusion. Usually he would be out causing chaos and ruining the family's reputation. His absolute stillness today was highly unusual. Some even feared he might jump into the lake due to the recent humiliating marriage news. Hidden experts concealed themselves in the nearby watchtowers, their auras surging quietly. They kept a close eye on the young master, ready to rescue him at a moment's notice. Gu Hengxiang ignored them all. He slowly closed his eyes, continuing to merge his fragmented memories into one whole. The art of reincarnation shields the heavens, seals the sixth senses, and clouds the mortal eyes. At the age of 20, the senses open and the memories return. He whispered the ancient chant. The soul of a supreme heavenly realm expert had successfully reborn in this fragile body. In his past life, he was an unmatched cultivator who perished in a cataclysmic battle. Before dying, he cast the forbidden reincarnation spell, gambling for a second chance. Today, his gamble finally paid off. I really succeeded, he murmured, feeling the immense weight of 2 lifetimes combining. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a gentle voice. Third young master, are you all right? Uncle E, an 80-year-old man in a rough gray robe, walked up to him. He was the loyal chief steward who had bled and broken bones fighting alongside the old patriarch on countless brutal battlefields. Gu Hengxiang paused, then turned with a bright smile. Uncle E, I'm fine. Even during his most foolish days, he never dared to disrespect this scarred veteran. The servants had rushed to inform Uncle E, terrified of interrupting the young master themselves and facing severe painful punishments. Are you depressed because of the master's decision regarding the marriage? Uncle E asked bluntly. Others feared the young master, but to Uncle E, he was just a child. Gu Hengxiang remained expressionless, choosing not to answer. Uncle E sighed, pitying the boy's seemingly tragic and unchangeable fate. The master acquired a pure body refining manual recently. They'll bring it to you tonight, see if you like it, Uncle E offered gently. Thank you, Uncle E. Gu Hengxiang nodded. In this world, everyone cultivated both body and energy, but Gu Hengxiang had never been able to channel energy. For years, the Gu family spent fortunes seeking doctors and special techniques to fix his broken meridians, but all failed. He remained a mortal without a trace of profound power. With my senses sealed, of course, I couldn't cultivate, Gu Hengxiang thought, with a bitter self-deprecating smile. But now everything will follow my will, he whispered, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. That night, Uncle E delivered the body refining manual. Gu Hengxiang tossed it aside carelessly onto the wooden table. He sat cross-legged on his bed, ready to awaken his true, dormant power. Strands of profound energy began to swirl around his body. His aura grew increasingly ethereal. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within him. He slowly opened his eyes as a faint golden luster faded beneath his skin. Human profound realm initial stage, he announced softly to the empty room. He stood up, exhaling a long breath. How many precious herbs did grandfather feed me over the years? The residual medicinal power in my bloodline is enough to push me straight to the earth profound realm, he muttered, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The next morning warm sunlight bathed the earth. After washing up, Gu Hongxing noticed his maid Xiao hesitating nervously. Speak clearly. Stop stammering, he commanded, pausing his steps. Young master, the second lord sent someone. He wants to see you, she whispered, keeping her head bowed respectfully. Second uncle. Gu Hongxing narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand. He stepped out of his courtyard and walked straight toward the Serene Heart courtyard. It was a secluded place completely devoid of the usual bustling servants, matching the quiet nature of its crippled but legendary resident. Beside a stone table under weeping willows sat a middle-aged man. A black cloth covered his legs. This was Gu Yumo, the second son of the patriarch. Black hair streaked with white cascaded over his shoulders. He stared blankly at the approaching nephew, his face completely expressionless. You're here. Sit, Gu Yumo commanded coldly, raising an eyebrow. Gu Hongxing bowed respectfully and sat opposite him. Gu Yumo's eyelids twitched, his hands trembling slightly. Did this brat cause another massive disaster? He's acting way too polite today, the famous crippled general worried inwardly. Before his memories awakened, Gu Hongxing was a relentless troublemaker. He once sneaked into the Minister of Revenue's estate, stole his precious daughter's clothes, and publicly auctioned them for a fortune. He then ran to his uncle crying for help to resolve the furious minister's deadly wrath. Another time, he brutally beat up the Minister of Right's son simply because their clothes were a similar color. After the senseless beating, he immediately fled to the Serene Heart courtyard, begging his uncle to save him from the severe political consequences of his reckless actions. Just a month ago, egged on by other useless young nobles, he sneaked into the Li family estate to harass their mute daughter. She really is mute. What a waste of a pretty face, he had laughed arrogantly. The Li family was completely enraged, threatening a bloody war. To avoid war, the Gu patriarch arranged for Gu Hongxing to marry into the Li family as a humiliating compromise. Usually Gu Hongxing showed no manners, calling his uncle by his first name unless he was in deep trouble. His sudden polite bow left Gu Yumo deeply unsettled. What trouble did you cause this time? Don't expect me to fix it. I've burned through all my old favors because of you, Gu Yumo gritted his teeth. Second uncle, I didn't cause any trouble, Gu Hongxing replied softly, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Don't call me that. Every time you do it costs me half my life, Gu Yumo sighed, glancing down at his lifeless legs. Gu Hongxing's heart ached as he noticed the white hairs on his uncle's head. This man was once the majestic blood hero general of the empire. 5 years ago, his uncle returned from the border drenched in blood, his legs permanently shattered. Gu Hongxing clenched his fists tight. Second uncle, he whispered. Brat, my influence is gone. If the old patriarch falls, who will protect you? Gu Yumo asked, his voice filled with despair. Gu Yumo slammed the stone table. A terrifying, invisible killing intent swirled around him, a remnant of countless slaughtered enemies on the battlefield. You must learn to hold back. If you die, how will I face my eldest brother in the afterlife? He roared with fierce protective anger. His eldest brother was Gu Hongxing's father, who died for the country when Hongxing was 8. His mother passed away from grief a year later. The Gu family was a lineage of loyal martyrs. Now only this supposed useless fool remained to carry the heavy family name. Second uncle, don't worry. From now on, the Gu family still has me, Gu Hongxing stated, pronouncing each word with absolute solemnity. Gu Yumo froze, catching a fleeting glimpse of his heroic late brother in the young man's steady gaze. But he quickly dismissed the absurd thought. Just don't cause trouble, and ill thank the heavens, Gu Yumo scoffed. Do I really have to marry into the Li family? Gu Hongxing asked directly. I can bring heavy gifts and apologize for insulting their daughter. I didn't mean to do it. He wanted to fix his mistakes. It's not that simple. You won't suffer by marrying her. Just accept it, Gu Yumo said, his eyes dimming. He felt immense sorrow. If his legs were whole, he would never allow a Gu family son to suffer such humiliating submission. It was a dark stain on their pride. Gu Hongxing swallowed his remaining words. He understood their intentions. They wanted to secure a powerful protector for him before the old patriarch passed away. I understand. We'll discuss it later, he said, taking a deep breath to calm his surging, powerful, newly awakened emotions. Since you're still alive, and well, get lost, Gu Yumo grumbled. He had called the boy over to check on him after hearing he stood by the lake for hours. Aside from the strange politeness and a mysterious, profound calmness in his aura, the boy seemed perfectly fine. Rest well, second uncle. I will take my leave. Gu Hongxing bowed and walked away. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he paused slightly, hearing his uncle mutter behind him, what's wrong with this brat today? He actually knows how to bow? A faint smile crossed his lips. Leaving the courtyard, Gu Hongxing walked to the grand entrance of the Gu estate. A massive golden plaque hung above, radiating an oppressive, glorious aura. He gazed up at the symbol of his ancestors' sacrifices. The Gu family. My family will never wither, he vowed silently. As he stepped outside, a burly guard instantly appeared beside him. The man looked tense. Young master, the patriarch ordered that you cannot leave for the next 2 days. We are preparing for your coming offage ceremony, the guard said, bracing himself for the usual explosive tantrum and curses. I see. Gu Hongxing paused. Grandfather clearly didn't want him causing any more embarrassing incidents before the big day. In that case, I won't go out, he nodded calmly. He He turned around and started walking back inside, leaving the terrified guard completely stunned and speechless. Why, you're really not going out? The guard stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. In the past, Gu Hongsheng would have violently forced his way out, screaming insults at anyone who dared block his path. The guard had drawn the short straw today and expected a severe beating. Yes, Gu Hongsheng replied without looking back. The guard muttered to himself, the young master is acting way too weird today. I need to report this to the patriarch. With his open senses, Gu Hongsheng heard the whisper clearly. He shook his head, lamenting his past foolish reputation. Returning to his room, he noticed it was much cleaner. Xiao had removed all the bizarre, flamboyant, exotic plants he used to obsess over. Good riddance, he thought. A grown man keeping such frivolous things made his skin crawl. He truly had been an absurd anomaly before awakening. Changing others' perception of him would take time. He couldn't rush it. The coming offage ceremony for the Gu family's third master was a massive event. Despite his terrible reputation, the nobles of the capital prepared heavy gifts purely out of deep respect for his legendary grandfather. The Gu family had guarded the heavenly Wind Kingdom for decades. Their loyalty and power were unmatched. As long as the old patriarch Gutsong drew breath, his prestige would blanket the entire nation. Even the prime minister had to show respect and attend the grand ceremony. 2 days later, the Gu estate was decorated with vibrant lanterns and red silk. It was a sea of joy. Representatives from various powerful factions and noble families arrived continuously. The old steward expertly managed the chaotic influx of esteemed guests, ensuring everyone received proper face. Welcoming the Minister of Rights, Lord Qi. Welcoming the Minister of Revenue, Lord Fan. Welcoming General Dong. The loud announcements shook the capital. Citizens crowded outside the gates, marveling at the endless parade of the kingdom's most powerful figures gathering in one single place today. Inside the grand hall, the guests smiled politely, their eyes fixed respectfully on the old man sitting in the seat of honor. No one dared to show the slightest hint of disrespect. The old man possessed white hair, a wrinkled face, and profound eyes that held countless untold stories. This was Gutsong, the absolute pillar of the Gu family. He glanced around at the gathered officials and faction leaders. Turning to a maid, he ordered in a deep, authoritative voice, "Go tell the young master to come out. Tell him to stop dawdling." Before the maid could move, a calm, steady voice echoed through the magnificent hall. "There's no need. I am already here." The noisy chatter instantly ceased. Every single eye in the room turned toward the entrance, expecting to see the ridiculous fool they all secretly despised. Gu Hongsheng stepped across the threshold. He wore a flawless white robe, his posture straight as a spear. His gaze was sharp, lacking any of the dull stupidity of his past 20 years. The aura he exuded was calm, deep, and subtly terrifying. The crowd was utterly stunned. The Minister of Rights dropped his teacup. The Minister of Revenue widened his eyes. This wasn't the arrogant, brainless boy who had tormented their children. The person walking toward the center of the hall felt like a dormant dragon finally opening its eyes to the world. Gutsong's deep eyes flickered with intense surprise. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. Could it be? Had the heavens finally shown mercy to the tragic Gu family? Gu Hongsheng stopped in the center, bowing deeply to his grandfather. Grandson greets the patriarch. The heavy burden of the Gu family's legacy now rested entirely on his shoulders. With his past life's power awakening and his mind clear, Gu Hongsheng was ready. The era of the foolish young master was dead. The legend of the heavenly sword had officially begun. Gu Hongsheng approached the great doors with unhurried steps. The white robe that draped his frame lent him an air of unaffected elegance, while the bound black hair accentuated an insolent dignity. Each measured footfall carried him through the hall, his gaze skimming the assembled dignitaries, as if they were so many incidental details, before steadfastly settling upon the figure of the Gu family patriarch Gutsong. Confronted with Gutsong's snowy hair and furrowed visage, a furtive glow passed through Gu Hongsheng's dark eyes. He inclined himself slowly and cupped his hands in an earnest salutation. To onlookers, it might have been a perfunctory address, yet for Gu Hongsheng it bore the weight of an unrepayable debt and a filial reverence that words could scarcely encompass. False compliments began to blossom around the chamber, as if on cue. Voices praised the Gu household's martial glory and proclaimed the young man a paragon of promising talent, likening him to the days when Gutsong's sword had made history. The flatterer's words were met with inward derision by many, yet none dared voice dissent openly in the grandfather's presence. Sycophancy, it seemed, could be rendered quite elegantly when survival demanded it. Gutsong listened without altering his mien. He had seen the currents of courtly flattery before. Decades of campaigns and bloodshed had taught him the value of discerning truth beneath polished tongues. He understood plainly that as long as he endured, Gu Hongsheng would continue to enjoy a precarious immunity. The old man sighed inwardly, lamenting that if only the boy were truly the noble scion they lauded, the world would be kinder. Once the cacophony of compliments subsided, Gutsong rose and raised a cup in solemn acknowledgement. He toasted the assembly for attending the coming offage rites and downed the wine in a single draught. The guests echoed his civility with dutiful solemnity, yet the hall's convivial illusion was ruptured by a curt snort of discontent. The sound came from Li Tianyuan, the venerable head of the Li household, and an influential minister whose authority within the court was virtually unrivaled. Li Tianyuan, known as much for his austere temper as for his sway and governance, had come attended by the weight of his own offices and the bloodlines he represented. Li Tianyuan received the proposition with a face cast in shadow, his acquiescence reluctant and terse. He declared that in a month his household would send attendants to receive the Gu heir in marriage. The curt manner in which he spoke stung the assembled many. They had expected more civility between two houses of equal standing. As Li Tianyuan turned to depart, his measured footfalls echoed like admonitions, fueling the hall's collective apprehension. The solemnity of the moment deepened when a firm voice cleaved through the hush and called for him to pause. "Li Darren, please halt," came the command, abrupt and charged, leaving the assembly suspended on the cusp of revelation. A single interjection from Gu Hongxing brought Li Tianyuan's stride to an abrupt halt. The officials and young masters assembled in the hall froze, uncertain what the sudden interruption portended. All eyes converged upon Gu Hongxing. Even the venerable Gu Tsang fixed his gaze upon him, with a faint trace of perplexity deep in his eyes. Li Tianyuan's brow knotted. His abyssal eyes drilled into Gu Hongxing until the air itself seemed to thicken. "Gu Gongzi, do you have something to say?" The question carried the weight of office and expectation. Gu Hongxing strolled a few deliberate paces forward, smiled with composed audacity, and met Li Tianyuan's gaze without a tremor. "Minister Li, your earlier remark requires correction," he declared plainly. Silence rippled through the chamber. Even Gu Tsang and the others were stunned. The old patriarch's mind churned with reluctant disquiet. Long ago the Gu family had been illustrious and imperious. How had they come to a point where they must placate the Li household and consider marrying a son into their rival clan? The question pricked at his pride like a fresh wound. Gu Hongxing continued without hesitation. "Minister Li, you said that in 1 month the Gu Jia would present a betrothal and send their son to be welcomed into the Li Jia. You have that backwards. If any arrangement is to be made, it should be that in 1 month I will dispatch the betrothal and come to Li Jia to take the Li family's cherished daughter." His words fell like thunder. The hall trembled with the shock of such audacity. Gasps and rigid silence followed. The Li family's jewel was famed for her beauty and manners. Suitors of the highest station coveted the honor of marrying into the Li household. Yet Gu Hongxing had the reputation of a rake and a provocateur who had once nearly stirred the capital into turmoil. For a minister as eminent as Li Tianyuan, the notion of consigning his daughter to such a man was unbearable. Li Tianyuan's composure snapped. He straightened hands behind his back, eyes dark as iron. The force of his aura made several officials step back and brace themselves. Still Gu Hongxing stood unbowed, meeting the minister's fury with serene resolve. On the dais, Gu Tsang's face betrayed a complexity of sentiment. He had intended to rebuke his son, to admonish him for insolence. Instead, he found himself remembering a younger man he had once known, and the memory softened the strictness he might otherwise have exercised. The hall fell into a hush, so deep it seemed to hold its breath. Gu Jia's reputation had been built by martial glory and sacrifice. Gu Qinjun, Gu Hongxing's father, had been a bulwark on the frontier. His name alone sent enemy forces into retreat. Gu Yimo, the second uncle, had bled for the realm and returned permanently broken, confined to a wheelchair by valor and cost. The elder brothers had taken up arms and carved renown for the family, securing their standing as Tianfeng was foremost martial lineage. Against such heritage, Gu Hongxing's youthful indiscretions appeared trifling. His misconduct had harmed no populace, only led to petty disturbances. Those assembled could not help but re-evaluate the scandal through the lens of lineage and duty. Li Tianyuan's sternness softened into a pained skepticism as he listened. "If you possessed even half the talent of your fallen brothers," he scoffed, "perhaps a Li Jia marriage would be tolerable. Yet blood tells. A father's greatness does not guarantee a son's worth." His words were merciless and public. Grief and complex pity stirred among the onlookers. They remembered the 2 heroic elder brothers who had fallen in service, and they compared those sacrifices to the troubled scion who stood before them. Gu Tsang's eyes glistened. The dry cracks of age at his mouth seemed to part as if to speak, but he remained silent, his hands clenched upon the chair's arms. For a moment, the weight of generations pressed upon the hall, and the future of the Gu Jia hung between reproach and a fragile strand of hope. Li Tianyuan studied Gu Hongxing intently, his gaze narrowing as though attempting to peer through some mask. Rumors had long painted the third son of the Gu household as worthless and dissipated, a scion of decadence. Yet before so many civil and military dignitaries, Gu Hongxing met him with neither cringing nor insolence. That measured audacity alone set him apart. Li Tianyuan found himself unsettled. Could this be the same prodigal he had heard about? No matter how long Li Tianyuan scrutinized him, Gu Hongxing retained an air of serene indifference, utterly unflustered. At last Li Tianyuan gave a dismissive snort. "Very well. Let this matter rest for now. We shall revisit it next month. He swept his sleeve and departed, leaving only his retreating silhouette. Those present exchanged bewildered glances. The anecdote of the Gu family's third son had always been one of excess and ruin, yet tonight, Gu Hongsheng's comportment and speech were beyond what most young men in the capital could muster. How then to reconcile these two faces of the same man? Had someone tutored him to behave thus? Or did an innate imperious composure emanate from him after all? The questions lingered when Li Tianyuan stepped beyond the Gu gate. After the assembly dispersed and the honored guests took their leave, only Gu Tsong and a few attendants remained. The patriarch, his hair turned white at the temples, sat alone and closed his eyes. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, he conceded, "So be it. The Gu household will be entrusted to this wretched boy in time. While I yet have a few years, let him have his follies." Night deepened. In a sumptuous chamber, Gu Hongsheng dismissed his maids and retainers, unwilling that anyone witness what he had long concealed. With the opening of his sixth sense, the long-deferred practice at last resumed. He did not wish newfound cultivation to become common knowledge after 20 years of being branded useless. Sudden prowess would attract unwanted attention and countless impediments to his plans. Seated on his bedboard, Gu Hongsheng exhaled slowly. The early stage of Ren Xian is steady. In time I shall press toward the middle stage, he murmured to himself, reassured. Gu Jiao will not fall. His reflection was interrupted by hurried footsteps at the door. Two guards halted the intruder and offered him courtesy. The newcomer was Han Rian, a slightly corpulent young scion grandson of the Minister of War and Gu Hongsheng's longtime companion in mischief. He burst in at once, embraced Gu Hongsheng as if he feared his friend might vanish. "Brother, are you courting death? You had the nerve to spar with that old Li. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed in the street." Gu Hongsheng pushed him away with a mock reproach. "Release me. You are a man, you should feel no shame." I, on the other hand, Han Rian blushed and hurried to smooth the mud on his brocade sleeve. He explained, half repentant, that he had slipped out despite his father's orders to prepare for military training, merely to see whether Gu Hongsheng still drew breath. They traded teasing barbs until Han Rian's expression turned grave. He lowered his voice and warned, "Truly, brother, if you refuse to enter the Li household as a son-in-law, this affair will not so easily end." Gu Hongsheng tapped the table and considered. "Was it not you and the others who egged me on to court the Li maiden in the first place?" Han Rian shifted uncomfortably and admitted that they had once wagered that whoever dared to visit the Li residence would claim incontestable ascendancy among them. None had expected the matter to escalate thus. "We did not tell you to speak as you did," Han insisted, yet his eyes betrayed unease. Gu Hongsheng would not dwell on past follies. "Enough. The situation stands as it is. Worrying over it achieves nothing." Han Rian pressed on with reckless curiosity. "So what shall we do, brother? Marry into the Li family or clash with them outright?" Gu Hongsheng smiled, a little untroubled. "The boat will find the bridge when it arrives. If I am unafraid, what is there for you to fear?" Han Rian's grin returned, more lighthearted than before. He admitted he had come mainly to witness how Gu Hongsheng intended to proceed. Then, unable to contain his baser curiosity, he asked whether the Li maiden, who could not speak, might be ravishingly beautiful. "If she possesses heavenly charm, marriage might not be such a loss, though one would have to forego trifling romances lest masterly dispatch you to your grave," he said with a smirk. At dawn, a shaft of light pierced the lingering mist and descended upon the earth. News of Gu Hongsheng's public affront to the first-rank minister Li Tianyuan had almost imperceptibly circulated among the corridors of power in the imperial city. Whispers rippled through salons and verandaed pavilions. Many who heard it were simply struck silent, unable to reconcile the boldness of the act with the rigid decorum of courtly life. Early that morning, Han Rian slipped into the Gu residence with the furtive eagerness of a man possessed. He fell into step beside Gu Hongsheng and grinned, as if sharing a private joke. "Guji, we should be off," he urged, voice bright with anticipation. Gu Hongsheng paused, brow slightly creased. "Off where?" he asked. Han Rian's smile curdled into an impish leer. "The Bayman Lu promised a fresh cohort of young lads and maidens 2 months ago. They arrived today. Come see, perhaps you'll find one you fancy." Bayman Lu held the distinction of being the capital's preeminent pleasure house, a place barred to the penniless and the powerless. Only those with names that resonated in the city were admitted. Periodically, it refreshed its roster of performers and attendants from across Tianfeng Kingdom, ensuring perpetual novelty and the continued prosperity of its gilded halls. Such occasions drew a constellation of young nobles eager to witness, and if their coin allowed, to acquire the charms they coveted. Gu Hongsheng feigned a reluctant assent. Though he had been a frequent patron of Bayman Lu, his engagements there were never merely indulgent. Han Rian knew this. Well, he remembered when Gu Hongsheng's retainers had laid hands upon the son of the Minister of Rights in a brawl at the establishment, the excuse being that the young man's attire had somehow sullied Gus's taste. The affair had roared through the city, yet Gu shrugged off any retribution, a testament to the Gu family's weight. In such a milieu, the house might deny Han Rian courtesies, but Gu Hongsheng's name still demanded respect. They traveled by carriage along streets strewn with evidence of opulence. Gold and silver glinted in shop fronts, gilded carriages lined the avenues like sentinels. The thoroughfare upon which Bayman Lu stood was unrivaled in its luxury. The three gilded characters that crowned the pavilion loomed proudly above arcades and terraces, and a cool crystal-clear stream traced the building's circumference, its channels unfurling toward the grand entrance like silk ribbons swelling with the tide of visitors. The composure of the house struck Gu Hengsheng with a familiar, almost uncanny resonance. Red lacquered walls guarded a courtyard where willows drooped and kissed the breeze, their leaves stirred into languid dances as if by some otherworldly choreography. At the threshold they were greeted by a company of maidens whose beauty and restraint bespoke the institution's exacting standards. "Gu Gongzi Han Gongzi, please enter," one murmured voice, trembling with a mix of reverence and surprise. The crowd inside turned the younger sons of noble houses, sensed the momentum of yesterday's scandal, and found themselves shivering at his appearance. Word of the confrontation with Li Tianyuan had transformed Gu Hengsheng into an attraction. Eyes followed him, some wide with admiration, others narrowed with apprehension. The house's attendants fluttered about, offering tea and guiding them to an inner yeg. From the elevated chamber, Gu Hengsheng could survey the hall below with laughter and murmured judgments, the subtle rearrangements of posture as those present recalibrated their social bearings in light of his audacity. Tea arrived in the hush of the yeg, poured by two attendants whose movements were as delicate as the porcelain they carried. As Gu Hengsheng sipped, he asked Han Ruyan about the promised newcomers. Han Ruyan smiled with an infuriating mixture of hope and calculation and promised they would appear presently. Then, unable to contain himself, he padded from the chamber to seek out the performer Cheng Sunrin, whose name had long been woven through Gu Hengsheng's private recollections. Han Ruyan returned abruptly, breathless and unsettled. "Gu Ji, there is trouble," he whispered. He explained that Cheng Sunrin had not been idle. She was presently playing for Heping Wang Shizi, and no one was permitted near her. The name landed with a palpable weight. Heping Wang Shizi. "I thought he had gone to the frontier years ago," Gu Hengsheng murmured, tapping the table as he considered the implication. Han Ruyan could offer no explanation, only that the prince's return must be recent and unexpected. For a moment the yeg seemed to constrict, the attendants holding their breath as they sensed the shift in the air. Then Gu Hengsheng rose with the unhurried certainty of a man who had resolved his course. A hard silver gleam passed through his eyes. "Let us go and meet this Heping Wang Shizi," he declared, each syllable cool and precise, an edict more than a question. He stepped from his seat, and the gathered company felt the motion of consequence sweep through the room. Minjian Gu and Bayman Lu were the favored haunts where the celebrated leading lady Cheng Sunrin performed her zither. At the gate of Minjian Gu, Gu Hengsheng appeared in a single sweep of white, his robe billowing with an unstudied grace. Two burly sentinels planted themselves before the entrance and barred his passage with insolent voices telling him to take another way and not to enter. Han Ruyan at Gu Hengsheng's side cast a casual, disdainful glance at the men and muttered that their audacity astonished him. They seemed like retainers freshly returned with the air from Pingqing Wang, heavy with swagger and blind to the world. Gu Hengsheng's eyes narrowed for the briefest of instants, emotion as slight as a shudder, and yet it carried a chill that made the sentinels shift inwardly. The two sentinels' bravado faltered, but their pride would not allow immediate retreat. They readied to teach this intruder a lesson and took a daunting stride forward. In that instant, a cutting sound of wind preceded the arrival of a figure in black. Cloaked and shadowed, he materialized beside Gu Hengsheng and bent at the waist with an obeisance that was at once deferential and laden with intent. Gu Hengsheng inclined his head, and with quiet reserve commanded leniency. The black-robed man croaked his assent. An unsettling aura emanated from the newcomer, a perfume of mortality and suppressed violence. The sentinels halted as if frozen by some unseen frost, their courage dissolving beneath the thick presence. Gu Hengsheng, untroubled by their hesitation, pushed open the heavy doors of Minjian Gu and stepped within. Han Ruyan called after him, and then with a feigned burst of insight as he passed the still-staring guards announced that this Gu was of the illustrious Gu Jia of the capital. At the name, the sentinels' faces fell into despair. The implications of offending someone of Gu Jia were plain and irrevocable. What had been a mere threat transformed instantly into an admission of helplessness. Death would be preferable to the outrage of provoking the Gu family, while Gutsong still lived and commanded its unassailable weight. Within the hall, the zither's voice braided through the air, soft and haunting. Each note stroked at something familiar in Gu Hengsheng, stirring memories, yet leaving him oddly unmoved. He walked deeper into Minjian Gu while Han Ruyan, perplexed, asked in a low tone what they should do next. Gu Hengsheng only smiled without speaking and let his footsteps answer. Seated before the instrument was Cheng Sunrin, as her name suggested, a fragrance of refinement and solitary beauty. She seemed set apart from the clamor of the world, draped in a violet gown that pooled upon the floor. Her slim fingers moved across the strings with porcelain delicacy, spinning a cadence that intoxicated the room. At the sight of Gu Hongsheng, her languid proud eyes lifted and dark hair spilled from her shoulder to the violet silk, like a waterfall. She rose with the measured grace of someone used to being observed and inclined her head in a formal greeting. Her features were exquisite and untouched by artifice, pale as a moonlit dish, eyes like still apricots, lips naturally flushed, and brows arching, as if painted though they were not. "Sunren greets Gu Gongzi," she intoned with the gentlest of bows. Gu Hongsheng replied with equal courtesy and a subtle touch of deference, an almost ceremonial clasp of hands. Across the room, some 10 paces away, a young man named Imo Zikin, the Pingxing Wang Shizen, knit his brows. He watched the exchange with a tightening expression, the movement of an heir who found his supremacy questioned by a presence he had not expected to encounter. Gu Hongsheng arrived like a ripple across calm water. Imo Zikin narrowed his eyes as he regarded the man who moved with such serene grace. For a heartbeat, their gazes locked. The room seemed to hold its breath. Gu Hongsheng greeted him with languid civility, remarking that years had passed since they last met, and that Imo had returned from the frontier without so much as a word. Imo Zikin rose from his seat with a faint contained smile, insisting that Gu was a man of pressing affairs, and he would not intrude. The exchange was civility on the surface, but edged with challenge. Gu Hongsheng's voice hardened into a teasing, almost imperious tone. He suggested, half jest, half provocation, that Imo should feel gratitude for his consideration. Mo's posture rippled with a low, cold pressure. The refinement he had acquired in the borderlands showed in the chill of his retort. Tension braided the air. Without ceremony, Gu Hongsheng pointed toward the door of Ming Yangu and said in measured indifference that if Imo Zikin had no further business, he should take his leave. The implied command carried the weight of a family behind it. Mo's indignation flared. He protested that the room belonged not to Gus' household, but to Bai Meng Lu, and that he had reserved Ming Yangu. He tossed his sleeve like a man scorned. Imo Zikin found himself silenced by more than words. He understood with a bitter clarity that despite his rank as Pingxing Wang Shizi, he lacked a living patriarch to shield him. The presence of an elder in Gus' household made the difference. He swallowed pride, offered a sardonic farewell, and strode from Ming Yangu with a single disdainful sound. Han Ruyan's admiration for his elder brother warped into pity for Imo. When the door closed, the atmosphere eased like a tide receding. Chung Sunren inclined toward Gu Hongsheng and asked softly which melody he desired. He asked only that she play whatever pleased her. She smiled, a bloom of restrained radiance, and settled before the guqin. Her purple robes and black hair composed a painting in motion. Her fingers summoned notes that seemed to be made of moonlight and memory. Chung Sunren knew better than anyone the fragile terms of her station. Beauty and talent were ephemeral. In time, the guests of Bai Meng Lu would change, and her presence too would fade. Still, for now, the music she played was the only voice she possessed. The tune unfurled as a private litany, a longing resignation, the small courage of a woman who has learned to be content with the kindness she has received. Before the music could dissolve entirely, Han Ruyan's voice punctured the room's delicate hush. A maid had come to summon them below for the ceremony. The moment passed from private music to public obligation, and the small, careful peace that had formed between them folded itself away as they prepared to rejoin the world outside. Bai Meng Lau's viewing ceremony arrived once more, the recurring rite that accompanied each seasonal renewal. The great hall brimmed with noble youths and dignitaries, all eager to inspect the newly presented girls. Servants in coquettish attire flitted about the room, and a succession of floral perfumes and rouge-scented breaths rose in waves, lulling many into languid, intoxicated reverie. Gu Hongsheng descended from Minjian, dressed in a white robe. His keen eyes and a sweep of long hair drew every gaze. He and Han Ruyan entered together, and a ripple of astonishment ran through the assembly. One patrician nearly trembled, clutching his cup as he whispered that Gu had always kept to the upper rooms in past viewings. Another, sweating at the thought of Gus' temper, prayed silently for a placid mood. Many of the young women, hearts fluttering, dreamed they might win Gus' favor as Chung Sunren of Minjian Gu once had, so they might escape the ceaseless labor of charm. At the stairway, Gu was met by Su Xingyuan, the public manager of Bai Meng Lu. Though nearing 40, she still possessed an alluring elegance that would not be ignored. Her red lips curved into a practiced smile as she guided them, deferential and measured, for she had once harbored sharp resentment toward Gu Hongsheng when he had made disorder within the house, assaulting scions of great families and flouting the brothel's customs. The first-row seats, ordinarily sold or reserved for the most powerful, had been prepared for Gu and Han. Gu accepted his seat on a fine sandalwood chair with a faint, indifferent smile. Han seated himself beside him, beaming with admiration at Gu. Though the grandson of the Bingbu Shangshu, he lacked the gravitas to command such precedence on his own. Su excused herself to begin the ceremonial proceedings and invited them to savor the wine later. Su ascended the central dais with the full awareness of every gaze upon her. Her step, though measured, stirred the room. Even those untroubled by worldly concerns felt their breathing deepen. She announced with a clear silvery voice that a fresh cohort of girls and boys had arrived and would be open to bids from the assembled gentlemen. At her cue, a haunting melody unfurled like a clear stream through the hall, setting the scene for the presentation. On the cleared floor, a dozen girls of about 18 rose to dance. Their ribbons swept through the air, trailing the faint perfume of skin and rouge, producing an effect at once dreamlike and intoxicating. Bai Ming Lu, famed for its artistry, displayed women whose talents in song, dance, and verse far surpassed common courtesans. Only those of genuine refinement were granted a place there. The music subsided and the dancers drifted down from the dais. Han Ruyan lingered, eyes following the graceful figures as if reluctant to break the spell. He envied the dozen or so girls who had just passed, cursing inwardly the strictness of his father and household. Were it not for their unyielding discipline, he thought he would gladly while away the evening at Bai Ming Lu. Forbidden to touch, allowed only to look, a maddening itch of longing troubled him, yet whenever transgressive thoughts arose, the stern admonitions of his father chilled him into restraint. Nearing 20, Han Ruyan remained uninitiated. Han Ruyan drew a soft involuntary sigh, a sound half lament, half longing. The youths upon the platform betrayed only fear, glancing at the assembled dignitaries and then bowing their heads in hopes of escaping notice. Gu Hongsheng felt something stir within him as he watched theme and echo of his own past. Once an orphan and a nobody, Gu had known the humiliation of being overlooked and the grinding labor of menial tasks. By fortune, he had found a different path. Now, seeing these trembling adolescents, he perceived in them the shadows of his former self and could not remain indifferent. Silence descended like frost. The vast interior of Bai Ming Lu rendered suddenly still by Gu Hongsheng's single declaration. His words did more than insult the establishment, they brazenly affronted the scions and dignitaries assembled. What Su Xingyuan had just offered was an elegant courtesy intended to give Gu Hongsheng a graceful retreat, yet he remained imperious and unyielding. A shadow crossed Su Xingyuan's delicate face as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Hongsheng's fathomless eyes and felt inexplicably utterly exposed beneath them. A tremor of vulnerability betrayed her composed exterior. For all his reputation as a dissipated young master, Gu Hongsheng suddenly stirred within her an unsettling, irresistible flutter. She pinched herself discreetly to recover her coquettish allure and with a practiced smile summoned attendants. She would honor Gu Hongsheng with 3 cups of wine and beg him not to hold her hospitality against her. A maid exquisite as a lotus presented the wine. Su Xingyuan raised the cup and with seeming contrition drank 3 times in quick succession. A trickle of amber nectar slid from the corner of her mouth to the snowy hollow of her bosom, a sight that had several observers swallowing involuntarily. Su Xingyuan's deft performance, shrewd, delicate, and purposeful, had shifted blame for the affront upon her own supposed inadequacy. Many in the hall nodded inwardly at her social acumen. If Bai Ming Lu truly allowed every youth to fall under Gu Hongsheng's sway, the house's reputation would be compromised, and many powerful families would object. Han Ruyan, watching with a complicated expression, muttered that perhaps they should enjoy the spectacle. Yet Su Xingyuan's smile soon faded. She narrowed her eyes and struggled to suppress the anger rising in her chest. Conscious of the warnings she had received from above, she composed her features and swept a glance across the assembly before she turned back to Gu Hongsheng with a forced grin. Even if she consented to let him take these youths, she observed the other gentlemen and the elder patrons would hardly consent. At this point, the matter transcended mere attendance. It had become a question of face and honor, and she astutely shifted the issue onto the shoulders of everyone present. The men whose names he spoke felt cold dread. The recollection of that reckless jest and the humiliating words they had once uttered about Li Jia's daughter made their brows sweat. One by one, they hastened to placate him, proclaiming that they remembered and that Gu Hongsheng should be acknowledged as their leader. In a breath, half a dozen scions had lined up beside him. Su Xingyuan gaped, stunned beyond expectation. She had intended to coax him into retreat, not precipitate this capitulation. Gu Hongsheng feigned resignation, and then with the authority of a proclaimed chief asked whether there could be any objection if he took the boys and girls away. Voices rose in assent to his claim. Those unwilling to oppose him implicitly accepted his command. He assured Su Xingyuan that any financial recompense would be borne by his retinue, presenting the arrangement as both magnanimous and irrevocable. The assembly fell into stunned silence at the brazen finality of his words. Gu Hongsheng's gaze sweeps the assembled scions. His voice is cool and deliberate as he asks whether they are unwilling to contribute. Are they expecting their leader to shoulder the expense alone, or do they not acknowledge his authority? The question is a provocation. The air tightens as the young master's cheeks flushed and startled struggle for a reply. The assembled murmurs pronounce the act indecent. Eyes avert from Gu Hongsheng, for his brazen comportment borders on insolence. Su Xingyuan cannot fathom how events have taken such a turn. She measures Gu Hongsheng's impassive face, and then surveys the crimson-faced Scions. A tiny twitch distorts her mouth. The boys and girls on the dais focus entirely on the white-robed young master. From this moment their fate seems to depend upon him alone. A few of the youths watching the scene curl their fists beneath their sleeves. They imagine briefly possessing the same aloof sovereignty as the man before them, the power to bend the will of nobles and officials alike, and thereby determine their own destinies. Gu Hengxian, however, does not concern himself with such reflections. His expression is equably amused as he instructs that the youths be escorted to the Gu residence. To Han Rian, who stands beside him, Gu Hongsheng declares it is time to depart. The words are uttered as if they were the closing of a trivial diversion. Han Rian is incredulous and exultant. The spectacle has not only confounded those who run by Meng Lu, but also spared them the expense. The notion that he may cut a dashing figure while others settle the bill thrills him. He lifts his eyes to Gu Hongsheng with admiration that verges on worship and feels compelled to confer accolades in the privacy of his thoughts. Gu Hongsheng enters the courtyard with the measured tread of someone accustomed to command. He seats himself at a stone table and requests that each of them raise their head. His tone is unembellished, yet it startles them into compliance. He studies the 10 girls whose complexions and bearing bespeak rare beauty, and allows himself a soft commendation for by Meng Lao's discerning selection. The girls shrink at the compliment. They are scarcely more than adolescents, and 2 of them cannot restrain their tears, clutching their skirts and trembling. Gu Hongsheng rose from his seat, and with a measured motion struck the stone table once. His voice was cold but composed as he said, "Enough. Stop your weeping. When have I ever vowed to end your lives?" Arrayed before him, the men and women stifled their terror and stared as if beholding a celestial exile garbed in a white robe. The austerity of his presence rendered them motionless, their fear suspended by the sheer improbability of his forbearance. One by one others voiced their desire to go, and Gu Hongsheng permitted them to leave without obstruction. He did this not from magnanimity alone, but because in their hollowed faces he recognized echoes of his former self. He had extended an opportunity; what they made of it would be their own affair. Within an hour, almost half the group had walked away. Those who remained were not coerced; they chose to stay for reasons born of fear or of aspiration. A 17-year-old girl named Gong Xinyu explained that as people of low station, they could scarcely survive beyond his protection. Without shelter or fortune, the streets would swallow them, and cruel hands would reclaim them for worse fates. Gu Hongsheng met her deference with a wry private smile. He did not fancy himself a paragon of virtue. Past lives stained by blood and present reputations as a rakish scion forbade such delusions, yet he recognized the fragile gratitude in her words. He appointed Gong Xinyu to be the steward of the remaining girls, charging her with their discipline and forbidding any trouble that might reflect poorly upon him. The mantle fell upon her unexpectedly, and she received it with trembling resolve. Among the boys, a pale, resolute youth of 16 stood forward. His face bore faint scars, testimony to hardships suffered in childhood. He declared with a conviction that bordered on fanaticism that he wished to become like Gu Hengxian, to want safe from humiliation unassailable. Gu Hengxian, moved by an echo of his own past, questioned him and commanded his name. The boy knelt and declared himself Shangguan Hai, swearing not to disappoint. Gu Hongsheng appointed Shangguan Hai as their leader, granting him authority to command the others and binding him to obedience under Gus's direction. Gu Hongsheng reflected that power required hands to enact it. A solitary figure, no matter how formidable, could not accomplish everything. He resolved to protect the Gu household in this life, and therefore forged a nascent fellowship from these children. He named the nascent order Jianyu Gu and declared the remaining boys and girls its first members. None present fathomed that years hence Jianyu Gu would grow into a force that shook nations, and that its first-ranked children, once traded and abandoned, would ascend to terror and renown. For now those outcomes were distant and unknowable. After he had seen to the arrangements for the 16 young men and women, Gu Hongsheng instructed the household attendants to remain discreet and unspoken. Night had fallen, the moon shone with crystalline clarity. In the hush of Qingxin Yuan, the reclusive residence of Gu Yumo, Gu Hongsheng's silhouette appeared like a quiet ripple across still water. Though Gu Yumo rarely left his chambers and lived a life of seclusion, his awareness of the world beyond the courtyard remained unfailingly acute. Gu Hongsheng entered the garden and approached the stone pavilion where his second uncle sat motionless in a wheelchair. He bowed with the ingrained respect of a nephew and spoke in a measured tone, asking if his elder would not rest yet. The old general regarded him with an expression that mingled vexation and reluctant affection. Gu Hongsheng attempted to minimize the affair, offering a light counterargument that it was of trivial consequence. He knew the futility of protesting too forcefully against the man who had raised and sheltered him. When accused of having seized the beauties of Bai Meng Lu by force, he could only confess that he had purchased them, yet even that admission failed to entirely appease the embittered general. Anger swelled in Gu Yumo. He leaned on the arms of his chair, color flushed with indignation, and scolded his nephew for lacking restraint. Because of Gu Hongsheng's recklessness, the Gu household now bore enemies across the capital. Because of him, the old man's hair had whitened so prematurely. The torrent of reproach spoke as much of the general's love as of his despair. The wheelchair-bound commander then let his gaze fall to his inactive legs, and beneath the stinging rebuke, there was a current of private sorrow. Silence wrapped the courtyard like a held breath. The night's breeze ruffled the old general's thin hair and carried a tightening tension through the air. Gu Hongsheng felt an urgent desire to apologize to a man who had given him shelter and protection all his life, yet the words lodged stubbornly in his throat. He knew by instinct and by the nature of their bond that family need not be smoothed by such apologies. At last he straightened, bowed in the formal posture of a younger kin, and implored with sincere gravity that Gu Yumo place his trust in him. The old man's hands trembled at that gesture. For a fleeting instant, he perceived in Gu Hongsheng the echoes of his two departed nephews, brave prodigies, who had once brought the Gu name renown on the battlefield, but had been claimed by fate in the prime of life. The memory loosened a tightness in his chest. He named his nephew softly, and Gu Hongsheng answered immediately, present and obedient. This impending deadlock compressed the hours into urgency. If he wished to preserve any leverage, he needed to manifest his worth swiftly. He would not consent to the indignity of becoming a Chufalan-in-law who surrendered his name and lineage. Instead, he resolved to go to that place of training and temper his frail body to hasten the cultivation of strength that would command respect. His eyelids lifted, a keen light flared in his eyes, a blade of resolve cutting through the night. At dawn, when the world still wore a veil of mist, Gu Hongsheng opened his eyes. With the first pale shafts of light, his figure emerged within the deepest recesses of the residence before the chamber where Gu Tsong, the venerable patriarch of the Gu Jia, took his rest. Gu Tsong sat upright in his chair, his countenance austere and immovable, his gaze like an unfathomable abyss fixed upon Gu Hongsheng. In the old man's estimation, Gu Hongsheng would either have been carousing through the night at Baimenglu or slumbering until late morning that he should arrive, so early bewildered him profoundly. Grandfather Gu Hongsheng has come to pay his respects, Gu Hongsheng intoned with sincerity, inclining his head toward the silvered-haired elder. The words were simple yet earnest. Gu Hongsheng forced a rueful smile inwardly and denied the charge. He confessed only that he had come to pay his respects and to speak earnestly of a matter that weighed upon him. The effort to converse with both Gu Tsong and his second uncle was always fraught. Perhaps the blame lay with his own wayward youth. Gu Tsong's temper flared. He spat words of rebuke, warning that if he removed the covert guardians who circled Gu Hongsheng's life, the youth's penchant for chaos would likely lead to a grievous end. Gu Hongsheng covered his brow briefly, understanding the old man's fear, but feeling he had no alternative. "Grandfather, I must leave Jingqin," he declared, inhaling deeply and speaking with solemn resolve. The announcement sent Gu Tsong into incredulous alarm. "Leave Jingqin? Repeat that," the patriarch demanded, eyes widened like lanterns in the dark. Unmoved outwardly, Gu Hongsheng met Gu Tsong's fury with steady gaze and quiet explanation. He acknowledged the enormity of the danger, 3,000 li of wasteland and 3 million dead spirits, and yet insisted he did not seek death but purpose. He pleaded for one final trust from his grandfather. Stung by the audacity, Gu Tsong barked refusal. In response, Gu Hongsheng slowly lifted his robes, sank to his knees, and performed a kowtow. The sound of his head meeting the floor, though modest, struck with the gravity of thunder. Since the death of his parents, this was the first time he had prostrated himself so earnestly before the patriarch. The act shattered something within Gu Tsong. Emotion long suppressed began to leak through the old man's stern exterior. He felt an ache spread through his chest and saw moisture gather in the depth of his eyes. For years he had sought a practice that would allow Gu Hongsheng, who could not harness qi, to become strong and uphold the family's dignity, but the paths had been scarce and harsh. Seeing his grandson kneel so humbly stirred a tumult of memory and hope. "Give your grandfather a reason," Gu Tsong said at length, his anger thawed into a complex blend of sorrow and concern. Gu Hongsheng rose and declared with measured conviction that he intended to grow strong, to restore the Gu Jia's martial renown, and to re-establish their prestige across the nations so that no living soul would dare to belittle their name. Those words wounded and uplifted Gu Tsong all at once. Hands trembling beneath his sleeves, the patriarch listened as years of fear and longing welled in his breast. When Gu Hongsheng confirmed he had a concrete plan, Gu Tsong closed his eyes, weighed the truth of the young man's resolve, and consented at last. Gu Tsong conceded, with the old authorities softened by acquiescence, and returned in a month. Gu Hongsheng, face bright with reverence, vowed from the depths of his heart that he would not disappoint the trust bestowed upon him. Jiangsu is a crimson relic of a bygone cataclysm, a scar upon the land of 100 states. Its sword key suffuses 3,000 li and refuses to dissipate even after a century. A pervasive, implacable miasma of death hangs there like frost. The tale begins a century past when a lone sword cultivator aroused the wrath of the preeminent Huangqiao. The dynasty marshaled countless champions to besiege him. 10 years of relentless pursuit that only hardened the sword cultivator, tempering him further within the sanguine mist rather than extinguishing him. Yet after obliterating Huangqiao, the swordsman did not seize dominion or acclaim. Instead, he embarked on a solitary search for a cherished companion, wandering for years with that one tethered memory. No trail could he find. Finally, a rumor reached him that his beloved had perished. Madness claimed him. In frenzy, he transcended reason, and upon the ruins of the empire he cast the mightiest stroke of his life. A blade of light swept 3,000 li across borders and extinguished countless souls. When the sword fell, the swordsman vanished from history. Only his legend and the 3,000 li sword waste remained. Some say he died lost to obsession in some desolate place. Others contend he glimpsed the Tao and truly climbed into Tianfeng, departing the land to roam the firmament. A few insist he sacrificed himself out of love. Whatever the truth, his renown endured. The name Jianzun echoed through generations as an unmatched exemplar of blade and destiny. Tianfeng later arose upon the edge of Jiangsu, its domain laced with the residual sword key, until one swath became interdicted ground. The sword key circling 3,000 li repelled even Daixuanjing masters. No contender dared to penetrate to the core. One sword, one upheaval. This was the terror of Jianzun, and only the swordsman of a century ago earned such a sobriquet. Gu Hongsheng intended to go to Jiangsu. When Gu Laizi first learned of his grandson's plan, cold dread gripped him. Yibo, who had fought beside the patriarch through countless campaigns and remained his stalwart aide, begged softly to shadow the young man in secret. Gu Laizi refused. He believed the boy had matured and must shoulder the responsibilities of a Gu scion. He ordered the household detail withdrawn and declared that if Gu Hongsheng failed to return in a month, he would marshal armies to retrieve at least his remains. If none were found, he vowed to erect a funerary monument himself. Yibo, heartened by the patriarch's resolve, pledged his belief that Gu Hongsheng would come back. At home, Gu Hongsheng admonished the youngsters he had brought, urging propriety and restrained hand, entrusted them with a precious yinkai, Fahu rescued from his previous life, charging them never to disclose it under pain of severe reprisal. Gong Xinyu, leader among the girls, promised devotion. Shangwan Hai, 13 or 14 years old, knelt and offered profound gratitude. Gu Hongsheng arranged tutors to teach script cultivation, poetry, and song, insisting the fajn must be practiced privately. His austere manner silenced dissent. The youths swore their fealty, and he released the brief austerity of his demeanor with a faint, controlled compassion. The chance is mine to give, he said. The consequence rests with your efforts and fortune. With that, Gu Hongsheng departed. Could Jiangsu bar the path of a bygone Tianxuanjing sovereign? Could 3,000 li of residual sword key cow him? The journey commenced, and with his first step the currents of the world began to move. What followed from Gu Hongsheng's choice would summon storms across the realm. Qinshizhen lay 1,000 li from the capital of Tianfeng, while once a place of modest prosperity, now almost deserted after a tendril of sword qi from the nearby Jiangsu swept through and drove its inhabitants away. Gu Hongsheng arrived after several days of travel. Having secured his father's consent in Jingdu, he had departed without fanfare. To veil his visage and station, he wore a loose black robe, his presence a somber silhouette against the empty streets. Even at a distance, the keen edge of the sword qi could be perceived, a whitish pressure that sharpened the air itself. Gu Hongsheng paused, scanning the abandoned thoroughfare with wary eyes. Rumor had it that some sword cultivator could cast sword qi for 3,000 li. If that were true, he thought there was a grave possibility the wielder had not merely touched Tianxuanjing, but entirely entered it. The oppressive aura troubled him despite the steadiness of his previous cultivation and temperament. When night fell, the young woman showed him to a neat room. Gu Hongsheng would not freeload. He placed a small purse of silver upon her palm, and she received it with a delighted, almost childlike gratitude that creased her eyes into warmer crescents. Left alone, he settled cross-legged on the bed and gathered his breath, drawing energy into his meridians. The cultivation within him, long dormant, began to settle and reverberate. Slowly the aura about him swelled until it thrummed with renewed potency. A muffled sound, audible only to him, escaped his chest as he opened his eyes and registered the shift. After some time in abeyance, he murmured, "I have at last re-entered the midstage of Rongsuan." He tightened his fist and felt strength magnified. Several-fold confidence fortified his resolve to venture toward the Jiangsu. Jiangsu was a forbidden wasteland carved a century ago by the sheer force of a swordsman. It was a place that haunted the conscience of the Beguo and became the final resting place for millions. Gu Hongsheng left the modest tavern in Qinshizhen and walked straight toward an austere landscape of jagged stone peaks, where a gaping rift split the earth like a wound. Confronted by a fissure 10 meters across and extending some 3,000 li, Gu Hengsheng murmured the name of the place in muted astonishment. The abyss was encircled by serried strands of resonant sword qi, and a faint tang of iron and old blood lingered upon the air. He stood in reverent dread before the lingering brilliance of a sword stroke that had not faded in 100 years. Recalling his past life, Gu Hengsheng felt both humility and regret. The swordsman who had slashed the world here must have already entered the Tianfeng Kingdom, and his comprehension of the sword had attained consummation. Had that ancient stroke been unleashed by one who had then reached even higher, an entire realm might have been overturned. In his former existence, Gu Hengsheng had cultivated in many directions and lacked the singular refinement necessary to reach such heights. He had arrived at the pinnacle of Tianxin only to be assailed by a pervasive sense of insufficiency. Resolved to correct that error, Gu Hengsheng now chose to pursue Jiandao with undivided intent. He believed that a perfected sword cultivation would render him incomparable to peers of similar rank, and that only by tempering his flesh through sword qi could both his body and his blade attain true harmony. Though matters with the Jingcheng Li Jia were unresolved and time scarce, he allowed himself only 20 days within Jingsu to forge the vessel of his rebirth. He inhaled quietly and stepped into the hollow. As he advanced, gales of blade essence swept past him with a keening like distant thunder. A shaft of sword qi sliced his robe and scored his arm, letting a thread of red blood fall. He did not falter. Instead, a faint knowing smile touched his lips, and he pressed onward, drawing the storm of steel about him, as if welcoming its trial. Each footfall summoned more malignant sword radiance, and the ornate black robe he wore became tattered as innumerable lacerations mapped his flesh. Still he walked until he found a stone upon which to sit. There he settled into meditation and began to circulate the Sueshan Jiantai Ju, a rare and potent high-grade Daixuan technique he had brought from his previous life. The doctrine taught that when the Jiantai first took form, it could endure the assaults of early Lingxian practitioners. At mid-development, it could withstand the might of low Daixuan adversaries. If perfected, it rendered one immune to all beneath Tianxian. Such stratification mirrored the graded realms of cultivation and the hierarchies of martial arts. For an unbroken day he endured the ceaseless blades. A cutting light grazed his cheek and crimson spread, but he endured without flinching. Time wore on until the sun threatened to surrender to night. His black garment had been shredded to rags by then, his chest and back webbed with thin sword scars that already exuded the faint lacquer of healing. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and his breath surged. A palpable mantle of pressure rose from him. His Jiantai had taken its first form. Strength surged through his limbs to a degree he could not previously have imagined. Gu Hengsheng felt his corporeal resilience multiply manyfold. Content with the progress he had achieved that day, he withdrew from Jinx's interior and wrapped himself in a plain white garment to conceal the array of fresh wounds. A conspicuous sword mark still marred his face, gifting him an austere, solitary aspect. He skirted the perimeter of the rift to study the interwoven sword qi that had endured for a century, pondering the magnitude of the erstwhile master who had left this legacy. He regarded the expanse of Jiangsu with a mixture of awe and melancholy, thinking that had he once dedicated himself solely to a single path, he might now stand upon a loftier summit than he had known. His admiration for the ancient swordsman's talent and insight deepened. To have perfected Jiandao amidst the sparse soil of Beguo bespoke an intellect and receptivity of the rarest order. Gu Hengsheng moved with steady deliberation, noting that each strand of sword qi bore its own subtle variation, a secret codex of intent that eluded ordinary comprehension. Then at a distance he perceived an obtruding mass of stone enshrouded by concentrated sword radiance. He approached with care, for even within a 50-meter radius the blade essence made approach perilous to any but the most formidable. As he drew nearer, he discerned that the monolith was in fact a steel. He stopped some distance away, craning his neck to read the inscription, and a tightening of expression darkened his eyes as a complex storm of feeling rose within him. On the desolate expanse of Jiangsu stood a weathered stele, its face incised with two succinct lines. The upper line proclaimed Tingxia Beguo Shui Ning Jia Wu Yi Jian, and the lower lamented Zinian Gurenjin Zai Hechu Qingyu. Each stroke was as a honed blade, as if the characters themselves bore the momentum to sunder heaven and earth. Their calligraphy was laden with innumerable arcane meanings, and the austere intent that cleaved the clouds seemed to pierce directly into Gu Hengsheng's eyes. Even with his present temperament and breadth of vision, he could not help but murmur in admiration at the resonant fame of Jianzan. From those two brief lines, Gu Hengsheng could feel an abyssal melancholy. In earlier days, the sword cultivator had been too frail to shelter his cherished companion. By the time he ascended to unrivaled mastery, and no mortal could meet his blade, the companions of his youth had vanished. What desolation befell a man who could overturn empires, yet could not reclaim the faces he once loved? In a fury of power and a calm of despair, he had carved his grief upon stone, and then disappeared. Gu Hongsheng let out a rueful sigh. The sword qi that saturated Jingsu endured for a century. The towering resolve that once spanned nations remained, as a lingering monument indeed, that erstwhile master had not betrayed the title of Jianzan. He stood immobile before the steel, until night wrapped the world in pale moonlight. The inscribed challenge Tinxia Beguo Shui Nung Jia Wu Yi Jian drifted through the gale, and drew Gu Hongsheng into a suspended stillness. When the wind howled, he did not flinch. After hours of silence, he finally flexed a finger and moved. With measured steps and eyes alight, he sprang, seizing a coiling filament of sword qi that circled the air. A white robe unfurled upon him, and his dark hair cascaded over broad shoulders. The captured sword intent flashed with ruthless coldness, and Gu Hongsheng resolved to taste the consummate sword idea of Jianzan with unyielding focus. The seized sword intent writhed as though affronted, striving to sever the intruder. It emitted a low, sonorous vibration as it spun. Gu Hongsheng matched its gyrations and descended step by step in measured engagement. Among the countless sword threads of Jiangsu, his was but one filament, yet it contained a shard of Jianzan's former will. He grappled with that shard through the night, each parry and thrust a study in nuance. Gradually the filament's ferocity abated, as if recognizing something in him that instilled dread. Gu Hongsheng, invigorated rather than wearied, fell into a steady rhythm of practice. The night slipped away silently between his fingers. At the arrival of dawn, the sword intent in his grasp grew transparent, and its cutting edge dulled, until with a faint crack it dissipated. Gu Hongsheng seated himself amid the encircling blades of Jiangsu, and inhaled deeply, drawing in breath and essence to assimilate that remaining strand. He vowed to remedy his past ignorance of the sword, to devote this life to its study, and thereby surmount former barriers. He began to practice Qingxing Jiujian, an earth-ranked introductory sword method of 9 forms, each rumored to rend heaven and earth. Legends attributed its creation to a power above the Tianfeng realm, and whispered that mastery of the final form could sunder stars. After half an hour of concentrated training, he launched himself, and with a single pointed motion cleaved a stone 10 meters ahead in two, leaving a glistening sword mark upon its split face. He murmured that even at Rongsuan level 1 could fracture such rock, and imagined that with his past attainments a sole stroke might carve another Jiangsu. In that instant, a sharp stench of blood swept through the ruin. A black mist surged toward him with unnatural speed, and where it passed the myriad sword beams recoiled. From within that gloom came a chilling, sinister chuckle, proclaiming it had long since hungered for the taste of the living. In the blink of an eye, a sable fog bore down upon Gu Hongsheng. It smelled of fresh blood, as if hunger itself had taken voice. The mist widened to 100 meters, blotting out the pale dawn and sinking the world into an abyssal hush. Within that layered blackness, something unknown stirred. Its utterance scraped at the heart and chilled the marrow. The vapor swarmed from every direction, intent on smothering him. There was no opening, no avenue of escape. Still, Gu Hongsheng did not retreat. From the moment he had stepped into this place, he had perceived a latent presence skulking near, an obscured current of spirit that had not yet shown itself. He had come prepared to meet it. At the very instant the fog seemed about to brush his skin, the air ruptured with the descent of myriad sword intents. Dozens, no score, soft sword mines fell like beasts upon the mist, their blades of thought cleaving the void. The scattered glints of sword light swelled and interwove until they cloaked the earth like a host of charging steeds, forming a ring of protection around Gu Hongsheng while hemming the fog in. The thing within the mist recoiled in astonishment. It had contended with sword intent for a century and thought itself acquainted with their trajectories, but never had so many converged like an oceanic tide. Gu Hongsheng, sensing the shift as he attuned to the surrounding Jiangsu sword essences, understood the creature's nature. It was one of those resentful spirits born of ancient carnage, souls trapped within the Jiangsu, whose hunger for flesh had sustained them through 100 years. Using the thousands of sword intents in the ruins, Gu Hongsheng formed a serried array. By drawing his qi into the formation, he could marshal the sword essence within a kilometer, rendering himself its sovereign. The trapped wraith, long fed on blood and subterfuge, found itself pressed under the relentless compression of the array. Its previous plan to devour his vitality dissolved escape, and survival, now alone, occupied its will. With a single fervent invocation of Zhu Shang, the Yuanhun entrusted a fragment of its spirit to Gu Hongsheng, and at his command sealed the pact with blood, swearing never to betray him. One slender shard of consciousness would suffice to determine the Yuanhun's fate, yet Gu Hongsheng demanded the additional assurance of a blood oath. Convinced by twin guarantees, he withdrew the sword formation. The previously overwhelming tide of sword intent, once a suffocating deluge, diffused into disorder and ceased converging upon the dark mist where the Yuanhun lingered. Gu Hongsheng exhaled deeply, revealing the strain beneath his earlier composure. Even poised as he had been the burden of sustaining a sword array with a mid-stage Lingsuanjing cultivation and siphoning the residual sword key of the old Jiangsu had exacted a considerable toll upon his Suankai. Had the Yuan Hun refused to submit, he would have struck it down. Without hesitation, he was already teetering on the limits of his tenuous mastery. When the black fog thinned, a shadow emerged, a tall, graceful figure of a young man whose long hair flowed like a waterfall and whose features were as if carved from jade. His corporeal form was translucent, suffused with a pallid deathliness and the metallic tang of blood. He was clearly an apparition without true substance. Prostrating himself upon the void, he addressed Gu Hongsheng with the reverence of a vassal. Although his visage suggested no more than 25 or 26 years, he had endured for over a century. A rueful smile ghosted his lips. He had only intended to taste fresh blood, yet he had been ensnared by Gu Hongsheng's stratagem. Now his very survival depended upon the man before him. Gu Hongsheng regarded the kneeling figure for a long, appraising moment. With the wisdom and acuity of his former life, he could estimate the Yuan Hun's cultivation level at a glance. The aura he perceived spoke of a Lingsuanjing at its late phase, perhaps even at its pinnacle a hair's breadth away from Daixuanjing. Astonishment touched him. To endure the Jinx's sword key for a century on such cultivation suggested there must be some extraordinary safeguard. The Yuan Hun, acutely aware of his powerless state, bitterly produced from his hands a dark bracelet and offered it with trembling fingers. Zhushang, this is the Shaihan Jua. Only by relying on it could I persist within the Jiangsu as a Yuan Hun, he confessed. The bracelet, a rare, soul-preserving relic, had been his sole bulwark against annihilation by the endless swords. The Yuan Hun was stunned. He had been prepared to surrender his very means of survival only to be met with overt scorn. He could scarcely reconcile the cavalier indifference in Gu Hongsheng's expression with the bargain he had risked everything to strike. For a century, even Renji Xiaopin relics had once provoked contention among the Lingsuanjing. A Renji Zongpin capable of nurturing a soul to withstand the Jinx's wrath should have been treasured. The Shaihanjua's rarity and its function as a nurturing soul instrument made it priceless to him, perhaps more potent than many Renji Shangpin artifacts. To see it dismissed so lightly drove the Yuan Hun to the verge of despair. At Gu Hongsheng's offhand suggestion that the Yuan Hun discard the bracelet if he wished, the Yuan Hun hastily slipped it onto his wrist and concealed it, his voice now earnest and immediate. I would not cast it away. Of course I must keep it. Zushang, may I truly depart from this place? Yen Cheng's lips trembled. A century of dormant yearning, long smoldering like an ember, suddenly flared within his eyes. Gu Hongsheng replied with measured calm, of course. I have no reason to deceive you. I will impart to you the Gaixiu path. When you pierce the barrier of Daixuanjing and condense flesh from spirit, you may truly be reborn and begin anew. The revelation struck Yen Qinj as if an unfathomable weight had fallen upon his head. Earlier, the mere possibility of escape had already left him delirious with hope. Now Gu Hongsheng promised not only deliverance from Jiangsu, but the restoration of a corporeal life. Such a claim seemed preposterous, a dream plucked from the realm of fable. Yen Qinj stood frozen, his gaze fixed upon the white-robed figure before him, as if facing an immutable firmament and an earth that could not be moved. Worse, the sovereign aura Gu Hongsheng had unleashed from the depths of his soul had been far beyond the ken of Daixuanjing. That domineering presence had almost pulverized Yen Cheng's resentful spirit into oblivion. Gu Hongsheng had just addressed himself as Benzun, his solitary majesty penetrating to the marrow of the soul. Could it be that Zhu Hang had once been an unsurpassed cultivator above Daixuanjing? The thought made Yen Cheng's ephemeral form tremble and his throat churn with a tumult of emotion. Yen Qinj swears to follow Zhu Hang unto death, never to betray. If I harbor treachery, let my soul be scattered, denied rebirth. With solemn fervor, Yen Qinj dropped to one knee, his tone righteous and ardent. Gu Hongsheng's lips were faintly pale. The recent expenditure of the sword array had taken its toll, yet his eyes remained razor-sharp. Rise. Were it not for the faint talent you possess, I would not bother to bind you, he said. Gu Hongsheng's current cultivation lay at mid-Rongsuanjing, and he understood that he stood insufficiently fortified to protect himself alone. To secure a guardian and a future ally, he resolved to subdue Yen Qinj by persuasion. As Gu Hongsheng's words faded, Yen Cheng's translucent form caught and held a series of luminous talismans within his mind. He felt astonishment swell until it overflowed. Strange sigils unfurled in his consciousness, and the thought that this was a technique Zhu Hang possessed stirred his soul. The notion of introducing qi into the soul and transmitting doctrine directly was unknown to Yen Qinj in his past life. The profundity of Gu Hongsheng's method provoked a ferocious inner upheaval. Satisfied that Yen Qinj had entered a state of absorption, Gu Hongsheng withdrew his finger and seated himself to recuperate, drawing breath inward to replenish the lost Xian qi. After several hours, he had restored the greater portion of his strength. Watching Yin Qinj still wrapped in contemplation, Gu Hengxing murmured only upon entering Daixuanjing does the true Gaixiu path begin. He reflected aloud on the grim nature of the lineage. Gaixiu arose from fragmented souls of the powerful, lingering, resentful spirits and the soulless remnants of those who had lost their flesh. Once a Grand Master had founded the path, since then the way had existed beyond heaven's favor. For each ascension beyond Daixuan, the heavens would contrive calamities, 9 trials in total, each more severe than the last. Great talents of the lineage perished beneath these ordeals, save for the originator, none had pierced all 9. Thus the road of Gaixiu was riddled with thorns and peril. At dusk, Yin Qinj opened his eyes to find Gu Hengxing awaiting him. He prostrated himself again with fervent gratitude. Zhushang's grace cannot be repaid. From now on, whatever Zhushang requires, even at the cost of my life and cultivation, I will not shy away. Gu Hengxing inclined his head and said gravely, you have tasted the Gaixiu. A method you should know the hardships it entails. However arduous, I shall persist, Yin Qinj replied with resolute clarity. He recognized that Gaixiu offered his only chance. Should heaven castigate him and trials descend, he would not flinch. Gu Hengxing acknowledged his determination with a satisfied nod. The method I gave you is merely an initial tier Daixuan technique. Cultivate it well, before long you will be able to reforge flesh and blood. The declaration stunned. Yin Qinj's astonishment painted his features. Gu Hengxing's tone remained nonchalant, as if powerful techniques were trifles in his hand. Then he added, you need not address me as new in the future. Be more at ease. Yin Qinj hesitated a moment, then murmured, yes, Zhushang. In the ensuing days, Gu Hengxing ceased squandering his time on Yin Qinga and withdrew into tranquil contemplation of sword intent. Though his previous life had not culminated in perfect mastery, his attainments had never been far behind. Now he sought to reacquaint his present body with that archaic subtlety tempering flesh and spirit until they moved as one. Yin Qinga, practicing the Gaidao arts at the margin, dared not disturb him and maintained a respectful silence. Gu Hengxing fashioned a blade with his finger and relentlessly honed his corporeal vessel, coaxing his muscles, bones, and qi to accept and adapt to the sword's nature. He trained his body into the sword while refining the sword intent itself, sinking so deeply into practice that the world outside seemed to fade. Daylight cycled, and 10 days slipped by in a breath. With each heartbeat, his condensed sword became keener, so much so that Yin Qinga, who watched from the side, could only feel mounting apprehension. Without warning, the countless strands of sword intent that lingered and wandered within the Jinxu began to vibrate, in unison, issuing a low, resonant hum. Threads of sword light braided together and surged, blotting portions of the firmament with their brilliance. Yin Qinga, standing in tense vigil, felt his mind snap taut. He had never witnessed the Jiangxi's sword qi behave in such a manner. A proud, cruel multitude of sword heirs crowded around Gu Hengxing, pressing close to his form and filling the interstice with an austere chill that even a cultivator at the zenith of Ling Xianjing could not dismiss. Gu Hengxing murmured with thin lips, and the air about his finger-formed blade crystallized into a frigid lucidity. He drove the imagined sword forward in a single decisive motion, and a fissure 50 meters long cleaved open before him. The sword heirs circling the void answered like a chorus, descending at his thought and striking outward. Stone shattered into dust as blade light erupted and rained upon the place. Yin Qinga, pale-lipped and stunned, could only whisper one name for what he witnessed: sword intent. Before he could fully recover, he watched Gu Hengxing complete his work and lower himself into a seated repose. Yin Qinga's devotion crystallized into resolution. He vowed to cling to Gu Hengxing's side, even should he be driven away. Gu Hengxing, feeling the sharpening edge of his own power, tightened his fist and considered the world beyond the Jiangsu. The Li Jia would lay their cards on the table in nearly 10 days. He must return and prepare for that reckoning. He beckoned Yin Qinga, who transformed into a streak of light, and immediately knelt, eyes inflamed with reverence. Gu Hengxing explained softly that Yin Qinga could not leave the Jiangsu because his former flesh lay buried there, and the sorrowful tether of his soul had formed a causal bond with the place. To retrieve him, Gu Hengxing said he would first have to veil Yin Qinga's soul pattern to sever that constraint. Gratitude swelled in Yin Qinga. He pleaded thanks and showed no fear. Gu Hengxing warned him that the process might be painful and counseled calm, telling him not to resist. Yin Qinga, eager to behold the world beyond that ghostly ground, swallowed the injunction to endure. Gu Hengxing then formed a peculiar seal, invoking a Mengtian secret art and striking Yin Qinga's brow with concentrated energy. Instantly, Yin Qinga's resentful spirit burst into innumerable ephemeral fragments. A shattered pair of bloodshot eyes drifted amid the fragments, contorted into a feral mask of anguish. Gu Hengxing murmured an incantation and pressed his hands inward, drawing the fragments together. One by one, the bits of soul were coaxed and compressed into a single phantom orb no larger than his palm. Yin Chengge's visage twisted between light and shadow, as if he might be undone, his mouth gaping in a mute cry that emitted no sound. When the condensing finished, Gu Hongsheng bore the palm-sized ghostly sphere and set out from the Jiangsu, bearing with him the condensed remnant of Yin Chengge's soul. Beyond the Jiangsu, jagged stone ridges rose like broken teeth against the sky. Gu Hengxian palms weaving complex incantations lofted a palm-sized shard of Yin Chengge's fragmented soul into the air and began the delicate work of reassembly. Shreds of the shattered essence drifted and aligned as if guided by an invisible loom. One fragment slid into place after another until the phantom outline of Yin Chengge's body gradually regained coherence. When the final splinter settled, the apparition stood restored. At the first instant of reconstitution, Yin Chengge's face contorted into a grotesque mask, and he hurled a primal cry toward the heavens. Wave after wave of howls burst forth like a storm battering the clouds, each one saturated with the anguish of a century imprisoned within the Jiangsu and the ravaging torment of a soul once sundered. He roared as though purging 100 years of suppressed despair, as though the previous dissolution of his being still seared him alive. Long moments passed before Yin Chengge's breath returned to a ragged normalcy. His phantom form trembled, depleted by the tremendous toll of fragmentation and reconstruction. He turned to Gu Hongsheng with overt deference, cupping his hands and bowing. "Master, forgive my intemperance," he pleaded in a voice still raw from its catharsis. Gu Hongsheng regarded him with an almost amused calm. "I warned you the process is harrowing. Do you believe me now?" he observed with a half-smile. Though his visage was pallid and his phantom frame unsteady, Yin Chengge remained respectfully still at Gu Hongsheng's side. "You remain a Yuanhun Gti," Gu Hongsheng reminded him, cautioning, "softly conceal your aura and avoid attracting notice. And do not clothe yourself in servile titles, discard slave, when speaking of yourself. Be less formal." Yin Chengge bowed again. "I understand, master." Gu Hongsheng produced a long black robe from his traveling pack and draped it over Yin Chengge, masking his spectral form. With the covering, Yin Chengge's true nature as a resentful spirit would remain hidden so long as he did not act impulsively. Together they left the Jiangsu and retraced their steps toward Qinshizhen. The farther they walked, the more the ruin's oppressive aura receded. Gu Hongsheng and Yin Chengge took a vacant table. The black robe concealed Yin Chengge's face, but it could not still his attention. A century, without the warmth of living presence, left him visibly stirred by the tavern's human bustle. A faint involuntary sound issued from him when his gaze fell upon the neighboring party of three. Gu Hongsheng fixed him with a measured scowl. "Control yourself," he murmured, a precise admonition that struck at Yin Chengge's core. "The path of the Guexiu forbids the predation of mortal life. To feed upon flesh or blood would taint future trials and bind one to perilous karmic consequences." Yin Chengge chastened assented earnestly. They sat there a while longer as the tavern's modest life continued and the town's ordinary warmth settled like a balm. For Yin Chengge, whose existence had been defined by entrapment and rupture, the simplest human comforts now shimmered with longing and restraint. For Gu Hengxian, memories of past penances and the heavy knowledge of forbidden arts weighed upon him as he contemplated the fragile balance between concealment and compassion, between secrecy and the sudden stirrings of fate that the mention of Xingyu Chao might awaken. The young woman wheeled about at once. Her complexion, flushed with delicate color, resembled a lotus emerging from clear water. Her eyes gleamed like the first light of dawn. "Why?" she demanded, instinctively addressing Gu Hongsheng with a chill in her tone. Gu Hongsheng surveyed her briefly and answered with measured patience. "Jiangsu is permeated by a blight of death. Such conditions will not permit the growth of Xingyu." The girl protested, unwilling to relinquish her conviction. "How can you be sure?" Gu Hongsheng spared her a detached glance and declined to elaborate. For him, one cautionary word was sufficient. There was no need to squander time on further persuasion. He moved with unhurried steps toward the old man at the corner, who was polishing a slab of black iron. The girl's cheeks colored with vexation. She wished to argue, but could not summon the words. When Ruime, waiting at their side, stepped forward with a smile. "My grandfather and I have dwelt in Qinshizhen for near a decade," she said. "I have never heard of Xingyu growing within Jiangsu. Perhaps your information is mistaken." The girl tightened her slender fists. "That cannot be. Jiangsu must contain Xingyu." When Ruime said gently, as the gentleman indicated, "Xingyu thrives where spiritual energy is gentle. Jiangsu is saturated with deathly qi. It is not a suitable environment for such growth." At when Ruimei's words, the girl's bright gaze dimmed. She had come upon a rumor that Jiangsu teemed with opportunities, perhaps among them a second-grade herb might be found. Now it seemed that fate had denied her. Silently, she bit her lip, then addressed the two men accompanying her. "If that is so, let us return. Perhaps there are other means." "Yes, miss," they replied, relief audible beneath their reverence. To enter Jiangsu was to court peril. One misstep could mean annihilation. The girl paid the bill without delay and prepared to leave Qinshizhen. Before departing, she cast a last lingering look at Gu Hongsheng and snorted in disdain, then turned away. The tavern sank back into quietude. Gu Hongsheng strolled toward the old man, whose white hair framed the patient concentration of a craftsman at work. He spoke softly. "Old sir, what are you doing?" The old man said nothing, absorbed in his labor. When Ruime hurried to Gu Hongsheng's side. "Please understand, young sir," she pleaded, smiling but anxious. "My grandfather is aged and hard of hearing." Gu Hongsheng gave no reply to her entreaty. Only Yin Qingge, who sat silently on a nearby bench, observed the scene with quiet attention. To him, Gu Hongsheng possessed an almost transcendent air. Every action seemed to follow some deeper logic. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Hongsheng addressed the old man again. "Are you sharpening a blade?" He had noticed an almost imperceptible stirring of sword chi emanating from the slab, a delicate ripple only the most practiced senses might discern. At the mention of grinding a sword, the man in simple linen appeared momentarily perplexed, but the expression faded soon after, and he resumed his work in silence. For a long while there was no answer. When Ruime implored once more, her voice threaded with helplessness. "He is a little strange of late. Please do not press him further. Have some food." Gu Hongsheng nodded briefly in acknowledgement. A faint smile of amusement flickered beneath the surface of Gu Hongsheng's eyes. He turned to the old man and asked, "You labor over this rare black iron. Do you mean to forge an unrivaled blade?" The old man fell silent once more, head bowed to his task. Gu Hongsheng studied him intently. "Your chi is deep, your palms calloused. When you grind the iron, there is a current of sword intent beneath your touch. You must be a master artificer of great renown. How many could truly wield a sword shaped by your hands?" The tavern seemed to hold its breath. The word master echoed through Yin Qingge's thoughts with an almost seismic force. The title of master was scarce and exalted throughout the lands. One who bore it was known across nations and received the courtesy accorded to nobles. The appellation of a supreme master was rarer still, recalled in old annals centuries past. When Ruime stood stunned. She had grown up with her grandfather following his itinerant life, accustomed to the rhythm of meager meals and ceaseless toil. To her, he had always been merely an old man who spent his days rubbing a weighty stone of black iron. Yet hearing Gu Hongsheng's breath, he was suddenly portrayed as a preeminent master of forging. When Ruime began to protest, to explain that her grandfather was simple and harmless, when at last the old man ceased his movements. He lifted his chin slowly and fixed his gaze upon Gu Hongsheng with eyes as fathomless as an abyss. "In this world," he said with solemnity, "there is but one who may truly be worthy to bear the sword I shall fashion." Yin Qingge, who had been observing in silence, leapt from his seat, as if struck. His face betrayed sheer terror. The name Dugu Shang sent shivers through him. His cultivated prowess on the brink of Lingxian seemed trivial in the shadow of that name. Hidden beneath his dark robes, he muttered, as though bewitched, "Jianzun Dugu Shang." He could never forget the dread beauty of that strike. He had watched the sword's chi sweep toward the earth and felt life flee from him. Only through a twist of fate had he found the soul-devouring bracelet. Without it, he might not even have retained a semblance of life. If the Dugu Shang of legend were indeed the same, then the old man's provenance was more astonishing than any tale. Rumor held that the sword wielded by the Jianzun had been fashioned by a preeminent lineage, a master of forgecraft, who had spent a decade and countless resources to forge a single transcendent blade. The poverty-clad, bent old man before them, could he be that very artisan from 100 years ago? The thought staggered Yin Qingge and even unsettled Gu Hongsheng. Gu Hongsheng pursued gently, "So prior to this you had 7 perfected blades. Besides the one from a century past, 6 remain unaccounted for. Where have they gone?" The old man snorted, unwilling to disclose more. He had poured his life into creating swords in the hope that a worthy bearer would carry his work into legend. Bitterly, he confessed that over the years only one soul had proven fit to wield what he forged. The old man fell silent, his pupils contracting as if a memory had pierced him. He saw in Gu Hongsheng the silhouette of a young man who once stood before him with the same insolent dignity, asking, "Make me a sword." In time the youth did return. No longer boyish, he bore the sword with a mien of consummate power and declared to the forging master, "The sword is excellent. I shall keep my promise and let the blade you wrought stand atop the nations." The craftsman said nothing, he only watched as the young man departed with the sword. He had never set a price for that work, for the sword was beyond value. The young warrior carried the blade into a flourishing empire, and his name spread like wildfire through the myriad states. People came to call him Jianzun. His sword became a terror to the world, known to all and feared by the strongest. He had kept his vow and crowned the blade with renown. The lineage felt the surge of its titanic sword intent and murmured toward the heavens, "Dugu Shang, you have fulfilled your promise to me." An audible recollection flickered across the elder's face when Gu Hongsheng spoke, as though those few words had summoned a distant past into the present. For a heartbeat his eyes clouded with a faint wistful light. Yet he recovered swiftly, his expression hardening into a cold snort. Do you imagine that a handful of arrogant phrases will compel me to forge a sword for you? He scoffed. The memory behind the barb was unmistakable. Once a century ago, a man had said something similarly simple and had drawn from the elder a decade of labor and obsession. Each time the recollection surfaced, the elder felt a peculiar disquiet, unable to fathom why he had once yielded so readily. Perhaps it was that man's resolute nature, perhaps the affinity he had felt toward him. In any case, that man was gone, and the world no longer harbored his like. Gu Hongsheng smiled, gently untroubled and certain. What I say I shall accomplish, he replied, his tone carrying no burden. To him the lands of 100 nations were merely a proving ground. He was confident he would return to the heights of Tianxian's Haijing and gaze down upon the multitudinous living. Yan Xinga and Wen Ruimei fell into stunned silence, their emotions roiling beneath composed faces. The elder, however, circled back to his earlier incredulity. He was old and could no longer indulge in reckless gambles. No longer did he possess the youthful ardor that once spurred him. He sought only one worthy of the blades he had honed to perfection. His words lingered in the small tavern like incense. Then, without preamble, Gu Hongsheng's expression darkened. He gathered his chi, the tip of his forefinger elongating into the semblance of a blade, as he lifted his hand and slashed toward the doorway of the tavern. A thunderous crack split the air. The finger became a sword, the chi a radiant edge, and a fissure rent the ground for more than 50 meters, spilling shards of light like the tearing of the sky. In that instant, the elder's stooped frame convulsed, his sunken eyes narrowed until they were pinpricks of astonishment. Yan Xinga inhaled slowly, forcing himself into composure. He understood now that Gu Hongsheng had attained sword intent, yet witnessing it still unsettled him. Wen Ruimei, however, reacted with a very different immediacy. She blinked, her eyes flashing, and then shrieked with mortified fury. "My tavern! You bastard, you've smashed my shop!" The outburst was crude and human, a comic, painful rupture in the thickening tension. Yan Xinga repressed a helpless twitch at the corner of his mouth. The incongruity of sword intent and the ruined tavern unnerved him. When Ruimei had been raised without knowledge of cultivation, her own early Rongsu and Jing had been earned by grit rather than lore. She knew nothing of the magnificence implied by sword intent. All she saw was the ruin of what she had built with tireless effort. Inflamed with righteous indignation, she planted her hands on her slender waist and prepared to charge forward and demand recompense from Gu Hongsheng. Before she could reach him, the elder's voice cut through, severe and authoritative. "When Ruimei, stand down. Do not be rude." He spoke with the gravity of a man who had just had the ground shift beneath his feet. With an ingrained deference she had learned to display, when Ruimei huffed and yielded. Gu Hongsheng's tone was composed, almost playful, as he asked, "Elder, what do you say now?" The white-haired man closed his eyes, inhaled a long, steadying breath, and strove to suppress the tumult within. "Child," he said at last, voice low and measured, "when did you first realize the sword intent?" "It has reached the threshold of minor attainment." Gu Hongsheng pressed on with deliberate irreverence. "Elder, have you decided? Will you craft a sword for me or not?" He had anticipated precisely this disruption, and now, to provoke in the proud artifice master the very response he desired, he maintained his composed smile. The elder's chest heaved as he turned to Wen Ruimei, his voice edged with a newfound resolve. "Wen Ruimei, bring forth the black sword case from my chamber." She retrieved a black casket about 1.2 meters in length, handing it to Gu Hongsheng with a puzzled frown. Before the shattered threshold of the wine house, 2 jagged sword gashes marred the wood. When Ruimei glared at Gu Hongsheng with ferocity, teeth clenched, her chest heaving as if she strained to suppress a tempest within. A lance of sword light had risen 50 zhang into the air, and the earth bore an Adaki deep threekin fissure. The first stroke bore the terrifying dignity of Gu Hongsheng, shaping chi into blade. The second was the wake of the Jinghong Jian. Wielding, the Jinghong Jian had amplified his presence by nearly 60%. It was unmistakably a rare and peerless weapon. Gu Hongsheng nodded with evident satisfaction toward the old artisan. From the very instant he had grasped the Jinghong Jian, he had known it was no common blade. Its essence hovered between Ling Xianjing mid-tier and the threshold of its upper echelon. The old man received the compliment with pleasure. Praise for his forged swords warmed him far more than ordinary flattery ever could. He scoffed lightly at Gu Hongsheng's youthful ambition. After all, the young man yet trod the path of Ren Xianjing, but his eyes lingered on a chunk of chun tai beside him, pride and calculation mingling in his gaze. "Return to me in 3 years if you progress," the old man said, casting one possessive look at the iron he had spent a decade purifying. "In 3 years, I shall transform this chun tai into a sword that surpasses anything I have crafted before." The old man cherished the metal he had toiled ceaselessly to obtain and refine it, intending to exhaust the sum of his knowledge to fashion an unparalleled blade. In his mind, he already searched for the one worthy to wield it, and facing Gu Hongsheng, he felt a conviction that the future bearer had at last appeared. As he turned, Gu Hongsheng confronted Wen Ruimei's simmering indignation over the ruined door. Embarrassed at the quarrel he had inadvertently provoked, he produced from his pouch a silver note worth 1,000 taels and offered it as restitution. When Ruime accepted the note, at once scrutinized the seal to assure its authenticity and slipped it into her slender waist. The annoyance on her face melted away, supplanted by coquettish amusement, as she urged him with the softer tones of someone pleased by profit to try a few more strikes with his blade. Secretly delighted at the windfall, she flashed a mischievous smile, revealing small tiger-like teeth. Inside an unremarkable inn in Yishancheng, Gu Hongsheng and Yin Qingge chose a secluded corner and sat in companionable silence, partaking of wine and a modest meal. Master and attendant, they looked inconspicuous amid the inn's bustle. Waves of conversation broke over them like surf, but they remained composed, an island of calm in the clamor. Voices rose and fell around them, carrying rumors. A man in the main hall declared without reserve that the Sun family had summoned many of the city's clans and would issue a final ultimatum to the Ningjia on the morrow. Others echoed the news. All agreed the matter had set Yishancheng into an uproar. Once a preeminent household, the Ningjia now suffered humiliation, for its patriarch had been gravely wounded months before and was no longer able to shield his house. The inn thrummed with speculation about what the next day would bring. Gu Hongsheng paid their bill at dawn and asked the inn boy where swift mounts might be procured. Walking the streets, he observed a tide of citizens moving in one direction and murmured, "What is happening?" Curious, but not compelled, he followed only as far as the horse stables the boy had indicated. Pushing open the wooden door, he found tenacious steeds tethered to posts, but not a single attendant in sight. After an interval, a middle-aged woman hurried forth from the depth of the stable and appraised the pair with mild curiosity before smiling apologetically. When Gu plainly asked for 2 swift horses, she confessed she could not decide for herself. The stable's master had gone out. Gu's interrogations met with the woman's helplessness. She explained that other dealers were either far to the west of the city or their trade was monopolized by powerful families. When Gu inquired where the master had gone, she indicated with a nervous nod toward the direction of the Ning residence that he had gone to witness the disturbance there and would not return at once. Gu accepted this without creating a scene and left. Yin Qingge wondered inwardly why his master treated the common woman with such regard. With their cultivation, they could have compelled horses by other means, yet Gu never needlessly oppressed ordinary folk. Such restraint preserved the clarity of his Tao and the integrity of his spirit. Rather than pursuing horses, Gu Hongsheng turned toward the gathering crowd. "Let us go to the Ningjia and see what unfolds," he said, voice cool and detached. The Ning family, once among Yishancheng's foremost houses, now found its gates besieged by the Sun family and an assortment of lesser clans. With Ningxuan afflicted, Sun Machin and his allies no longer feared to press their demands openly. The motive, as ever, was profit and dominion. At the Ning estate, a dense mass of onlookers pressed close. Standing at the front was a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with a trimmed mustache, Sun Moshki's every gesture backed by the nods of prominent clan heads. He shouted through the closed gate, mocking the Ning household and demanding an audience. A companion urged that if the Ningjia surrendered its holdings in the western and eastern quarters of the city, they would temper their severity. After a brief interval, the great gate sighed open. Ningxuan looked upon the assembled house heads, and the aura of a mid-Lingsuan realm cultivator erupted from him, a cold and unyielding will that cut through the throng. "You presume greatly," he said with indignation. "You demand my family's western and eastern estates, and would cut off the lifeblood of the Ningjia. Do you truly believe that I, Ningxuan, and the Ning household can be trifled with?" Ningxuan's tiger-like eyes flashed. He took a heavy step forward toward Sun Machin and his entourage, sending up eddies of dust and embers. The crowd tightened their fists, palms slick with cold sweat. Many feared that after today the Ningjia's prestige would be irreparably damaged, perhaps even culminating in their expulsion from the city. As the confrontation between the two clans reached the brink of violence, a voice deceptively casual and refined cut through the simmering tension. Gu Hongxing threaded through the throng, traversing past the banners and retainers of the Sun Jia, and came to stand before Ningxuan. At his side, Yin Qingge followed in silence, expression inscrutable. To them, this provincial town posed no threat. Their sudden appearance stunned not only the Ningjia, but also those aligned with the Sun Jia. Ningzi, standing near Ningxuan, recognized Gu Hongsheng at once. He had been the one who had warned her in Qinsha about the absence of Xingyuko near the sword ruin, prompting her hasty return to the Ning estate. She shot him a reproachful glance and hissed that this was no place for him. Gu Hongsheng ignored Ningzi's admonition. He regarded the imposing yet faltering Ningxuan with an almost dispassionate curiosity and asked, "Does the Ningjia keep swift horses?" Ningxuan narrowed his eyes, unsettled by the ease of Gu Hongsheng's manner. Though to the untrained eye Gu Hongsheng and Yin Qingge were ordinary, Ningxuan felt a subtle displacement, the sense that something was being concealed. Still, experience taught him restraint. He answered with civility that the Ningjia did indeed keep several fine mounts, and asked the reason for the inquiry. Gu Hongsheng replied lightly that he sought to purchase a pair of swift horses for he was pressed for time. His habitual, almost rakish, self-referenced Sethi's gentleman, when indifferent, fell from his lips as a deliberate affectation. The crowd scoffed. Many deemed his timing foolish. To approach the Ning Jia amid their humiliation at the hands of the Sun Jia was tantamount to inviting trouble. Sun Macheng's face darkened, fury coiling in his features. He bellowed for his retainers to seize the two intruders and break their limbs, to cast them out beyond the city walls. At his command, several brutish men stepped forward, eager for blood. A hush spread as the observers imagined the grim fate awaiting Gu Hongsheng and Yan Qingge. Ningzi could not restrain herself. Her brows drew together, and she flung a sharp retort at Sun Machen, insisting that they were mere civilians and urging mercy. The crowd watched, poised between outrage and helplessness, as the fragile peace of Yishinken teetered on the edge of a decisive, violent rupture. Gu Hongsheng spoke with a languid air, feigning ignorance. He claimed he too wished only to depart, and requested 2 swift mounts from the Ningjia, as if that simple plea explained his presence. He appeared incapable or unwilling to perceive that she had been attempting to shield him. Ning's eyes reply was a scornful look and a curl of her lip. She could not find words to match the brazenness of his indifference. Sun Macheng's patience, however, had been consumed. He fixed his gaze on Gu Hongsheng and Yan Qingge and demanded with scarcely concealed menace whether the Ning family intended to surrender their holdings in Qinxi and Qingdong. The question hung in the air like a strike of lightning. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Sun Macheng's eyes. Though brief, it was noticed by both Gu Hongsheng and Yan Qingge, who narrowed their eyes in unison. The atmosphere grew oppressive as Sun Macheng's aggression spread through his retinue. Ning Shan, after a moment's deliberation, ordered someone to fetch 2 fast horses from the family stables so the strangers might leave, but the decision did nothing to calm the swelling tension. The Ningjia gate had become a theater of contempt. Townsfolk gathered and pointed hissing at the 2 outsiders. Mockery and vitriol rose from the crowd. A voice in the throng urged the Ningjia to let the 2 perish alongside the family's honor. Such obstinacy from Ning Shan inflamed Sun Machen further. He could no longer restrain the violent hunger for retribution that now coiled within him. The crowd exchanged incredulous looks that quickly curdled into derision. Laughter and scorn rolled like surf against a cliff. Many believed Gu Hongsheng mad, or at the very least foolishly boastful. Sun Macheng's allies were not persuaded. One vengeful head of a minor house hissed that the 2 intruders should be seized, maimed, their tongues cut, so that no further insolence might escape them. Ning Shan and Ning, she fell silent, having already admonished the strangers several times without effect. 10 or so Suanyuan-level cultivators from Sun Macheng's faction stepped forward, closing in around Gu Hongsheng with predatory intent. The situation pivoted on a knife's edge. The crowd watched, breath held. Yan Qingge, who had been a quiet constant, finally lifted her head. In that instant, a terrible force blossomed from her being, sweeping outward like a tide. The sheer presence she exhaled was the peak of Lingxian power, and it rolled across the courtyard with the weight of a storm. The 10 warriors who had advanced faltered and were flung backward by the onslaught of spirit, collapsing to the ground as if struck by an invisible hand. Even seasoned men like Sun Machen and Ning Shan found themselves compelled to step back, eyes wide with alarm. Yan Qingge's low, hoarse voice cut through the stunned silence. Her single word for presumption erased the murmurs and restored a cold order to the air. Presumptuous, Yan Qingge intoned his voice low yet inexorable. Though scarcely raised, it hung like a blade over every head, plunging the assembly into a profound chill. The air at the Ning family gate convulsed as the overwhelming aura of a Lingxuan realm pinnacle swept across the courtyard like a dim firmament collapsing upon them. Mortality itself seemed to brush their skins. Sun Machen, pale and trembling, staggered forward. Fear and shame overrode him. He bowed until his forehead threatened the ground and stammered an apology, beseeching Yan Qingge's mercy for their provincial ignorance. Cold sweat coursed down his temple, and back his body betrayed him with each slight convulsion. Watching him quake beneath that inexorable aura, the Ning household felt their throats tighten with mounting dread. Ning Shan forced himself to rise from the numbing awe, and with a deep breath that belied his inner alarm, advanced to prostrate himself before Yan Qingge. He pronounced the formal greeting for his household and retainers, voice quavering but dutiful. Nearby Ning, she stood motionless, lips parted in disbelief. She had once brushed past a modestly dressed youth in Qinxia town, never imagining that the unassuming stranger harbored such prodigious might. Her gaze, conflicted and unrelenting, fastened upon Gu Hongsheng, who remained composed and near solemn at her side. Beneath Yan Qingge's oppressive presence, thousands bent their knees in unison, voices trembling as they echoed a single address. All save Ning, she found their minds ensnared by that auric dominance. Gu Hongsheng's earlier casual composure vanished from the crowd's memory. Yan Qingge offered only a derisive snort. Had his master not forbidden him to act rashly, these insolent nobles would already be bereft of life. To dare insult one's master was close to courting annihilation. Respectfully lowering his head, Yin Qingge inquired of Gu Hongsheng how those transgressors should be dealt with. The revelation that this Lingsuan Peak powerhouse served as a retainer to a young master stunned the assembly into stupefaction. It was inconceivable that a man of such potential who might ascend to the vertiginous Daixuan heights and command universal deference across nations should be in service to a youth scarcely past 20. The pressure in the courtyard thickened until everyone felt suffocated. Gu Hengxin, tranquil and sovereign in demeanor, asked calmly that the city's Qinzu be summoned. The audacity of summoning Yishancheng's rulers startled the nobles. A city lord wielded virtually unchallenged authority within the walls. Previously, they would have dismissed such a demand as reckless bravado, yet in the presence of a Lingsuan Peak guardian, none found fault. Sweat beaded on Sun Macheng's face as he recalled his former insolence and his crude plan to maim Gu Hongsheng and Yin Qingge. Ningshan, breath trembling, pledged at once to dispatch messengers to fetch Yishancheng's Qinzu, while Gu Hongsheng adjusted his intent, initially content merely to secure swift horse snow, moved to alter his course in response to the family's brazen affronts. To keep a peak cultivator of the Lingsuanjing realm as a mere servant, the notion alone sent ripples through the assembly. Before them stood a youth robed in white, his aura ordinarily restrained yet threaded with an unearthly soaring grace. Whence came such a presence, and what pedigree could possibly lie behind so unassuming an exterior? Faces went pale and expressions convulsed with conflicting emotion. The arrogance and hauteur that had once radiated from Sun Machen and his entourage vanished, as if swept away. In their stead remained only raw dread and bitter regret. Why had they chosen to provoke such an existence? Would it not have sufficed to take the horses from Ningjia and depart? The thought burgeoned within them, swelling until some men, subdued by Yin Cheng's barely perceptible majestic pressure, trembled and prostrate themselves upon the ground. At that moment, a footman who had just entered the Ning family estate returned leading 2 powerful horses. The air felt strangely altered where moments before conflict had seemed imminent. A brittle silence had settled. The footman, sensing the oppressive tension, glanced toward the Sun family and froze. He beheld Sun Machen, who had once commanded Yishancheng with disdain, now quivering with deference before Yin Qingge, and Gu Hengxin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, as if he dared not draw a single breath. Perplexed, the footman stammered, yet Ningshan cut through his hesitation with a sharp rebuke. He ordered the swift horses to be presented to the young master and the distinguished guest. The footman hesitated at the address, bewildered by the titles, but having been schooled in the art of discretion, he obeyed. He led the steeds to Gu Hongsheng and to Yin Qingge. Gu Hongsheng examined the horses with casual attention, then produced a silver bill from his pouch and offered it to the footman as payment. The footman, unwilling to decide on his own, deferred to Ningshan for instruction. Ningshan stepped forward, bowing with solicitous humility, and insisted that no payment was required, begging only that the young master not hold the Ning household to blame for any perceived inefficiency. He could scarcely conceal the fine sheen of perspiration upon his brow. He had not expected 2 seemingly ordinary figures to possess such extraordinary bearing. Gu Hengxin, uninterested in cultivating obligations he did not desire, nevertheless pressed the silver bill upon Ningshan. Ningshan accepted it with a rueful smile and a respectful humility, refusing to entertain any improper designs. Yin Qingge, silent and composed, took hold of the bridles and led the 2 horses with the unassuming attentiveness of a devoted retainer, betraying none of the hauteur one would associate with a Lingsuanjing Peak cultivator. The sight unnerved those gathered. The possibility that such a formidable practitioner would willingly serve was more chilling than any boast. As their consternation mounted, a new figure appeared at the Ning gate like a dawning gale. Clad in pale gray, his countenance stern, and his age around 40, Su Feng, the city lord of Yishancheng, had arrived. He had originally bristled at being summoned, feeling that no one in the city should presume to order him about. Yet upon learning that a Lingsuanjing Peak accompanied the summon, he suppressed his pride and hastened to Ningjia, fully aware that neither lineage nor prowess within his purview could risk affronting such a presence. Hesitant and deferential, Su Feng addressed the assembly, asking who had requested his presence. Gu Hongsheng turned his placid gaze toward him, his tone cool and aloof as he confirmed that it was indeed the city lord whom he sought. Su Feng's brow tightened at Gus' measured demeanor, a flicker of displeasure passing across his features. He kept his composure, introducing himself as the lord of Yishancheng and inquiring into Gus' purpose. Pressing further, Gu Hongsheng asked how the codex treated an attempt to maim the limbs of the Wangsun Shiza, the imperial prince. Su Feng, sweating though he tried to conceal it, replied with the same austere certainty. Gu Hongsheng afforded him a slow nod of acknowledgement, and then, after a measured pause that drew the breath from every onlooker, turned his attention to Sun Machen and the Sun family. His voice, calm and menacing in its restraint, finally asked whether Sun Machen was indeed the head of the Sun Jia. You are the head of the Sun family in Yishancheng, are you not? After a long moment, Gu Hongsheng turned his head slowly and addressed Sun Machin and the others. Sun Machin flinched, a shadow crossed his eyes before he forced himself to bow and answer yes. The fleeting gloom in Sun Machen's gaze did not escape Gu Hongsheng, yet Gu Hongsheng made no immediate show of it. Calmly he declared, I am pressed for time. I seek only 2 swift horses to leave Yishancheng. I have neither the inclination nor the patience for petty squabbles between small houses. At once his tone sharpened. But why persist in provoking me? I have extended you enough chances. Your repeated provocations test my patience, as if I were molded clay to be shaped at will. The gentle air that had surrounded Gu Hongsheng evaporated like mist. His bearing turned heavy and austere. Sun Machin opened his mouth to retort, but Gu Hongsheng cut him off with a cold snort. In the capital, I have offended the dignity of princes and scolded the face of Wanjai of this era. Yet none of them dared to maim my limbs. The head of the Sun family possesses uncommon boldness truly worthy of his station. A stunned silence fell over the assembly. Those who had been puzzled by Gu Hongsheng's inquiry about Su Feng now felt a suffocating dread upon recalling Gu Hongsheng's words. The notion that a warrior at the pinnacle of Lingxian realm could be made a servant by another was inconceivable. Even more preposterous was the suggestion that someone would dare affront princes and Wanjai. The townsfolk and noble lineages of Yishancheng, remote and seldom graced by such lofty personages, regarded their city lord as near divine. If this youth truly held such disdain for princes, then calamity loomed for the Sun family. Sun Maching's lips paled. He sank trembling to his knees and prostrated himself. Young master, we were ignorant of your exalted identity. I beg your pardon. Whether Gu Hongsheng truly possessed such standing was irrelevant beside the presence of the Lingxian pinnacle warrior by his side that alone extinguished any desire in Sun Machin to resist. Su Feng narrowed his eyes and studied the token intently. Familiarity crept across his features until his pupils contracted. Horror and astonishment suffused him. This is the Gu Jia Jiangling. The words tore from him in a ragged exclamation. After Gu Hongsheng's father Gu Qinjun fell in battle, the subordinate token had been reclaimed by Gu Lai. Only recently, when Gu Hongsheng declared his intention to depart the capital, the elder had entrusted this subordinate token to him to safeguard against dishonor, warning him repeatedly. Many in the crowd had no appreciation for what Su Feng uttered. They could not fathom why a city lord would react so wildly. Ningshan lowered his gaze and murmured the name under his breath, stunned. Ningxi blinked, a faintly charming smile parting her lips. Though she did not grasp the full import of Su Qingzhu's alarm, she sensed that the white-robed young master before them must be extraordinary, for otherwise Su Feng would not have been so shaken. Sun Machin and his retinue remained crushed beneath a wave of panic. They had barely heard Su Feng's words. Their hope hung on Gu Hongsheng refraining from allowing the Lingxian apex warrior beside him to strike. Should that blade fall, all their efforts would be undone. Before anyone could fully marshal their thoughts, Su Feng's next act sent the assembly into tumult. Without concern for his station, he lowered himself to one knee before Gu Hongsheng and declared in a commanding voice, "Former Bloodchi Army, 1st Regiment Lieutenant Su Feng salutes General." The Bloodchi Army had been forged decades ago by Gu Lai, a force whose name once reverberated across neighboring realms, an aspiration for countless Tianfeng soldiers. Su Feng had formerly served as a lieutenant under that banner, and thus recognized the Gu Jia Jiangling at once. His trembling was part exhilaration at seeing a familiar and majestic token, part terror for nearly showing disrespect, and part yearning for the days when the old army still stood. Gu Hongsheng pocketed the token with a languid motion. "So you recognize it? Spare me the needless words. Rise." Su Feng, mindful of the old laws and the discipline bred by the Bloodchi Army, complied without delay. Where the Gu Jia Jiangling stood, obedience and reverence were absolute. Any dissent was met with the harshest penalty. Though Su Feng burned with curiosity as to how such a token came to be in the hands of this young man, he dared not voice it. He repressed the tempest within and remained respectfully at Gu Hongsheng's side, his demeanor composed, but his heart aflame with questions. An oppressive stillness hung over the gate of Ningjia, as if the very air had been weighted with dread. Every onlooker crouched in mute terror, unwilling to utter a single word or make a single motion. Su Feng, though a lord within this city, stood deferentially before Gu Hongsheng, his posture that of a subordinate awaiting command. Only Yan Xinga maintained any semblance of composure. For the rest, Gu Hongsheng's previous displays of nascent sword meaning and inexhaustible stratagems rendered the present circumstances trivial by comparison. Gu Hongsheng fixed a cold glance upon Su Feng and the others and spoke without the slightest tremor in his voice, suggesting that Su Feng surely understood what must be done. Su Feng recovered his hauteur in an instant. He declared that the Sun Jia had committed an act of insubordination, insulting a general and plotting harm against him, crimes that by law warranted execution. His words fell like a falling blade upon the bowed heads of the Sun clan and their allies. Sun Machin cried out that his house had always shown deference to Su Feng and begged for clemency. Su Feng met the plea with contempt, his gaze hardening into lethal resolve. He invoked the authority of the general who bore the command of the Gu family. The illustrious force of Sichi Jun Tianfeng was bulwark and insisted that such an affront demanded death. The command to self-execute struck the Sun clan with a grief so acute it bordered on incredulous. Sun Machin resigned and, hollowed by regret, closed his eyes and mustered his will. Gathering his chi, he struck his own Skitari's crone and, with a sickening collapse, life bled from him in a crimson tide. His body slumped utterly spent. Shock precipitated chaos. One 30-something warrior of the Sun clan, unable to bear the spectacle, bolted for escape. Su Feng authorized no flight. With a casual raise of his foot, he displaced a shard of rubble. Under the guidance of his cultivated chi, the stone sped like an arrow and cleaved the fleeing man's skull. The sight sealed the crowd's fear into something colder and more absolute. Those who remained prostrate themselves before Gu Hangshan, their faces streaked with tears as they beat their foreheads against the ground, imploring mercy. They insisted they had only followed orders and had not meant insult or harm. Even their most ardent supplications failed to sway him. The young general's composure revealed no indulgence. His mind surveyed them as one inspects a chessboard at the moment of decisive capture. Gu Hengxing's cool instruction was brief. He entrusted the matter to Su Feng, who under that single look felt as though his innermost thoughts had been stripped bare. With unemotional efficiency, Su Feng carried out the purge. The once proud Sun Jia and several lesser families were reduced to cold corpses before the assembled witnesses. Ningxi stood silently at the gate, watching the scene unfold. Her heart stirred with tumultuous layers of feeling, astonishment, a faint perilous admiration, and the uneasy recognition of power manifest. In that grim tableau she understood with a clarity that left her shaken the terrible authority that a general of Sichi Jun could command. It all unfurled as if it had occurred in the blink of an eye. The Ning family, once confident of swallowing the Sun household whole, found itself shattered. Many lay dead or dying, and their patriarch had taken his own life amid the collapse. A chill swept through every onlooker, a cold that settled in the breast and made their limbs tremble. Confronted with the fresh corpses that still radiated heat, none could deny the reality of what had just transpired. Amid the stunned populace, Gu Hengxing betrayed no emotion. Pale and composed, he turned to Yanqinga and said simply that they should depart and return to prepare. Yanqinga bowed and led the two swift mounts prepared by the Ning family, trailing Gu Hengxing without daring to overstep. As their figures receded, the tumult within the crowd could no longer be contained. Whispers grew into murmurs of awe. Tales of the Gu family's young master surfaced, how he had once publicly struck a minister, rebuked a prince, and spurned an imperial summons, and yet he remained untouched, unpunished, for he was the blood of Gu Laizi. The petty rivalries of Yishinkin's houses were in his eyes merely a child's pastime. Ning Jia's members exhaled with relief that their head had chosen restraint rather than provocation. Ningxi watched Gu Hengxing's departing silhouette with a bewildered mixture of curiosity and disquiet, unable to settle her thoughts. As life went on in Jingxing, no one paid particular heed to the white-robed young gentleman astride a dappled horse and the black-clad man at his side. The rider was none other than Gu Hengxing, just returned from Yishinkin, and his companion was Yanqinga. Yanqinga lingered on the splendor of the city with a wistful murmur, for he had dwelt in the sword ruins for a century, bound to the body of a resentful spirit and resigned to a life of solitude. Amid the bustle, he glimpsed echoes of his own vanished youth, knowing that time had fleetly erased much of what he once was. Gu Hengxing perceived the subtle shift in Yanqinga's mood and murmured, "Your path is only beginning." Yanqinga responded with a solemn nod. In former years he might have drifted onward in his spectral state, but meeting Gu Hengxing had opened the door to a different, strange cultivation. Their voyage, he realized, had only just commenced. They soon arrived at the Gu family estate. The Gu household Tianfeng was venerable military lineage, occupied a vast, heavily fortified compound in the city's most prosperous quarter. At the gate, a sentinel ordered them to halt, but upon discerning Gu Hengxing's face, his voice changed to one of rapturous relief. The young master commanded them to remain at their posts and entrusted the two swift steeds to the guards before stepping into the ancestral grounds with Yanqinga at his side. Word of Gu Hengxing's safe return sped to the inner courtyards. Gu Laoyezi's white whiskers trembled with a joy that overrode his pretended sternness. He muttered a scolding laced with warmth, declaring that he had nearly mobilized troops to fetch the defiant youth home. In a quieter pavilion, Gu Yumo, reclining in his wheelchair, opened his eyes slowly. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth as he murmured that this rascal never gave him peace, yet his return brought consolation. Gu Hengxing returned to Gu Jia and was immediately quartered within the family compound, while Yanqinga was confined to a separate residence and forbidden from wandering beyond its gates. Under the decree of Gu Laizi, Gu Hengxing himself walked into the secluded inner courtyard where the patriarch sat solemnly upon a black antique chair. At his left, Gu Yumo remained a silent companion in a wheelchair, his posture austere despite the infirmity. The courtyard lay hushed, the air laden with a tranquil gravity. Gu Hengxing approached with measured reverence, bowing and clasping his hands in greeting. Observing his grandson's intact form and hearing his respectful salutation, Gu Laoyezi's stern visage softened. The old man allowed a brittle tenderness to show. Gu Hengxing's steady composure trembled imperceptibly at the sight of those silvered temples and weathered lines. Gu Laoyezi broached the delicate subject of the month-long absence. To avoid arousing scrutiny, they had told the outside world that Gu Hengxing had been placed under confinement, and he was admonished not to let the truth slip. Gu Yumi's icy countenance warmed for a moment with an almost indulgent care as he leaned forward to caution him softly. Gu Hengxing assented with humility, an ember of warmth stirring beneath his restraint. Explanation was necessary to shelter the family's reputation, for even a wasted son remained one of the Gu lineage. They had once pinned hopes upon the fringes of Jiangsu, where a glimmer of cultivation might have been found. If Gu Hengxing could gather even a mode of xianqi, the family would spare nothing to nurture him into talent. Yet the two elder men now betrayed a melancholic resignation, as though the Gu house's future were dissolving like mist. The lineage had produced heroes from Gu Laizi downward, and the two elder sons had died valorous. Only Gu Hengxing's incapacity refused the family's long legacy to bend. A profound chill permeated the inner courtyard, an oppression so absolute it seemed the very heavens were lamenting. Observing the desolate solemnity that marred the visages of Gu Yumo and Gu Laizi, Gu Hengxing could not feign ignorance of their grief. He longed to confess that he was no longer the man they remembered, to reveal that he had acquired the ability to cultivate, yet he remained silent. Instead, he performed a heavy formal bow to Gu Laizi and Gu Yumo, and intoned with measured restraint, "Hengxing understands. Pray rest assured, grandfather and second uncle." He understood why disclosure would be ruinous. If he rashly announced his cultivation, he would be interrogated until every secret was stripped bare, and his future maneuvers would be compromised. In the capital, many would rejoice at his downfall. Predatory souls would seize upon any hint of discrepancy and make his days perilous. Most importantly, his assumed identity as a dissipated science profligate wastrel served as a cloak for subtler designs and facilitated arrangements that required him to be underestimated. For the sake of discretion and to guard against eavesdroppers and suspicion, Gu Hengxing resolved to conceal the truth from Gu Laizi and Gu Yumo. The currents of the capital were treacherous. Were he to reveal his cultivation, Gu Laizi would never again indulge him. Warding hands would be placed about him, and inevitably some discerner would fix their gaze upon him. Thus concealment was not merely prudent, but imperative. Gu Laizi waved listlessly, his voice thin and weary. "Go and rest." With a solemn, lingering look at both elder and nephew, Gu Hengxing departed the deep courtyard and returned to his own residence. He knew his answer had once more dampened their hopes. He knew, too, that the Gu Jia stood at a precarious threshold, where no capable heir meant the family's eminence would soon crumble, and the capital would turn, consigning the Gu name to a fate far from its former stature. Outwardly, Gu Hengxing sustained the persona of a pleasure-seeking dilettante, a trespassing son of indulgence. Inwardly, he was an abyssal presence, ceaselent, fathomless, intolerant of insolence. Even Yanqinga dared not display so much as a flicker of impertinence. His composure was a sword sheathed in velvet. His restraint did not diminish the latent menace within. He stood alone beneath the vaulted sky, like a solitary lotus in winter, eyes contemplative as he regarded the boundless firmament. In 2 days should Li Jia come to offer betrothal gifts. The sovereign of Tianfeng will inevitably issue an edict. After that, anything may be irretrievable, he murmured. I am not who I was. Every step henceforth must be deliberate. A single misstep could cast the Gu family into irrevocable ruin. Yanqinga remained silently at his master's back, an immovable stone of fidelity. The oppressive authority Gu Hengxing once unleashed had already burrowed into the marrow of his spirit. Never in his life had he felt so utterly unable to resist. Even the sword venerable of a century past would have lacked such sovereign weight. Yanqinga believed without question that across the myriad states no force could yet halt Gu Hengxing's advance. His role was to shadow him unfalteringly. Gu Hengxing nodded with patient austerity, fully cognizant of the profundity of the Gaixiu path. To walk this lineage was to antagonize heaven itself. Each step invited celestial reproof and obstruction. To attain true comprehension would not be achieved by mere days of study. Yet urgency girded him. Tonight, he said with an unassailable edge in his tone, I will take you into the Daixuan realm and initiate your passage into Gaixiu. After a brief pause, Gu Hengxing led Yanqinga to a secluded, tranquil courtyard. Within its bounds stood 16 youths in uniform azure garments, motionless as though they were living statuesque maidens, and 10 youths brought previously from Bai Meng Lu by Gu Hengxing. The assembly regarded the white-clad figure with reverence. Without him their fates would have been bleakmen reduced to servitude, women stripped of dignity. Gu Hongsheng had not only shielded them, but had bequeathed to them seeds of cultivation, granting them hope. They bowed in unison, voices harmonized in respect. "We pay our respects, young master." Their gratitude was unfeigned. Even if Gu Hongsheng demanded their lives, they would obey. He dismissed them with a simple nod and bade them rise. His eyes appraised them with quiet scrutiny. Their talent was promising. Several already exhibited nascent Suankai poised to step into the Rongsuan realm in short order. Gu Hongsheng surveyed Gong Xinyu and Shangwan Hai with an inscrutable calm, his eyes lingering upon them, as if measuring their worth. From his discreet observation, he discerned that both were on the cusp of entering the early stage of Rongsuan realm, and a quiet satisfaction softened his expression. The courtyard remained hushed as he allowed the discovery to settle between them. Shangwan Hai stepped forward with deference. "Young master, all has been well. Each day teachers come to instruct us in Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting. We have not once left the Gujia premises." His voice was dutiful and respectful, an earnest reply that bore no hint of falsehood. Gu Hongsheng's gaze, sharp and unerring, betrayed that he had already intuited the truth of the statement. Gong Xinyu hesitated, her red lips parting. Her delicate hands clutched the hem of her robe as a tide of complex emotion darkened her lovely face. Gu Hongsheng's eyes drew slowly to her, his tone composed and almost gentle. "Xinyu, speak plainly. There is no need for timid posturing." The simple admonition steadied her turmoil. Her knees gave as she sank to the ground, voice trembling. "Young master, there is one thing I have not been able to fathom. I dare not speculate without your permission." Gu Hongsheng's smile deepened, gentle and disarming. "Do you suspect me of plotting against you?" he asked. "You must know that your present plight mirrors mine in many ways. I wish to offer you an opportunity, and in doing so, I offer myself another." His voice was not defensive, but earnest. Though Gong Xinyu had imagined his life gilded and untroubled, the unassailable resolve in his eyes made her believe him. The question that had rent her thoughts eased, replaced by a restless gratitude. "Strive on," he advised. "Your path is only beginning. When you have truly come into your strength, I shall need your assistance. That is why I cultivate you." Relief and newfound determination unfurled among the group. "I understand," Gong Xinyu vowed, composed, now her fears smoothed into resolve. "I will cultivate diligently to be of aid to you in the future." Shangwan Hai echoed the sentiment with reverence, and the others followed in unison, their youthful pledges ringing through the courtyard. Gu Hongsheng allowed a faint, almost private smile to touch his lips at their earnestness. "Rise. Do not kneel at every turn. And when you have truly embarked upon the path of cultivation, speak to me as equals. For now you are still too weak." His words were delivered with a scholar's easy grace, his dark hair sweeping in the breeze like ink on silk. A hush of contentment settled, but Gu Hongsheng's expression soon took on a sterner cast. "Pack your belongings. Shortly you will all leave the Gujia." Panic flared instantaneously. A girl of 15 fell to, pleading, tears trembling in her eyes. "Young master, please do not turn us away." Shangwan Hai's heart sank. Gu Hongsheng had been his benefactor, and to lose him would plunge his future into darkness. Gong Xinyu seized the moment, contrition flooding her voice as though recalled to the desperate nights she had once known. The courtyard filled with supplication until Gu Hongsheng raised a hand and commanded silence, his authority curt and absolute. The sobs did not cease entirely, but they quieted beneath his steady composure. Softening, he explained the true purpose of the departure. "I never said I would cast you out," he said. "You must leave the Gujia to avoid prying eyes. If you remain here, it will compromise what comes next." He instructed them to disperse in small groups beyond the city gate and convene at a secluded valley 10 li to the southwest by midnight, a place he had personally scouted and deemed suitable for their future needs. It was remote and unfrequented, an ideal refuge, and a place where their cultivation might flourish unfettered. At this, relief bloomed again. The thought of exile gave way to a sense of deliberate purpose. Beyond Jingxing, 10 li to the southwest, a remote valley swallowed by evening shadows. Gu Hongsheng slipped away from the Gu residence with silent precision, eluding the guards who had shadowed him. Adopting a covert guise, he led Yin Qingge out of Jingxing. No one was to perceive their departure. Meanwhile, Shangwan Hai, Gong Xinyu, and 14 other youths packed their belongings, and under Gu Hongsheng's explicit instructions departed in separate cautious measures to bewilder any tale. As dusk deepened, the travelers found refuge in the hushed, brooding heart of the valley forest, where only distant beastly bellows punctured the silence. Time slid onward unhurried. The air in the valley grew denser with an austere, dangerous hush. Yin Chengye's phantom body flickered like a lantern in wind, his breath rose and fell in measured cadence, until at length an immense pressuring aura burst from his soul. Gu Hongsheng watched somber as Yin Chengye's presence deepened. The master murmured to himself that each step might be one stride toward life or one toward oblivion. The ritual's tide built steadily, and Yin Chengye's revenant form roiled with tempestuous energy. Within the dreamlike trap, Yin Qingge shivered as his consciousness snapped back. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the techniques of the Gui Xiu Ji Dao with resolute focus. A century of fragmented memories flickered like vain reflections across his vision, but he clung to his center and refused to be lost again. Slowly the chill of the resentful spirit body dissipated. Yin Changge's spirit pulsed alternately dim and bright, and in the blackened forest of the valley his presence shone with an unexpected clarity. Beastly denizens of the gorge seemed to sense the change. They pressed low to the earth, whimpering and silent, unwilling to stir. Gu Hongsheng breathed with mild relief. He felt Yin Changge's form coalesce and murmured to himself that the peril had nearly claimed him. Above the heavens roused a tumultuous sea of thunder, rolling and roaring as if to sunder the world. Chains of lightning circled the firmament, illuminating the night and revealing the ravine in stark spectral light. Gu Hongsheng narrowed his eyes and watched the celestial tumult. He suspected the heavens had noticed something, yet it made no direct strike. The Meng Tian Mi Shu that had been invoked when they left Jian Su must be obscuring the identity of the one stepping into the Gui Dao. Still, such concealment was not eternal. As Yin Changge's cultivation increased, the heavens would inevitably perceive him, and the retribution to come could be terrible. Yin Changge, wholly intent on his cultivation, opened his eyes. A profound alteration rippled through him as the surrounding spiritual energy gathered like spring water toward his soul body, enveloping him entirely. Energy flooded every surface of him, and faint red filaments of blood began to surface along his form. Gu Hongsheng cast a small approving smile and drew from his pack a garment, tossing it to Yin Changge with the terse command to clothe himself. Yin Changge donned a black long robe. The somber cloak did little to obscure his inky temperament, which had lost its previous pall of gloom, and instead adopted a composed, scholarly grandeur. He had stepped into the Di Xian, Ji Jing, his qi now reserved and inscrutable to ordinary eyes, while his piercing gaze remained undeniably sharp. The scene shifted to the stomached darkness of the valley where 16 youths huddled in anxious vigil. Shang Wanhai exercised quiet leadership, stationing the boys as an outer ring and the girls within. Their fear hung palpable in the night air. If they had not been together, many would surely have cried aloud. One girl fretted over the absent Gongzi, while Gong Xinyu steadied herself by recalling the image of Gu Hongsheng in white, which calmed her beating heart. A suggestion to light a fire was promptly vetoed by Shang Wanhai. They had been instructed to travel covertly, and a blaze would invite calamity. Thus they endured the chill, trusting that their master's plan would be fulfilled. Then two silhouettes emerged from the gloom. For a breath the group tensed, some clutching garments until their hands sweated. Relief washed over them when they recognized the approaching figures. Voices of welcome rose. Gongzi, and the valley that had been taut with fear softened at once. Gu Hongsheng and Yin Changge stepped from the shadows into the midst of their young charges, the night's earlier perils momentarily contained by the simple certainty of their return. The arrival of Gu Hongsheng brought immediate solace to the anxious assembly. As if a balm had been applied to raw nerves, their faces steadied. Respectful gazes converged upon him, laden with unspoken questions and hesitant admiration. Gu Hongsheng regarded the trembling faces before him, and in a voice as calm as still water declared, "From this day forth this forested valley shall be your dwelling and your proving ground." His words were deliberate and measured, offering direction without indulgence. A murmur of uncertain assent rippled through the group. They half understood, nodding in tentative compliance. Comfort and habit had dulled their resolve over the past month, and the prospect of true hardship unsettled them. A timid voice broke the hush. "Young master, where shall we sleep at this hour?" A girl asked, voice small and uncertain. Gu Hongsheng narrowed his eyes, feigning a temperate sternness. "Do you expect me to build you houses to tend to your every whim?" he intoned. The words fell like a gauntlet. For a month they had been lulled by ease, nurtured more in comfort than in hardship. Gu Hongsheng would not raise a generation who would perish from indulgence. To forge them into worthy successors required the pressure of necessity. Only the crucible of survival could awaken latent potential. A slow transformation began. Shang Wanhai clenched his fists, a fierce determination kindling within him. He vowed inwardly to never again be bartered as merchandise nor reduced to begging by the roadside. His resolve resonated among the others. Gong Xinyui's delicate features hardened into resolve. The cold wind toyed with her flowing skirts as she stepped forward with newfound purpose. The faces that had worn fear now bore a steel edge of conviction. Survival, they realized, would be their crucible and their rebirth. Night deepened after Gu Hongsheng and Yin Changge had left the gorge. Rather than return at once to Jing, they reclined beneath a gnarled tree at the roadside, choosing anonymity over spectacle. The city gates had been closed, and an ostentatious entrance would draw attention they preferred to avoid. Under the shelter of branches, Yin Changge hesitated, and then spoke with respectful uncertainty, seeking permission to voice a doubt. Gu Hongsheng met him with a long appraising look and asked simply that he remain silent. Yen Qingge bowed and accepted the restraint without protest. They remained in companionable quiet, each absorbed in his own thoughts beneath the star-flecked sky. Gu Hengxian, contemplative, gently reminded Yen Qingge that while the younger recruits now seemed feeble and unremarkable youth, his mutable potential may be latent and flourish under the right pressures. I pulled you from the desolation of Jiangsu and guided your passage into the path of the ghost cultivator, restoring your flesh and foothold in the world, he told Yen Qingge. Your life has turned a new page, its future cannot yet be foretold. Similarly, the fate of those children I have left depends upon themselves as much as upon any aid I have bestowed. Yen Qingge bowed with renewed understanding and humility, acknowledging his prior short-sightedness. Dawn's first light began to smear the horizon, and Gu Hengxiang rose, eyes steady upon the distant ramparts of Jing. He spoke then of an imminent visit to Lijia. The notion of entering Lijia as an engrafted sun ruin pressured the air with questions of honor and recompense. Gu Hengxiang's composure slipped into a subtle, resolute heat. He would not allow his lineage to suffer humiliation. A formidable aura gathered about him, as if the very heavens prepared for upheaval. The wind shifted, and the world seemed on the verge of stirring into turmoil. Gu Hengxiang and Yen Qingge rose and moved toward the city, each step a quiet herald of the storms to come. Li Jia stood at the pinnacle of the capital's aristocracy. Patriarch Li Tianyuan, honored with the rank of First Minister, served as the sovereign's right hand and bulwark. Beneath his auspices, his descendants bore the same indomitable bearing, each possessed prodigious talent, excelling in both civil affairs and martial command. All the more startling then was the recent decree that the young scion of Gu Jia would take a son-in-law's place within Li Jia. The prospect that a house famed for warriors would give its sole remaining scion in marriage to another family sent shockwaves through the court and the streets. Rumors found confirmation when the sovereign himself sanctioned the union. The scandal was not mere gossip but fact, and the nation watched the upheaval with disbelief and dread. Many ordinary citizens could not reconcile the idea that Gu Jia might cease to produce heirs. Yet to Gu Hengxiang himself, this was not merely an abstract calamity. Gu Jia was his blood, his honor, and he would not easily surrender it. Gu Hengxiang did not flinch. He advanced with calm deliberation, each step measured. One young sentry, puffed with the arrogance of duty, swaggered forward and railed at them for daring to affront Li Jia's threshold. The guard's bravado dissolved when he saw Gu Hengxiang's face. Recognition rippled through the men like a cold wind. Two nearly dropped their spears, and every jaw tightened. One guard quickly adopted a more humble tone, greeting Gu Hengxiang with bowed composure and lightly chastising his colleague for lack of discernment. The offending sentinel, realizing whom he had insulted, turned ashen and trembled. Gu Hengxiang allowed himself a faint, disdainful remark about discipline before instructing that Li Dairen be notified of his arrival. He showed no desire for petty argument. His patience was a manner of grace rather than humility. The guards, chastened and anxious, hastened to convey the message. Only after the two had passed through the gate did the men exhale, chastising the one who had so nearly offended a man of consequence and reminding one another of the precariousness of their station. Inside the hall, Gu Hengxiang took the guest's seat with an easy composure. Yen Qingge lingered behind him, while maids moved about with polished efficiency, pouring fragrant tea and attending to the visitors. One handmaid, pouring tea for Gu Hengxian, stole inquisitive glances. The stories of Gu Jia's notorious son seemed at odds with the gentle, composed figure before her. He sipped his tea with an indifferent grace, his gaze sweeping the great hall, as if cataloging its every nuance. A booming voice cut through the hush. A broad-shouldered, black-faced man strode in from the entrance, his presence so fierce that the nearby servants instinctively recoiled. He announced himself brusquely as Li Yuxuan, the cousin of Qiu Rou, and demanded to know Gu Hengxiang's identity and intentions. Gu Hengxiang answered the question with languid indifference, his tone untroubled by the man's aggression. The black-faced man snorted and proclaimed his kinship to Qiu Rou with rugged bluntness, but the room understood in those moments that beneath the coarse exterior there lay the tense prospect of an imminent clash of temperaments. Li Yuxuan, Qiu Rou's paternal cousin, loomed forward with a sullen snort, his coarse voice betraying little refinement. He spoke brusquely, confident his presence alone would intimidate. Gu Hengxiang answered with languid indifference, a single measured remark that conveyed boredom rather than offense. The insolence of his composure made Li Yuxuan grind his teeth in suppressed fury. Gu Hengxiang's next words, however, were unexpectedly eloquent, a soft cascade of cultivated imagery that likened the name Yuxuan to wind through mountain pines and ink-brushed elegance. The refined compliment struck like a blade, leaving Li Yuxuan momentarily dumbfounded. Those who stood nearby, attendants who had come expecting a scene, found themselves glancing with fresh curiosity at the genteel young man sipping tea, wondering if the rumors had painted him unfairly. Unable to bear the perceived slight, Li Yuxuan flushed crimson and lunged forward to seize Gu Hengxiang's shoulder, fury driving him. Before his hand made contact, Yen Qingge, who stood motionless behind Gu Hengxian, raised eyes cold and penetrating. His low rebuke, delivered with the calm of unwavering duty, halted Li Yuxuan mid-stride. The stalwart retainer's presence signaled fidelity to his master that would brook no insult, even unto death. A palpable pressure from Yanqinga forced Li Yuxuan backward half a step. For the first time he saw with a jolt of apprehension that Gu Hengxiang's attendant was no ordinary servant, but a formidable presence. He swallowed the words he had intended to spit. Before Li Yuxuan could recover, Gu Hengxiang asserted without hesitation that he himself could represent the Gu family. The declaration silenced Li Yuxuan utterly, who stood agape and uncertain how to reply. Gu Hengxiang then dismissed him with unruffled condescension, instructing him to withdraw and cease obstructing the room. The casual coldness of the rebuke stung far more than any blow. Anger coursed through Li Yuxuan. He had been hardened by years in the ranks, a man used to commanding with force, yet he found himself impotent against the composed disdain of the city's famed prodigal and the quiet menace of Yanqinga. The sensation was like striking dense cotton in anticlimactic, infuriating failure. A moment later, an elder voice, frail yet threaded with authority, admonished Li Yuxuan to refrain from insulting Gu Hengxiang. At the sound, Li Yuxuan snapped to attention and bowed deeply at the threshold, greeting his grandfather with reverence. The household attendants followed suit. The newcomer was Li Tianyuan, pillar of the Li family and a first-rank minister of Tianfeng. His presence carried the weight of long tenure and imperial favor. Li Tianyuan stood in modest official garb, hair bound simply atop his head and thin whiskers silvered with age. A subdued but unmistakable aura of command radiated from him, bending the room to his temperate will. Gu Hengxiang returned the greeting with an unembellished nod of respect from his seat, a gesture that was both courteous and measured. Li Tianyuan said nothing at first, merely fixed his gaze upon Gu Hengxiang as if awaiting the customary obeisance. Gu Hengxiang's reply, however, was plain and unbowed. He declared that he bowed to none save his family and its elders. The remark, delivered with serene imperiousness, was intended as much for Li Tianyuan as for Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan, bereft of a riposte, fumed silently and chastised himself in private. He was not failing his sister out of negligence, but because the man she had chosen courted his own ruin. The household elder's visage hardened upon hearing Gu Hengxiang's words. An unmistakable edge of displeasure flashed across Li Tianyuan's face before he took his seat with measured austerity and fixed his gaze on the young guest. Gu Hengxiang perceived the shift in the elder's expression, but remained unmoved. He lifted the delicate cup of fragrant tea and sipped, as if to punctuate his refusal to abase himself. He would not kowtow to preserve face. The Li family, as Li Tianyuan and his house would surely learn, did not yet command the right to demand his deference. The great hall of the Li Jia was solemn when Gu Hengxiang arrived. Li Tianyuan concealed his displeasure beneath a stern demeanor and asked in a measured voice, "Gu Gongzi is here for what matter?" Gu Hengxiang cast a discreet glance around the chamber and murmured that there were too many prying eyes, better that they withdraw. Li Tianyuan narrowed his cloudy eyes and with a flick of his sleeve ordered the servants away. One by one the maidservants left in orderly silence until only Li Tianyuan, Gu Hengxian, Yin Xinj, and Li Yuxuan remained. Li Yuxuan lingered in the center of the hall. Gu Hengxiang signaled with a single look. Li Tianyuan, versed in courtly nuance after decades of service, understood at once. He bade his grandson depart. Blushing and chastened, Li Yuxuan saluted and left the hall, leaving the three elders alone. Were it not for the standing prestige of Gu Lai and the Gu Jia's decades of service on the border, Li Tianyuan would not have spared the time to receive a notorious prodigal. Gu Hengxiang smiled faintly and refuted the accusation that he was a worthless wastrel incapable of cultivation. He suggested with deliberate lightness that all who believed him to be incapable had been mistaken. The remark stirred the surface of Li Tianyuan's composure like a pebble cast into a placid pool. Instantly, Li Tianyuan covertly probed Gu Hengxiang with his own inner cultivation. Relief softened his expression when he detected no trace of qi within Gu Hengxiang's body. If the young lord truly possessed cultivation concealed for 20 years, Li Tianyuan thought the consequences would be terrifying. A man who had mastered restraint and deception could unleash a ruinous cunning. Li Tianyuan erupted in scornful laughter that filled the hall and cut like cold steel. He derided Gu Hengxiang as a troublemaker by nature, a man unworthy of Li Ziaja and dependent upon the Gu elder's protection. Goaded by Li Tianyuan's contempt, Gu Hengxiang sipped his tea with an air of indifference and retorted gently that no one had ever definitively proved him incapable of cultivation. The exchange hung in the silence like a charged strand between two poles, each testing the other's resolve. "Do you truly believe you have seen through me?" That single phrase, delivered with a curl of meaning at Gu Hengxiang's lips, struck like cold water to Li Tianyuan's stern heart. A shiver rose along his spine as if some hidden draft had been exposed, and for the first time in many seasons he felt an unbidden apprehension. Li Tianyuan's official stature naturally exerted an imposing pressure upon those around him. A mere suggestion of his authority cost many men a cold sweat. Yet confronted with him, Gu Hongsheng displayed no tremor, no servile anxiety. He sipped his tea and conversed with an ease that only deepened the older man's perplexity. If Gu could not cultivate Li thought, then by virtue of family prestige, in this very presence he could still tower over his peers. The contradiction gnawed at least sense of order. At that admission, Li felt a physical impact as though a concealed hammer had slammed into the crown of his head. Could the infant terrible of the Gu Jia have been acting since he was 6 years old, cultivating a reputation of decadence deliberately to cloak a patient decade-spanning stratagem? The notion was terrifying. To endure ridicule and slander for 14 years without a single misstep spoke of uncommon discipline, perhaps an intellect, and will as venomous and precise as a serpent's bite. Li Tianyuan's mind raced with 1,000 consequences. If the Gu Jia had deliberately hidden such talent, why now permit an intermarriage with his household? Had no one in the family suspected? Or had Gu Hongsheng engineered even his own concealment from kin? The more he pondered, the more a choking apprehension rose within him. The young master before him was no mere profligate, he was a patient architect, and that realization left Li standing at the edge of a cold and terrible comprehension. Gu Hongsheng remained oblivious to the turbulence stirring within Li Tianyuan's heart. Had he known, a faint embarrassment might have flickered across his composed mien. In truth, the Gu Jia scion of old was not quite the prodigy of rumor rather. He had been waylaid by the blinding of his 6 senses and a sealing of his meridians, which had rendered him reckless and irresponsible. Only when he reclaimed the memories of a former life upon reaching adulthood did that dormant consciousness return. Otherwise, he might still have been drifting through life as an indifferent frivolity, a scandal magnet, as in years past. Li Tianyuan drew a long breath, his chest rising and falling as he studied Gu Hongsheng with renewed intensity. You truly are the Gu Jia young master?" he asked, voice tempered by incredulity. Gu Hongsheng smiled, thinly, the smile of a man whose dissipation had been a performative mask. "Certainly. My reputation as a rakish scion is known throughout the capital," he replied, calmly meeting Li Tianyuan's gaze with calculated meaning. Li Tianyuan admired his forbearance, yet his determination remained firm. Though he acknowledged Gu Hongsheng's endurance, he felt the young man's outward gifts insufficient to alter his decision. At the same time, curiosity gnawed at him. There was a sense that far more lay beneath this composed surface. In a flash of intent, Gu Hongsheng allowed the true depth of his cultivation to surface. A vast, desolate aura erupted from him, an authority that filled the Li household hall with a keen, cutting presence. It was the unmistakable force of Ren Xianjing in its late stage. Li Tianyuan's pupils constricted, he exhaled, inwardly astonished. Indeed, he mused, the Gu Jia patriarchs could hardly fail to yield such progeny. As Li Tianyuan watched, images of the past crowded his mind. He saw Gu Qinjun again, he once formidable general whose single command could cow entire armies, whose name alone sent frontier foes fleeing. If the general had not been tripped by a malicious plot from a foreign state, perhaps the Gu Jia would still stand unrivaled against the Li family. The stain of that lost glory only magnified the present revelation. From Gu Qinjun to Gu Yumo and the generation that followed, the Gu Jia had been the bulwark of Tianfeng, each scion lifting the nation from its abyss. Li Tianyuan sighed, inwardly simultaneously reverent and envious of a bloodline that seemed to yield prodigies so naturally. When Gu Hongsheng stilled and once more folded his aura away, sitting as an ordinary man, Li Tianyuan could no longer regard the youth as a mere junior. He admitted defeat in pride, even as he kept his purpose in mind. "Have you made up your mind?" Gu Hongsheng asked softly. Li Tianyuan, constrained by duty, yet softened by admiration, hesitated to answer directly. He pondered the cost to his family's honor should he undo the alliance already sanctioned by the throne. Inwardly, he cursed the Gu lineage with bitter envy. Their seed bore anomalies of genius. Nevertheless, Gu Hongsheng's curt refusal to be relegated to the role of Li Jia's son-in-law left Li Tianyuan with a mingled sense of admiration and resignation, and he felt the weight of an impossible choice settle upon him. In the principal hall of the Li residence, Li Tianyuan studied Gu Hongsheng with a silence that felt like steel. The corners of his mouth, carved by years of duty and campaign, twitched without his permission. He had fought on battlefields, known the manners of war and the faces of countless men, yet in this moment, even his seasoned eye could not discern an inch of the man before him. Li Tianyuan spoke with the calm menace of one accustomed to authority. As a first-rank minister, he was not given to easy compromise. "Gu Gongzi, you have revealed yourself here today for the sake of that matrimonial arrangement. Do you not fear that I might set this matter before the world?" His tone was cold and measured. To cloak yourself and suffer the mockery of men is one thing, to sacrifice a lifetime of pretense and let it fall to ruin for a marriage would be unthinkable. From boyhood, Gu Hongsheng had crafted a narrative of improvidence, allowing the world to sneer and the household to dismiss him as a dissipated scion. He withdrew like a shadow, biding his time in obscurity. Li Tianyuan, who perceived the subtleties of men, recognized in Gu a mind that was not merely clever, but unnaturally acute. Such a mind could stir the currents of the realm and secure decades of peace for a noble house. To lose so rare a talent into a rival alignment was not a thought Li Tianyuan could accept lightly. Gu Hongsheng answered not with fluster, but with laughter unguarded and resonant. Ha, he said, then continued without malice. Since youth I have made a business of mischief. I have roamed smoky pleasure districts and clung to lantern-lit boats. I have never in truth lived a life ordinary or upright. He recalled his past with a mingled tenderness and irony, yet his words were deliberate, a delicate veil woven over deeper intent. For a decade the image of my incompetence has taken root. Even my own patriarch believes me to be worthless. He let the silence press for a beat, eyes steady upon Li Tianyuan. If someone now declared that all my follies were an act, who would believe them? The question carried no plea. It carried instead a quietly ferocious confidence. Li Tianyuan found himself momentarily at a loss, the familiar cadence of accusation faltering on his tongue. Indeed, who would credit that the profligate Gu Jia scion was in truth a strategist with a temperament like a tide? Absent the slow discovery of his power, the world would cling to the convenient narrative of his decadence. The minister's mind moved to darker measures. He had the means to unmask Gu, to force the household and the court to recognize what lay beneath the mask. If I were the one to disclose your secret, Li Tianyuan intoned, even if belief did not follow, suspicion and uproar would. You would be thrust into the very tempest you seek to avoid. His words were half warning, half advice, the expression of a man who knew both the leverage and the peril of such revelation. Gu Hongsheng responded with the composure of one who revered neither threat nor praise. I trust that Li Daren will not act so injudiciously. Such exposure would profit neither you nor the Li Jia. At worst it would pitch myself and my family into antagonism with yours. I expect you are not so foolish, and so there is no cause for me to fret. His smile was soft, as if each sentence had been calculated and folded into place long ago. Li Tianyuan's reaction was a tight, involuntary twitch. He felt both mocked and obliged. The older man had served decades in governance, and never had he been so thoroughly unsettled. In truth, he could not claim acquaintance with Gu Hongsheng at all. The public persona of Gu was but a shell, an image deliberately displayed to mislead. The authentic Gu was an unfathomable ocean Li Tianyuan had no chart by which to steer. There was a bitter acknowledgement that took shape in his chest. Should Gu Hongsheng live, Gu Jia would be secure so long as his talents endured. A singular figure has arisen in the Gu family, Li Tianyuan murmured to himself. So long as he draws breath, Gu Jia shall not see want. The admission left a dry taste of envy and respect. At last Li Tianyuan relented to prudence, cloaked as procedure. Very well. Even if I consent to alter the terms of the marriage, it will require the assent of Junshan. That was the original sanction given for this arrangement. He did not press further to unravel Gus' mysteries. What stood before him was more than worthy of the Li household's aspirations. Gu Hongsheng, in his composure and calculation, deserved to be considered the Li family's coveted match. Gu Hongsheng sipped his tea with an air of finality. I expect Li Daren's skill will easily persuade Junshan to revise his edict. There is no burden for me to bear in this matter. The dryness in his throat betrayed the weight he had carried in speaking, yet his manner remained untroubled. Li Tianyuan could not restrain a muttered epithet, part exasperation and part unwilling admiration. You insolent scion of the Gu Jia, have you plotted this from the outset? His white beard quivered with a restrained breath. The notion that he had been set to serve as little more than a facilitator rankled, but politics and prudence barred him from more violent redress. He had not the inclination to force a house with such a prodigious mind into open enmity with his own. Gu Hongsheng offered a final gentle admonition in the tone of someone softening a sharper truth. Li Daren, you are no longer young. Do not let anger undo your health. That would be a poor exchange for any satisfaction. Li Tianyuan stood jaw clenched and cheeks hollowing with silent fury, and yet he said nothing further. Tomorrow come to the Li residence. Li Tianyuan held his breath a long moment before uttering the command with chilly composure. What? Gu Hongsheng reflexively asked. The betrothal gifts, Li Tianyuan replied with a cold snort, his gaze sharp enough to seem to wish to strike. Gu Hongsheng paused. The delicate teacup between his fingers hovered for an instant before his expression smoothed into nonchalance. He answered softly, very well. The wedding itself may be postponed for a time. If Miss Chiu Ro truly harbors no fondness for me, one cannot compel affection. In truth, Gu Hongsheng had no desire to settle into a conventional household. His ambitions did not belong to Beguo. He did not wish to be bound here. Yet the matter had arisen because of him, and he could not shirk responsibility. That Li Tianyuan had already consented to such terms represented a considerable concession by the Li family. If Gu Hongsheng now brazenly sought to annul the alliance, the discussion would not remain so placid. Let it be as fate wills, he thought, chastising his younger self for past recklessness. Why had he once jested with a Li daughter he had no intention of marrying? Tomorrow we will formalize the betrothal. As for the grand wedding, we may delay to allow Qiu Rou to acclimate, Li Tianyuan said after a contemplative pause, his tone laden with gravity. So be it. Gu Hongsheng assented with a nod. Soon the elder declared he would notify the court that Qiu Rou would be married into the Gu household, assuring Gu Hongsheng that he would keep certain matters concealed. Even if he revealed them, he believed the Junshang would be unlikely to credit such claims. Gu Hongsheng replied. Li Tianyuan then suggested with a hint of gravity edged by a faint knowing smile that perhaps Gu Hongsheng ought to alter the way he addressed him. The old man reflected on a child prodigy whose stratagems had been woven since an early age, a talent that had concealed itself in shadow while observing the shifting tapestry of the realm. That such a genius should become his granddaughter's consort unsettled him in ways that were not entirely displeasing. Gu Hongsheng shot a cool glance and said with a quiet laugh that the matter would wait. Li Tianyuan's smile hardened for a moment before he relented. Content that the arrangements had been settled for now, Gu Hongsheng rose and announced that he would take his leave of the Li household. Li Tianyuan said nothing beyond a measured nod as he watched Gu Hongsheng cross the threshold. A gravity settled over his features. The figure trailing directly behind Gu Hongsheng, Yanqinga, sent a palpable chill through him, and he tightened his hands beneath his sleeves. As Gu Hongsheng departed from the Li estate, Li Tianyuan murmured to himself, his voice threaded with a new unease. This young man who had disguised himself for a decade as a dissipated and useless scion might in truth be the Gu family's most formidable presence. His long forbearance had been the scaffolding for an elaborate disguise. What ultimate design animated Gu Hongsheng? What end did he pursue? Li Tianyuan suspected the future of Tianfeng Kingdom, and perhaps the wider Beguo would be shaped by this man's shadow. Later, within a quiet courtyard of the Gu residence, Gu Hongsheng and Yanqinga stood beside a still pool, contemplating the vast vault of sky as dusk tightened its hold. Has your cultivation settled, Yanqinga? Gu Hongsheng asked, his voice sharpening like a blade under the lowering evening. Yanqinga's features were sculpted and severe. He answered with icy formality and awaited instruction. Gu Hongsheng tasked him to retrieve an artifact from the Pingqing Wangfu treasury called Wielding, described as a piece of impenetrable black stone. As he spoke, he fashioned an image of the stone in the air with a slight motion to make the likeness plain. Yanqinga committed every word to memory and echoed the name in a tone as austere as a bow. Go, and do not reveal your identity. I will await you at the Gu residence, Gu Hongsheng said, his presence folding the surrounding air into a stillness that bordered on command. Yanqinga vanished into the night without hesitation. He did not inquire for the treasury's location at his current realm. Such knowledge was easily obtained. As for Qiu Rou, he resolved he would allow fate to guide that matter. Night had seeped into every corner when Gu Hongsheng once more approached the secluded courtyard where Gu Tsang resided. Respectful and composed, he called softly, "Grandfather, are you awake?" To Li Tianyuan, he could adopt an air of imperious aloofness, but before the man who had nurtured, protected, and forgiven him, Gu Hongsheng bowed with unfeigned deference. After a long moment, a gravelly voice answered from within. "Hongsheng, come in." The latch protested as the wooden door opened, and Gu Hongsheng stepped into the hush. By the dim lamplight, he saw Gu Tsang swathed in a pale diaphanous robe. Silvered hair lay in disarray upon the old patriarch's shoulders, and the furrows of his face seemed to narrate a history of former triumphs and faded years. A sting of tenderness pricked Gu Hongsheng's senses as he addressed the slightly stooped figure. "Grandfather." Gu Tsang regarded his grandson with a measured gaze. "Why do you come at this hour?" Yesterday had left the patriarch shaken. Men assigned to shadow Gu Hongsheng had lost sight of him, prompting a frantic order to scour every quarter of the capital. Yet Gu Hongsheng had slipped beyond the city at dawn, retreating to a desolate valley 10 li away. The household's search had been in vain until a morning report suggested he had entered the Li residence, which at last assuaged the old man's anxiety and halted the hunt. As the truth settled, Gu Hongsheng apologized softly. "Forgive me for causing you worry. It was my fault." The patriarch waved a withered hand, unwilling to scold the boy further. After all, his only grandson would soon be bound to the Li household, and wrath would serve no purpose. The Gu Jia had once produced men of dazzling talent, yet the current inheritor lay shamefully lacking. The image of great banners and commanding voices from decades past haunted the courtyard, a memory of Gu Tsang's own youthful might, confronting the disappointing reality that his house's future rested in the hands of a son who could scarcely cultivate his own strength. For the sake of Gu Hongsheng's well-being and to atone for earlier indiscretions with the Li family's daughter, Gu Tsang had reluctantly resolved that his grandson should be taken into the Li household. The confession rendered the old man's face a tableau of conflicting emotions. Joy and disbelief warred in his eyes. The plan to make Gu Hongsheng an in-marrying son had been conceived precisely because of the boy's waywardness and his inability to restore the family's prestige. Gu Tsang had feared that the only means to safeguard the house and the grandson's future was to let him become a member of the Li household. Yet the very thought of Gu Hongsheng no longer being consigned to another family kindled a cautious hope. Memories of Gu Qinjun, his accomplished son who had been sent to the military and never returned, resurfaced as a blade of remorse. Gu Tsang had deprived himself of simple filial warmth for years, and he had vowed to shelter Gu Hongsheng at all costs. Now hearing that his grandson would remain Gu Jia's scion, he felt both relief and renewed apprehension about what those expectations might demand. Gu Hongsheng met the old man's gaze and declared with firm tenderness, "I am a son of Gu Jia. I shall not become another family's son. Grandfather, I am a son of the Gu Jia. How could I possibly enter their household as a son-in-law?" Gu Hongsheng's voice was steady, every word weighed with filial pride. He understood fully the tenderness behind Gu Laoyezi's intentions, and yet as he looked upon the frail figure before him, a sudden ache tightened his chest. The old man froze, the declaration hanging in the air like a bell toll. Moisture brimmed at the corners of Gu Laoyezi's eyes, and his cracked lips trembled as a torrent of emotion rolled beneath his composed exterior. Those syllables, "Gu Jia's son, must never be bound to another house," resounded long in the chamber and penetrated the dust-hidden recesses of the old patriarch's heart. Gu Hongsheng gazed at the silvering hair and the creased features of Gu Laoyezi. The sight made him clench his fists, barely restrained. He forced a playful smile. "Grandfather, you look robust still. You might live another century." He spoke lightly, yet his mind was clear. Among cultivators of Ling Xianjing, a lifespan near 100 years was common. Those of Di Xianjing often reached a century, and a half Tian Xianjing masters belonged to another realm entirely, their lifespans stretching into millennia. Gu Laoyezi, who had held sway over Tianfeng, was a Di Xianjing warrior whose body, however, had been ravaged by years of conflict and hidden ailments. That secret decay compelled him now to secure Gu Hongsheng's future. Gu Hongsheng shed his jest, meeting the old man's gaze with solemnity. "Grandfather, whatever becomes of the Gu Jia, I will always be one of them." A rare smile split Gu Laoyezi's weathered face. "Good. That is the blood of my house." He stared at Gu Hongsheng a long moment, then burst forth with wonder. How had this wayward boy matured into such resolve? For a fleeting instant, he recalled the reckless lad of old, striking at nobles, taunting magistrates, proclaiming outrageous intentions at Bai Minglu. Yet the recollection dissolved. Gu Hongsheng was the grandson he had raised, and that sufficed. Curiosity, however, pried at the old man's mind. He could not fathom why Li Lauda would surrender his cherished granddaughter to this youth. He stepped closer, eyes narrowed. "Tell me, how did Li Lauda change his mind? How could he allow his precious granddaughter to wed you?" Gu Hongsheng laughed, a sound threaded with rue. "You underestimate me, grandfather. I did not flatter or plead. Instead, I confessed every misdeed I had committed over the years, each folly, every scandal. I told him plainly that where I go, trouble follows. Even if they locked me away, I would find a way out and create worse chaos." He pressed his palms together as if framing the narrative. "I said that if Li Jia were to renounce the union unilaterally, the proclamation of alliance and the imperial sanction that followed would be offended. Such a breach would invite the emperor's displeasure and turn the Gu Jia into a laughingstock across the realm." Gu Hongsheng's account was delivered with the easy candor of one who had rehearsed his lines until they took on the weight of truth. His demeanor and words gave Gu Laoyezi no cause for suspicion. The old man listened, perplexity and awe warring in his features. "Is that all?" Gu Laoyezi asked after a long pause. "Yes," Gu Hongsheng replied without hesitation. He had learned from former lives how to spin conviction from a few candid phrases. The counsel he offered, however, partly contrived the ring of authenticity, and it persuaded the patriarch. Gu Laoyezi nodded slowly, decision settling over him like a mantle. "Very well. Tomorrow have Yi Bo arrange suitable betrothal gifts to be taken to Li Jia." Gu Hongsheng did not accompany the procession. Instead, he remained within the quiet of the manor, refining the Jinghong Jian. Each stroke of his whetstone brought the sword and its wielder into closer harmony. The Jinghong Jian had been acquired by chance when he had once passed through Qinshizhan on his way to Jiangsu. The blade was a rare treasure of its age, forged and tempered by a master artisan who once stood at the summit of Beguo. A century earlier, the revered sword Exalt had possessed a blade of this master's, making a testament to the smith's peerless craft and the sword's lethality. "My affairs?" Gu Hongsheng asked, his tone deliberately indifferent. Han Ruyan wasted no time. "This matched rumor said you were to enter Li Jia as their son-in-law. How did it become that the Gu Jia is now offering betrothal gifts to bring away the Li daughter? Did your indiscretion with the Li miss throw everything into oblivion?" Surprised, Han reached out and tugged at Gu with a mixture of curiosity and incredulity. Gu, exasperated, shot him a withering glance and ordered him away with a single curt retort. The announcement of the betrothal sent a tremor through the capital. No one could fathom why Li Jia and Gu Jia had reversed the expected arrangement, nor why Li Tianyuan would consent to his granddaughter's marriage to Gu Jia's notorious young master. Rumors whispered that the Li heiress could not speak, yet her visage was of such devastating beauty that it might unsettle empires. Countless suitors lined the city to win her hand, and so her forthcoming union with the ill-reputed scion of Gu Jia struck the populace as uncanny and inexplicable. Within Gu Jia, however, life maintained its composed exterior. The young master Gu Hengxian gave the marriage little heed. His attention was fixed instead upon a small obsidian stone that glinted with a reserve light we ensure. Yan Xingge, who had only moments earlier obeyed Gu Hengxiang's order to infiltrate the treasury of Pingxing Wang, stood silently nearby. The treasure vault had been vigilantly guarded, and it was by Yan Xingge's feat of shadow and the uncanny finesse of his ghostly technique that he slipped past sentries to obtain the stone and escape unseen. Behind closed shutters, Gu Hengxiang seated himself and channeled his inner energy, drawing the stone's latent potency into his own spirit. The room thickened with a solemn intensity as the stone's glow waned and hairline fissures crept across its surface. At last the Weiensure shattered into several dull fragments, its radiance spent, and Gu Hengxiang's eyes opened depths like abysses, his aura surging outward with a power that had once been whispered of in legends. The capital's subtle balance trembled, though within the household all resumed an eerie calm. Gu Lai, who had served by Jun Shang's side for decades and witnessed the sovereign's ascent from obscurity to supreme ruler, furrowed his brow with palpable concern. He did not believe Jun Shang would summon a youngster for mere matrimonial curiosity if the sovereign wished to inquire. Protocol demanded that the heads of the two houses be called, not a reckless youth. When matters deviate from the ordinary, there is always cause for suspicion, he warned, urging Gu Hengxiang to speak little and to perform the kneeling ceremony with proper reverence. Gu Hengxiang accepted his grandfather's counsel with a measured bow. Though his expression remained inscrutable, a thin light of resolve flickered in his eyes. The edict could not be ignored. Whether he wished it or not, he would present himself before Jun Shang. Gu Lai could only pray the young man would refrain from needless words and thereby avoid incurring imperial displeasure. Escorted by a 50-year-old eunuch who had carried the edict to the Gu household, Gu Hengxiang was led toward the palace of Tianfeng Kingdom. News of the summons spread swiftly through the capital, eliciting murmurs from other families. Some guessed Jun Shang's motives were prompted by the abrupt reversal in the proposed Li-Gu union. Others feared the sovereign, given his natural suspicion, sought to test the young man's depth and temper. The imperial palace loomed at the heart of the metropolis, occupying the most opulent quarter of the city. A gilded gate of carved sandalwood stood 20 meters wide and 5 meters high, flanked by 100 steady armored guards who lent an air of formidable gravitas. When the carriage bearing Gu Hengxiang pulled up, he regarded the white jade steps and the palace's innermost depths with a brief contemplative appraisal. He admitted to himself the palace possessed an austere and undeniable magnificence. Within the gate, marble columns carved with writhing golden dragons rose like sentinels. The forehall's floor gleamed with precious stone, and the imperial guards of the Yulanjun maintained an omnipresent watch. Every 10 paces 2 soldiers awaited, each bearing an air of silent authority. As Gu Hengxiang ascended the jade stairway toward the grand hall, the weight of the place pressed upon him in the form of awe and restraint. At the threshold of the golden hall, the eunuch guided him onward, requesting audience in the Yushufang. Though Gu Hengxiang held no official post, even the palace functionaries treated him with careful deference. The reputation of Gu Jia and the young man's notorious exploits made them wary. The guards at the Yushufang doors barred all approach, and upon the eunuch's announcement that Gu Jia's young master had arrived, the deep voice of Jun Shang commanded that the youth be admitted. The great doors of the Yushufang were drawn open with solemn ceremony. The eunuch bowed and intoned an invitation to enter. Gu Hengxiang straightened his posture and stepped forward into the chamber where the sovereign awaited, his composure as untroubled as the surface of a distant lake. After a measured pause, Mo Xiaoyang's expression barely altered, then with an authority that still made the eunuch's hearts tremble, he intoned that they should withdraw. One by one the attendants filed out, leaving only the emperor and Gu Hengxiang alone beneath the high vaulted ceiling. Rise from ceremony, Mo Zhang said at last in a voice tempered with solemnity. He had governed Tianfeng Kingdom for decades and was not given to vexation over trifling displays. Rather, this was his first sustained appraisal of the famed scion from the capitals, Gu Jia, and curiosity stirred within him. Gu Hengxiang lowered his clasped hands and straightened, returning Mo Xiaoyang's measured scrutiny with unembellished composure. In that instant, the sovereign abandoned the facile rumor that had long circulated about the wastrel scion of Gu Jia. How could one call him useless when he met imperial radiance so serenely? The very lack of tremor, the absence of the slightest pallor, struck Mo Zhang as inexplicable. Ministers and regional cultivators alike had once quailed beneath his imperial presence, yet this young man provoked no visible reaction at all, as if the emperor's aura were but a tapestry fluttering in a windless hall. The emperor's countenance betrayed a subtle, almost inscrutable smile, a hint that he was reconsidering the century-old tales about Gu Jia. A hush followed. The sovereign's curiosity sharpened into something more incisive. Rumor paints Gu Jia's third son as a prodigal and incapable scion. My sight of you today contradicts those whispers. I am curious, can you dispel my doubts? For a long beat, the emperor regarded him, then suddenly lifted his gaze with imperial force. A sovereignly intent unfurled from Mo Zhang like a tide that rolled out from the very heart of the palace and crashed toward Gu Hongsheng. The air thickened as regal will gathered around the emperor, testing the young man's composure with an authority that had felled the stoutest of hearts. Mo Zhang sat upright upon the longi, his left hand resting on his knee, while his right hovered over the gilded armrest braided with golden vines. Authority radiated from him with an unassailable gravity that arrested the breath of the entire audience. Before such imperial majesty, Gu Hongsheng betrayed no tremor. He met the sovereign's presence with composed equanimity and answered with plain candor that he might be judged so because he could not cultivate, and because his conduct failed to inspire admiration, hence the disparaging reputation that clung to him. Gu Hongsheng stood serene in the imperial study, his gaze steady as he faced the man upon the throne. He had chosen not to masquerade as a foolish prodigal feigning ruin, might have misled Mo Xiaoyang's scrutiny, but would have been detrimental to his own designs. Better, he decided, to radiate inscrutable depth, let the emperor see no more than the surface he permitted. His inner resolve was like an ancient, endless night, his spirit vast as an ocean containing currents and fathoms no provincial observer could fathom. He carried memories and disciplines born of another age, a private accumulation of perception that removed him from ordinary comprehension. Mo Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed imperceptibly at the refusal. Despite his puzzlement over Gu Hongsheng's reputation and abilities, a certain appreciation for talent had begun to stir in the sovereign's breast. Granting office could both probe the young man's depths and extend favor to Gu Jia, soothing any wounded pride within that household. Yet Gu Hongsheng's refusal was absolute. With a slight gesture and a change of tone, Mo Yang let the matter rest and dismissed him. Gu Hongsheng bowed once, then turned without hesitation and walked away. Night surrendered to dawn, and Gu Hongsheng remained unmoving in that secluded alcove as if rooted to the stone. A single vigil stretched like an eternity, and within his eyes passed the echo of countless former lives. Memories washed over him in delicate ripples, each an impression so intimate they resisted articulation. The world opened slowly with the pale light touching the hem of his robe, and he returned to himself with the calm announcement that his path in this life was only beginning and brimmed with infinite possibility. He rose with composure, a smile ghosting his tranquil features, while a subtle grandeur accompanied him, like dawn itself ascending the sky. Inside the great hall, Tianfeng, the proprietor, addressed his staff with a severity born of the stakes. When he learned that the union of Gu Jia and Li Jia would be held under his roof, he nearly leapt from his seat. This marriage united two pillars of Tianfeng Kingdom society and could brook no misstep. He ordered every corner guarded, instructed that vigilance be doubled, and warned that any slip would imperil them all. His voice carried the iron of one who understood that patronage and peril often walked hand in hand. Then the sound of carriage wheels announced the guests' arrival. The Gu and Li entourages had come, and the city's most conspicuous banquet was about to commence. At the threshold of Zuianjulu, a procession of sumptuous carriages stood aligned, their polished silhouettes drawing envious and awed gazes from the gathered onlookers. The atmosphere hummed with a peculiar reverence, as if the very air acknowledged the presence of certain distinguished guests. Gu Laizi appeared in somber formal attire, the dark cloth lending him an austere dignity that belied the unadorned simplicity of an elderly man. Yet none in attendance dared reduce him to the rank of a mere grandfather. Beside him, assisted by attendants, Gu Yumo was settled into a wheelchair. Threads of silver grazed his temples, his aura lay subdued and still as water, yet beneath that calm a faint restless edge of steel lingered. Though his legs were crippled, no soul present counted him diminished. Memories of him once towering in sanguine gleaming armor upon the battlefield remained vivid in the minds of many. Gu Yumo had not intended to leave the quiet sanctum of his courtyard, but the thought that this day marked his only nephew's betrothal had softened his resolve. Gu Hongsheng, by contrast, wore the habitual white robe, his demeanor unassuming yet boundlessly deep, like a placid ancient pool. Lycaris' lips were poised, her serene eyes blinking as if to still the world. The room seemed to freeze at her approach. Her ethereal beauty and composure eclipsed the dozens of attendants clustered in the hall. She was renowned throughout the capital as the foremost lady of letters of beauty of legendary repute, though silence bound her tongue. When Chun Fan perceived the unparalleled charm of Lycara, he was struck speechless by surprise, and in the next breath, by a quiet sorrow upon recollecting that such perfection could not speak. Li Tianyuan nodded curtly and guided his kin into the hall, Li Kairos' trailing gown stirring a delicate scent of secluded groves. The crowd outside watched enthralled to witness even a single impression of her was fortune enough for ordinary hearts. Inside the hall, polished sandalwood tables and chairs sat in orderly splendor with a main seat and accompanying chairs arranged at the center. Gu Laizi took the principal seat while Gu Yumo and Gu Hongsheng occupied the adjacent side seats. A faint perfume threaded through the air as Li Tianyuan's party entered. Gu Hongsheng let his gaze pass over the guest with mild interest before fixing upon Li Kaira. A convergence of bittersweet memories and fresh complicated sentiments rose within him. In a former life, he had been a man of sweeping influence, beloved by many, yet he had never taken the step of marriage. Now, with his senses newly returned, but burdened by past slights, toward Li Kaira, Gu Hongsheng felt the tangled knot of fate tightening. Gu Laoyezi's indulgent rebuke broke the fragile hush. With a tone at once affectionate and commanding, he chided Gu Hongsheng, urging him to move promptly and not stand there befuddled, thereby dispelling the suspended tension and bidding the ceremony forward. Gu Laizi rose without haste and advanced toward Li Tianyuan and his retinue. Gu Hongsheng, with no choice but to follow, kept close behind the elder, drawing incrementally nearer to Li Tianyuan and Li Kaira. Gu Yumo remained seated in his wheelchair, his legs infirm, his dark eyes were heavy with restraint, and an aura of subdued authority emanated from him. Gu Laizi stepped forward and greeted the somber-faced Li Tianyuan with a soft, knowing smile. Li Tianyuan replied tersely, his composure unbroken, as if still contemplating matters concerning Gu Hongsheng. The two had known one another for decades and required no ostentatious pleasantries. Their familiarity lent every exchange an edge of tacit understanding. Behind Li Tianyuan, two middle-aged men bowed in unison toward Gu Tsong and offered formal salutations. These were Li Hao and Li Wenhao, Li Tianyuan's sons, the elder and the younger, both occupying significant offices at court. Li Wenhao was also the father of Li Kaira and her sole immediate kin. Several younger members of the Li household, including Li Yuxuan, bowed respectfully to Gu Tsong. Li Yuxuan, Li Kaira's cousin, had once encountered Gu Hongsheng at the Li residence and harbored great reverence for the Gu family's martial renown. Gu Tsong acknowledged the assembly with a measured nod, then allowed his gaze to flit briefly to Gu Hongsheng without comment. Gu Hongsheng understood the elder's implication and stepped forward a few paces from the side, offering a restrained fist salute to Li Tianyuan and his elders. Li Tianyuan inclined his head in return, but Li Hao and Li Wenhao could not conceal a faint frown. To them, Gu Hongsheng's casual, upright bearing betrayed the decorum expected of a junior addressing his seniors. Whispers and judgments about the Gu family's prodigal scion, pampered and unruly, circled quietly in their minds. The notion that Li Kaira would be given to Gu Hongsheng had troubled Li Hao and Li Wenhao. While they had tolerated Gu Hongsheng's prior arrangement to enter the Li household, the prospect of their kinswoman becoming his wife was more difficult to accept. 3 days earlier, Li Wenhao had learned of the betrothal and had vehemently opposed it, only to be met with Gu Laoyezi's stern rebuke. He had been forced under the weight of the patriarch's authority to yield a degree of acquiescence, though he had vowed that should discord arise after the formalization of the match, he would not abide it. Sensing the brother's displeasure, Gu Laizi gently urged everyone to move to his central table. He cast a discreet, reproachful glance at Gu Hongsheng as they took their places. Gu Tsong and Li Tianyuan seated themselves in the principal positions while the others arrayed themselves to the sides. Before settling, Li Wenhao and Li Hao each offered a formal salute to Gu Yumo, who remained impassive and dignified despite his quiet state. Li Yuxuan, though of a younger generation, recognized the figure before him as the celebrated commander who 5 years hence had sworn to repel invaders. Seeing Gu Yumo seated in stony silence, Li Yuxuan whispered with awed solemnity. Conversation, when it arose, passed between Li Tianyuan and Gu Tsong in fragments. Li Hao and Li Wenhao carried much of the dialogue, with Gu Yumo seldom speaking. Gu Hongsheng and the other younger Gu kin kept a more subdued presence, speaking little. Li Tianyuan, however, harbored a private curiosity. He wondered how Gu Hongsheng had eluded scrutiny and concealed his true capabilities for so long. Even Gu Laizi, who had raised him, seemed to have been misled. Pondering this, Li Tianyuan studied Gu Laizi with an inscrutable expression, a mix of skepticism and concealed anticipation. Before any reply could form, the sound of hooves and the approach of a carriage thundered from the tavern's entrance. Chun Fan, the innkeeper of Zuiyan restaurant, straightened in alarm and hurried to attend to the arrivals. Outside Zuiyan Jilu, a procession of sumptuous carriages clogged the thoroughfare, hemming the street into a corridor of gilt and cloth. Chun Fan, the steward in charge, felt his throat constrict as incredulity rose within him. Figures descended one after another, composed and reserved, each adorned in brocade finery, while attendants bore armfuls of ornate gift boxes. The spectacle left him struggling to contain a growing alarm. The gathering that morning was precipitated by a betrothal. Gu Hongsheng of the Gu clan and Li Kaira, the cherished daughter of the Li household, were to be officially affianced. News of the alliance had set the capital of Tianfeng abuzz, drawing personages of name and consequence who arrived laden with splendid offerings. Nobody sought favor so much as to avoid displeasing either house. The mood was one of jubilant deference rather than mere curiosity. For decades, Jilu had hosted nobles, and princes, yet Chen Fan had believed little could disturb his equanimity. Today his assumptions were overturned. The union between the martial Gu family and the preeminent Li lineage had summoned almost the entirety of the realm's elite, a congregation so vast that words failed to capture its grandeur. In that instant he comprehended anew the Gu family's status as the nation's bulwark and the Li family's unrivaled eminence. At the doorway, Bo the steward and the Li household steward stood to receive the distinguished guests with respectful solemnity. Ministers were announced in turn: Hubu Shengshu Fan, Darren Libu Shengshu Qi, Darren Gongbu Shengshu Wang, Darren Bingbu Shengshu Han, Darren, and each was greeted with deferential ceremony. Though bent with years, Bo's single glance sufficed to identify each arrival. His voice hoarse with age summoned them with enduring courtesy. Those who addressed Bo with warmth were met with genial acknowledgement, for they recalled his storied past. Once he had stood at the side of the Gu patriarch on countless campaigns, a figure of battlefield terror who wielded a sanguine spear that sent adversaries fleeing. Eschewing ambition, he had retired from the ranks to serve as steward to the older generation. He remained a living testament to the era when the Gu name rose to prominence. Outside the gates, offerings had accumulated into a small mountain of boxes, each concealing treasures of inestimable worth. Common citizens lingered at the periphery, hearts stirred by envy and longing as they watched noble arrivals parade past. 3 rings of sentries guarded the premises both within and beyond the threshold, for any disturbance here would be tantamount to shaking the foundations of Tianfeng itself. A resonant cry announced the arrival of Shi Xianwang. He strode forward in a subdued black robe and boots of gray-black leather, a subtle blade of authority etched across his visage. The crowd instinctively parted, making a straight passage to the hall. Chen Fan found his gaze fixed on the prince, his body trembling with a terror he could scarcely conceal. Bowing, the Li steward and his men paid obeisance, and the gathered officials echoed the salutation. To everyone's astonishment, Shi Xianwang halted before the stooped Bo and with unassuming grace placed his folded hands before him in a bow. The younger onlookers were left breathless and bewildered by this reversal of expected hierarchy, while the elders merely inclined their heads in quiet recognition. To them, Bo's standing required no explanation. Bo returned the prince's courtesy with a solemn bow and a hoarse, composed salutation. Shi Xianwang inclined his head with a faint smile and entered the hall. Only when the prince crossed the threshold did the taut breath of the crowd loosen marginally. Many who had previously dismissed the gray-haired steward found themselves reassessing him with complicated eyes, curiosity braided with a newfound respect. The atmosphere swelled with murmured speculations and restrained admiration. Chen Fan, rubbing the cold sweat from his brow, watched Bo with eyes that trembled between fear and reverence. The elder houses, however, settled inwardly into a recognition that stirred even deeper awe. Those who had lived through older, sterner years, who remembered the blooded fame of bygone campaigns, whispered to themselves that Bo must be the veteran general of old whose name once swept across the realm. If so, even in his autumn years the force of his reputation endured. Who among men would dare to slight him? Through the open doorway, Gu Laizi and Li Tianyuan inclined their heads in unified obeisance, their gratitude audible. Li Tianyuan spoke with equal courtesy, a courteous entreaty for the absent sovereign's blessing. Wu Gonggong, viewing the assembled families within, instructed that the celebratory cup be reserved for the day of the official wedding, when the court's felicitation could be properly returned. With that, he and his retinue of imperial guards withdrew, leaving an echo of imperial presence behind them. The ceremony formally commenced. Gu Laizi swept aside any lingering casualness and addressed the assembly with austere gratitude, his voice carrying the weight of his station. Li Tianyuan, feigning a mock reproach at being anticipated in speech, nonetheless raised his cup and drained it in a single deliberate draught. That action catalyzed the crowd. Cups climbed in unison, and voices rose in a chorus of felicitations. Gu Hongsheng sat to the side and drank with a composed calm, casting a measured glance toward Li Kaira with a gaze that registered neither impetuous longing nor childish curiosity, but something quietly assured. Thus, under the roof of Xianjilu, the two houses sealed their betrothal with ritual toasts and the watchful attention of the capital's great and rising. The celebration at Xianjilu overflowed with laughter and clinking cups. Every voice seemed to congratulate the union of the Gu and Li families. The banquet hall was steeped in the scent of fine wine and perfumed dishes, an aroma that settled over the assembly like a warm, soothing veil. At the high table, Shi Xianwang raised his goblet toward Gu Yumo with a smile that breached his ordinarily austere countenance. To General Shuexiang, I offer my respects, he declared, voice resonant with courtly breath. Gu Yumo, who sat apart in a wheelchair, accepted the toast with a small reluctant smile and drank. The moniker Shuexiang Jiangjun General Bloodline had been earned upon the field where once silver lance and crimson armor had made him an impossible bulwark against armies. Even now, though Gu Yumo appeared as a man marked by infirmity, his past grandeur lingered in the minds of all who had witnessed those days. 5 years earlier, he had stood like a solitary pillar amid a sea of enemies, his armor driven red with sacrifice, his visage streaked with blood. Stories of that battle remained vivid, so that no one dared to disparage him regardless of the chair that bore him now. Gu Hongsheng watched his uncle with an intimacy born of long devotion. He tightened his grip subtly, as if drawing inward a promise. In private, he mused that Gu Yuma's ruinous legs were not beyond repair with passage into the Lingxian realm, and the right curatives or resurgence might yet be wrought. For now, though, Gu Hongsheng drank his cup in measured calm, untouched by the flatteries and congratulations that rose and fell around them like tides. Gu Hongsheng rose with a deliberate calm, his gaze swept the room with the serene indifference of one whose perspective encompassed both past and present. When his eyes rested upon Lycaira, the motion of the world narrowed for a pulse. Her cheeks caught a faint, almost imperceptible bloom, and she found it difficult to meet the profundity of his regard. When his lips parted, the sentence that followed filled the hall with a steady, unadorned resolve. No matter the years I have lived, if she is true to me, I shall be true to her. A murmur of astonishment moved through the younger guests. Some could not conceal their disdain, convinced that Lycaira's eminence owed itself to lineage rather than to any promise Gu Hongsheng professed. Yet Li Tianyuan smiled subtly, for he read in that utterance the culmination of patient cultivation. He believed that a man of such reticence was precisely the kind who might one day ascend to heights few could reach. Li Wenhao and Li Hao bristled at the affront, but dared not voice reproach in the presence of the Gu household. At Lycaira's signal, a waiting attendant set the calligraphy implements upon the table. She rose with graceful composure, and after a brief glance at Gu Hengxian, took up the brush. Her wrist moved with the languid assurance of practiced art. The stroke of ink was fluid as cloud and stream. On the paper, the single character Yuan leapt into being, an emblem of fate and bond that made itself visible to every gaze in the room. At the family gathering, Li Tianyuan regarded Lycaira with a look that bespoke a lifetime of certainty. His gaze, deliberate and heavy with meaning, flicked toward Gu Hongsheng before he spoke. Lycaira had traced with delicate hand a solitary character on the table, and Gu Hongsheng found his heart unexpectedly subdued by the sight. His eyes on her were suddenly complex, shaded with an emotion he could not immediately name. The elders contrived to ease the lingering awkwardness. Kyra, should this young scamp ever give you cause for sorrow, tell Gu Yai he will answer for you, the venerable Gu offered with a wry smile, deftly dissolving the hush. Lycaira returned his courtesy with a graceful bow, measured and respectful. Li Tianyuan rose and lifted his cup. Let this day be sealed, he intoned. Others followed with formal felicitations, though a whisper of incredulity touched some hearts at calling the Gu scion a suitable son-in-law. Yet the assembly, schooled in the art of appearances, offered their smiles without revealing the curiosity beneath. Before the wine could be replenished, the doors of the Zhanjilu opened, and a figure entered who drew every gaze as if by gravity. Yangin Gongju, the sovereign's sole daughter, appeared in a white gown that carried a timeless grace. Though past 30, the years had left no blemish upon her features. She bore an air of aristocratic refinement, threaded with an old-world charm. Conversation faltered. Every attendee turned to behold her approach. Two princes, Pingqing Wang and Zixian Wang, exchanged startled looks. Murmurs fluttered through the assembly. Yangin Gongju had come at Allen in the corner. Gu Hongsheng murmured his own astonishment. Yangin Gongju, he breathed, struck by the juxtaposition of austere nobility and a soft private affection she seemed to preserve for only one. In the hushed Zhuianjulu, every chest held its breath. All speech fell away. The hall seemed to listen for no other sound but the reply that would bridge years of silence and decide the course of two hearts. An oppressive silence pervaded Zhuianjulu, stifling even the most seasoned hearts. Gu Laizi and Li Tianyuan, veterans of countless storms, fell into unnatural quietude, their lips sealed as if the room itself demanded restraint. All present understood that the matter between Yangin Gongju and Gu Yumo required a definitive reckoning. Gu Yumo sat for a long while in troubled reflection, his gaze fixed upon the graceful figure of Yangin Gongju standing before him. When he finally parted his lips, no answer came. The words deserted him as if swallowed by the weight of his own despair. With eyes rimmed in weary tears, Yangin Gongju hesitated, then turned toward Gu Hongsheng. Hengxian, I am exhausted. Will me back, she whispered. The plea hung fragile in the charged air. Gu Yumo recoiled inwardly. He was at a loss for reply. Reduced to what many would call a broken man, he retained a measure of vitality, yet had forfeited the martial stature that once made him worthy of touching the hand of such an incomparable beauty. Still he could not force cruelty from his tongue. A faint ember of hope lingered within him, an illusory dream of reclaiming former glory and standing beside her as he once had. Gu Hongsheng felt the tremor of emotion sweep through him. He perceived with painful clarity the mourning that hollowed Gu Yume's spirit and the fragile stirring within Yongin Gongju's heart. "Take me back," Gu Yumo murmured, a surrender of self that belied the fierce soldier he had been. "I am tired." Whispers swelled into astounded murmurs. Nanyuan was an imperial power above Tianfeng Station, its hinterlands guarded by cultivators of formidable late Daixuaning. To accept an alliance with such a court was scarcely negotiable. To refuse risked incurring the wrath of a stronger sovereign upon an already imperiled Tianfeng. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, mindful of the kingdom's precarious situation. Gu Yumo, seated in his chair, felt his body shudder. He closed his eyes against the bitter taste rising in his throat and bowed out of the affair. "State matters are beyond my station. I shall withdraw," he said, then summoned his last reserves of dignity. "Hengshen, take me home. I am exhausted." Gu Hongsheng obliged, and under the stern gaze of the assembly, he wheeled Gu Yumo from Zianjilu. A chill wind rushed through the doors, ruffling the dark hair at the edges of Gu Yume's brows and carrying his sorrow inward, as if to bury it in the deepest recesses of his being. Silence settled again upon the hall. The air grew heavier with each passing heartbeat. Nanyuan hung over the gathering like a mountain, its shadow making breath laborious. No one could confidently oppose the proposal. The balance of power dictated the princess' fate. When the ceremony concluded, Gu Laizi cleared his throat and quietly dismissed the gathering with perfunctory gratitude. Yongin Gongju watched Gu Yume's receding form until it vanished from sight, her mind slipping back through memory to the scenes of 5 years prior. With a soft composure, she folded away her private recollections and glided from the hall. Thus the engagement fell to its quiet closure. The scent of wine lingered, spreading through the city like a persistent melancholy. A thread of affection once vivid had been carried off by wind and tide. Perhaps it would never resurface. Later, within the hush of the Gu family compound, Gu Yumo remained motionless by the clear courtyard, pond a stone in stillness. Gu Hongsheng waited nearby with folded hands, the silence between them a fragile thing. At length, Gu Yumo exhaled a long, weary breath that seemed to drain the last of his private tumult. "Second uncle, will you truly let Yongin Gongju go to Nanyuan?" Gu Hongsheng ventured softly, peering at the gray at Gu Yume's temples. "You impudent child," Gu Yumo replied, and in the presence of his nephew alone, he allowed a sliver of his guarded self to show. The words that followed were edged with the complicated sorrow of a man learning to live with irreparable loss. A hint of impatience lifted from Gu Yume's face only when he looked upon his nephew. In the presence of Gu Hongsheng, he allowed a sliver of candor to show. "Bro, what do you know?" he asked, voice edged with a weary indulgence. Gu Hongsheng's smile was a delicate thing, a brief brightening at the corner of his mouth. "Second uncle Yongin Gongju is remarkable," he replied, his tone measured and sincere. Gu Yumo cast a sharp glance at him, then turned his gaze to the rippling clarity of the courtyard pond with a voice that betrayed his vexation. "What do you intend to say exactly?" Gu Yumo waved a hand in exasperation, and sighed, sorrow braided into his words. "A princess is not a woman to be likened to ordinary folk. I am a cripple now, I am unworthy. What means have I to pursue her?" Gu Hongsheng's voice was mild but insistent. "You will not know her inclinations if you never try. She did not seem to care for your present appearance. Why not give her and yourself another opportunity? Do not leave yourself with regrets." Gu Yumo scolded him half-heartedly, but his eyes betrayed an ache he could not hide. For a moment the old pride and pain warred within him. Then Gu Hongsheng spoke again, this time with a gravity that stilled the air between them. "Second uncle," he said solemnly, "do you truly wish to watch Yongin Gongju depart for Nanyuan? Perhaps this one missed chance would become a lifetime of remorse." For a long while Gu Yumo said nothing. Memories of his former vigor flickered behind closed-lid, scenes of a younger man, blazing with ambition, a single spear enough to make 1,000,000 soldiers hesitate at Tianfeng's borders. Once the name Shuexiang Jiangjun resounded through Beguo, turning the faces of even the mightiest realms pale. Those days were gone. Now he sat in a wheelchair, a shadow of that past greatness. When Gu Hongsheng asked plainly, "Do you trust me?" the question cut deeper than any blade. Gu Yumo frowned, uncertain. Since Gu Hongsheng had performed his coming Goffage rites, his manner had altered, as if an unseen refinement had taken root. Gu Yumo found himself looking at the young man with increasing bewilderment, as though a veil of mist had settled over his perception. Gu Yume's brow tightened. He recalled his own failed attempts to mend his legs through Suankai. Renowned physicians across the nations had declared him beyond healing. Gu Hengxian, however, refused to divulge the source of his confidence. "Trust me and do as I say. Follow my instructions, and I will explain everything in due course. Gu Yumo realized that the younger man was guarding a secret, perhaps to prevent himself from being caged by those who would cherish him for it rather than let him move freely. Yielding to a mixture of curiosity and reluctance, Gu Yumo permitted the plan, though his features remained troubled. Gu Hongsheng rose to take his leave, careful not to remain where endless questions might take root. When he departed the courtyard under the elder's perplexed gaze, Gu Yumo was left alone amid the plaintive breeze and gnawing doubt. Centuries past, a flourishing empire had once enraged a peerless swordsman and been struck down with a single stroke. In his previous life, hidden beneath the veneer of frivolity, Gu Hongsheng had been a sovereign force at the pinnacle of Tianxian's realm. Even now, though his cultivation lay diminished, he would not hesitate to deploy whatever means necessary should Nanyuan Gui overreach. From his vantage, Gu Hongsheng watched her descend from the carriage assisted by handmaidens and felt a sudden, inexplicable drop of apprehension. Lycaira stepped through the Gu household gates with more than the air of a brief visitor. The procession of trunks suggested she intended an extended stay. The prospect of her remaining in the Gu compound set gears in motion that Gu Hongsheng did not reveal, and the evening fell while the household adjusted to this unexpected development. They moved along a cool, verdant path, the breeze teasing the leaves and carrying the faint scent of bamboo. Silence settled between them like a tenuous veil. Gu Hongsheng walked with his hands behind his back, his white robe billowing with an air of composed indifference. He seemed blended with the very wind, aloof and distant as a blade unsullied by dust. Lycaira kept a respectful half-step behind her pink-and white gown accented by a sash of jade-green gauze. Her long hair fell like a dark cascade, and she watched the pavilioned corridors and carved railings with the attentive gaze of one cataloging every detail. Occasionally, in the sparest of movements, she stole glances at Gu Hongsheng's profile, attempting to discern the nature of the man whom her grandfather praised so highly. They traversed the gracefully silent lanes of the mansion, moving from the eastern wing to the western chambers. At the gateway to Zixiang Yuan, Gu Hongsheng spoke with measured formality. He would not accompany her further and urged her to rest, offering the household's attendance should she require anything. Zixiang Yuan had been arranged as Lycaira's temporary residence, a suite furnished and staffed by dozens of maidservants delegated by Gu Laizi to see to her comfort. Lycaira regarded Gu Hongsheng long and then inclined her head with an urbane nod. He withdrew without overt hesitation, his retreat producing the pale arc of his white robe as he receded down the path. Under the cool canopy of an ancient tree, Lycaira watched his figure recede until it became a remote line between carved balustrades. In the secluded stillness, she found her heart stirred by a sensation she had scarcely known. He was not the man she had imagined, the rumored libertine of the capital bore now an air of depth and gravity. There was no trace of the foppish air she had expected. For the first time in her life, Lycaira felt a genuine desire to understand another person. Her silence had always been an untroubled mirror. She read the suitors who sought her with instant clarity and remained unmoved. Yet Gu Hongsheng aroused an ineffable curiosity, a delicate, irresistible call to explore the quiet mystery about him. She permitted herself a private question to the wind, asking who he truly was, a faint smile settling upon her lips that made the flowers of Zixiang Yuan seem to pale in comparison. Alone again, Gu Hongsheng straightened his posture like a drawn sword. The resolve that had long slept within him rose with a cold, sharp clarity. Time, he understood, was a precarious ally. Hesitation would invite others to encroach upon the Gu Jia's dignity and fortunes. He allowed a chill of silken menace to gather about his gaze, an austere determination that seemed to still the very air above the courtyard. The world beyond his walls felt for the moment both fragile and imminent, and he braced himself to move with a swiftness that would forestall any who sought to dishonor his line. On that morning, Gu Laizi had not summoned him, so Gu Hongsheng sat cross-legged upon his bed and entered into reflection. He could not understand why the threshold of the Lingxian Jing refused to yield to him. He believed his resolve to be as steadfast as a mountain. Nothing in the world should make him retreat, not even the most perilous of trials. Yet the gate to the next plane of practice would not open. He lowered his brows for a long while, then glanced down at his hands and shook his head as if a new clarity had dawned. Memories of earlier freedoms and careless amusements, previous life of play and misadventure pressed against his present thoughts. Had he not once gone to Jiangsu to temper his body and set foot upon the path of cultivation, he would now not be able to walk 2 steps without breathlessness. He clenched his fists and raised his eyes to the sky beyond the latticed window. The body he inhabited lacked the baptism of blood, however pure his Dao heart, and however exalted his spirit. The flesh itself bore congenital deficiencies that even ascetic resolve could scarcely remedy. Reluctant to continue in motionless practice under that awareness, he rose from the bed to move about the room. Before Gu Hongsheng could step from the doorway, the soft, brisk voice of a maid reached him from the courtyard. Gu Laizi desired his presence. He responded in kind, and soon found himself before the old man's stern features. Gu Laizi prowled the room with the controlled impatience of authority. His voice was sharp with reproach. He berated Gu Hongsheng for cloistering himself with Li Kaira and neglecting the world as though he were a sheltered maiden. Once the young man had been known for wandering and mischief, yet now he was shut in like a spineless housekeeper. The unexpected torrent of scolding left Gu Hongsheng bewildered and unable to reply. He offered a meek protest that he had been reading, but the old man dismissed the excuse with a sniff and demanded a more credible reason. The youth closed his mouth and accepted the chastisement with a bitter smile. It was impossible to argue with Gu Laizi in that temper. Li Kaira found herself thinking that perhaps the man she had been introduced to earlier, the one of restless excess, had not been his true nature after all. The many days of quiet co-presence had altered her impression. Curiosity took root and grew into an earnest desire to understand him. Gu Hangshen meanwhile walked forward without apparent concern for the crowd's commentary, his face composed as though engaged in an inner deliberation that neither words nor admirations could unravel. Their stroll was unhurried, their silence companionable, and in that contemplative silence, both subtly shifted her intrigue, blossoming his reserve, yielding to a gentle attentiveness that neither had expected, but both felt compelled to explore. Night had settled into a deep, hushed calm. After returning from the streets, Li Kaira and Gu Hongsheng each retreated to their separate courtyards to rest. The turmoil caused by Gu Lai had in an unforeseen manner loosened some of the rigid distance between them. Familiarity had begun to creep in where stiffness once reigned. Inside his own compound, Gu Hongsheng closed the door with deliberation. Yanqinga stood to one side with the respectful composure of a disciple reporting in measured tones, "Master, the linko and other linjao you requested have been procured. Any further instructions?" Gu Hongsheng cast a casual glance at the herbs arrayed upon the table. "Store them carefully for now. Their true value will be realized only after I step into the Lingxian Jing." Yanqinga bowed and acknowledged the command. Gu Hongsheng's voice took on an instructive tone as he continued. "In a few days I must travel. I may not return for some time. Go beyond the city 10 li to the southwest to the valley. See how those boys and girls fare, guide them into the path of cultivation and temper their dispositions." He paused, then added, "Also remain vigilant for any unaffiliated warriors who wander without sect or purpose. Those whose hearts remain uncorrupted may be taken into Jianyu-gu for the time being. I will decide their fate when I return." Yanqinga received these orders without question. He understood his place and the prudence of obedience where Gu Hongsheng was concerned. Gu Hongsheng allowed himself a moment of introspection. He had resolved to build a power capable of shaping the world's tide. Anything less would be unworthy of his ambition. The formation of such a force demanded foresight and the steady tempering of character. Yanqinga, dutiful as ever, accepted the mandate and prepared to move at his lord's behest. At dawn the next morning, Gu Hongsheng sought out Gu Lai. The old man, seeing him so early, furrowed his brow and asked with restrained irritation what business brought him there. Gu Hongsheng bowed deeply, the decorum of filial respect sincere on his face. "Grandfather, I wish to speak with you about a matter." Gu Lai's thoughts darkened. He remembered all too well the last time such courteous formality had preceded a perilous departure. He commanded Gu Hongsheng to speak. The old man's fury softened at Gu Hongsheng's determined words, though he could not wholly cast aside paternal fear. He accused him one last time, then reluctantly yielded a measure of allowance. Gu Lai suggested that Yibo accompany the young man to the border, a compromise intended to temper peril with oversight. Gu Hongsheng listened, inwardly displeased at the idea of a companion who could blunt the solitary ordeal he believed necessary. Still, with the old man's consent secured, however grudgingly, the path forward was faintly lit. Gu Hongsheng pledged to address the matter of Li Kaira, as well, pressing for permission to depart with that promise in hand, and the household settled into a wary acceptance of the departure to come. Gu Hongsheng replied with quiet conviction. As a scion of the Gu household, he must learn to walk his own path. If Yibo accompanied him, the hardships and life-or-death reckonings he sought to confront would be compromised. Moreover, Yibo's conspicuous protection would expose Gu lineage to curious eyes, negating any claim to anonymity and rendering the journey purposeless. Though Gu Laizi acknowledged the logic of these arguments, anxiety gnawed at him. He recalled with trembling the earlier occasion when he had permitted Gu Hongsheng to go alone to Jingsu, and the torment it had caused him. After prolonged hesitation, Gu Laizi yielded. He extracted from his study a formal letter bearing the red seal and pressed it into his grandson's hand. The document, he said gravely, would at least ensure Gu Hongsheng did not become a mere expendable vanguard. It granted authority and protection should urgent circumstances arise. He also entrusted the house's military token, an instrument by which Gu forces might be mobilized to retrieve or defend him. His face was stern, but his relief and pride were unmistakable beneath the sternness. He warned Gu Hongsheng to be swift in his return, half in genuine concern and half in the gruff affection of a man who could not openly say how much he cared. Gu Hongsheng accepted the mandate with gratitude and a formal bow. A faint sense of sourness rose in him as he watched the white-haired patriarch. Despite the burden of his own memories, he could not help but feel the ache of filial tenderness. Gu Laizi, who spoke with the bluntness of a knife but possessed the tenderness of tofu, rapped him once on the shoulder and jested that if he tarried, he would dispatch Yi Bo to fetch him home. Gu Hongsheng smiled and departed, safeguarding the sealed letter close to his chest. As he receded down the courtyard path in his white robe, Gu Laizi exhaled a long, sorrowful breath mingled with a sliver of consolation. Having taken his leave from Li Kaira, Gu Hongsheng proceeded to Gu Yuma's courtyard. The younger cousin met him with a torrent of scolding mirroring the older man's apprehensions. Gu Hongsheng answered calmly, reiterating the reasons he had offered Gu Laizi, and then with unexpected solemnity instructed Gu Yumo to practice daily at the 5th watch each morning, Guza his cultivation to unblock the meridians in his legs. When Gu Yumo pressed for an explanation, Gu Hongsheng demurred, promising to reveal more in due time. The sight of Gu Hongsheng's composed resolve left Gu Yumo muttering in amazement. The lad had changed markedly, assuming a poise that bespoke maturity and responsibility. The land unfolded in serene splendor, its plains interspersed with lofty trees and wild grasses. Gu Hongsheng had seen to every necessary arrangement before departing the Gujia. Mounting a swift horse, specially selected from the household stables, he urged northward toward the frontier. Seated astride the vigorous steed, Gu Hongsheng raced beneath a canopy of jagged mountain ridges and dense woodlands that bestowed upon him a quiet exhilaration. Wind whipped the hems of his white garments, lending him an air of elegant motion as he pressed onward. At the northern border stood Tianfeng Kingdom's paramount stronghold. Its ramparts rose in austere magnificence as if striving to pierce the heavens, and their looming presence impressed a heavy solemnity upon the onlooker. Yangziguan presented itself with formidable grandeur, yet a faint tang of blood hung in the air, tightening the nerves of any who approached and forbidding complacency. A pall of oppression seemed to settle over the place, as though the very sky above might concede to gravity and fall at any moment. The thunder of hooves announced Gu Hongsheng's arrival outside Yangziguan. He tightened the reins, surveying the fortification with a mind stirred by memory. Visions of past campaigns and the martial endeavors of a former life crowded his thoughts. Gu Hongsheng led his horse through the bustle and allowed himself a faint smile at the inhabitants' tenacity. He patted the animal's flank and murmured a word of gratitude for its exertions, promising it a rest. The horse, exhausted by days of travel, moved a little slower with each step. Gu Hongsheng's prudent choice of a superior mount had spared them both greater hardship. Guided by an obliging soldier, Gu Hongsheng sought the garrison. The encampment stretched across the yellow plain, tents arrayed in disciplined ranks, an atmosphere taut with readiness. A sentry intercepted him with wary courtesy. Producing the sealed commission he had carried, Gu Hongsheng identified himself as a deputy military officer and offered the document. The soldier accepted it and hurried inward to report. Gu Hongsheng accompanied a single soldier through the gate. The compound brimmed with armored men and glittering blades. An oppressive solemnity settled over the barracks that tightened the nerves of anyone who breathed its air. In short order, the escort guided him to a dilapidated earthen hut. "Enter. Jiang Junrun is waiting," the soldier said, halting at the threshold. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in dark armor sat upon a wooden stool. Ren Kefeng's skin was tanned and marked by a shallow yet unmistakable scar that lent his visage an austere severity. Ren Kefeng lifted his head as Gu Hongsheng entered, scanning him from head to foot. The name inscribed upon the official documents was Gu Yun, a deliberate alias provided by Gu Laizi to conceal his true identity from the frontier. "Gu Yun, you are the Xiao Yi from the capital's forces?" Ren inquired. Gu Hongsheng answered simply yes. Observing his slender frame and the absence of any discernible martial ether, Ren could not conceal a frown. From every outward sign, this man belonged to the comfortable salons of the capital rather than to the bloodied sands of the frontier. Ren suspected he was the pampered son of some aristocratic household come to taste the illusion of hardship. Despite his misgivings, Ren could not contravene the mandate recorded on the seal. With an indifferent glance, he closed the document and declared, "Qi Feng happens to need a Xiao Yi. You will assume command." He then addressed the soldier behind him, "Escort Xiao Yi Gu to Qi Feng's encampment." The black-faced soldier bowed and led Gu to an open training ground of packed earth. Scattered tables, weapon racks, and a host of blades framed the area. Over 600 men sweated under the merciless sun, their bronzed muscles gleaming as they practiced drills. The soldier delivered Gu to the edge of the field, his expression flickering with something like muted pity before he withdrew. Gus' white scholar's robe made him conspicuous among the rough-hewn warriors. Qi Feng's soldiers had all tasted combat. They bore the peculiar pride and intractability of men forged by war. Such units rarely accepted a commander willingly, and many Zai sent to lead them had been broken by disdain and insolence. Ren had sent Gu not out of faith in his ability, but in the hope that hardship would drive him away. A burly soldier, chest bare to the sun, jeered as Gu approached. "You've taken a wrong turn, boy. Move along before you irritate us." Laughter rippled through the ranks. To the men present, Gu seemed no more than a mere child. Gu Hongxing advanced with unhurried composure. His demeanor elicited little outward reaction, though when he cast a brief glance at a broad-shouldered man waiting to provoke him, something in that gaze momentarily arrested the bully's breath. The rogue felt an inexplicable crushing pressure descend upon him, a chill foreign to even the most hardened veterans. He swallowed, dismissed the sensation as folly, and steeled himself to continue the ribaldry. Stopping at the center of the field, Gu fixed the assembly with a cool, unembellished voice. "From this day forth, I am the Xiaoyi of Tianfeng Kingdom. Gu Yun." The words were neither loud nor boastful, yet they carried with them an authority that penetrated the clamor. At his declaration, the din fell away. Faces that had been full of derision froze, eyes widened as if lamps had been struck. For a moment the camp was held in suspended disbelief, every man staring at the lone figure in white who had claimed command. The words reverberated around the Tianfeng Kingdom training grounds like a bell tolling the end of doubt. In that terse utterance, there was no invitation to question, only a slender strand of proud, unbending authority that climbed straight toward the sky. Around 600 soldiers stood frozen, astonished that a man of scholarly mien Gu Hongxing could radiate such austere gravity. Breath stalled in chests. Men who moments before had jeered found their knees unsteady, their faces blanching, dread threaded through their veins. Even Lu Ling, though inwardly uncomprehending, could not help but shout the command himself. Instantly, the 600 arranged themselves with military precision, transforming the training ground into the poised blade of an army. Gu Yun considered, then inclined his head with the faintest assent. The camp split to form a sparse arena of sand. At its heart, soldiers arrayed themselves on either side, chins up, chests proud. In the clearing stood the scholar, and the mountain of a man locked in a silent, searching gaze. Lu Ling flexed his great muscles and bellowed a warning. His fists were not empty threats. Gu Yun, unperturbed, rested his left hand at his waist while the right lay casually against his thigh. Gu Yun's reply was understated and precise. He commented on the slowness of Liu's tempo, and then with a speed that made the crowd's eyes widen, delivered a clean, controlled kick to Lu Ling's waist. The impact landed like the measured placement of a sculptor's chisel. Liu's massive frame toppled, collapsing to the ground with a resonant thud. Silence enveloped the training ground. 600 pairs of eyes stared, mouths parted, tongues stilled. In that stunned pause lay the collapse of assumption and the quiet ascendancy of a new, unexpected authority. Lu Ling brushed the dust from his clothes and rose to his feet, eyes wide with incredulity, as he fixed his gaze on Gu Hongxing. He could not fathom why a single seeming feeble kick had toppled him. The blow had looked languid, yet it sent him sprawling across the ground. More disconcerting was that Gu Hongxing bore no discernible cultivation aura. He stood there with the tranquil mien of an ordinary scholar. Soldiers of Tianfeng Kingdom who had gathered around gaped in disbelief. Their murmurs swelled into a chorus of astonishment. Some could not accept that their comrade had been felled so readily. Gu Hongxing cast a cool glance over the assembly, and with measured voice bade them resume their drills, and assured them he would attend to matters as needed. Lu Ling, who had intended to press the fight, hung his head and inspected his hands and the kicked flank of his waist, uncertain and ashamed. He dared not call Gu Hongxing back. Quietly, he wondered whether he himself was simply too weak. In truth, Gu Hongxing had discerned Lu Ling's flaw in an instant. Even without expending cultivated power, he had been able to dismantle the attack with ease. Having shown only a hint of himself before the assembled troops, he withdrew from the scene. As Gu Hongxing walked through the barracks at Yangzingguan, the camp was thick with restless soldiers and taut anxiety. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned Gu Yimai's second uncle standing atop the lofty ramparts of Yangzingguan, surveying a sea of crimson banners and the millions of soldiers arrayed below. 5 years earlier, Biugua had launched a sudden massive invasion of Tianfeng, was seeking to break through at Yangzingguan. As the guardian general of the pass, Gu Yumo refused to let the fortress fall. He rallied tens of thousands to hold the gate. Biugua answered with nearly 200,000 troops and pressed the assault without mercy. Gu Yumo fought to preserve the lives of those behind the walls and to uphold the dignity of Tianfenggua. Despite the overwhelming disparity in numbers, he would not step back. He gripped his bloodstained spear and stood unbowed. The battle raged until reinforcements arrived and Biugua was compelled to withdraw. That confrontation had painted the horizon with blood, drenched the earth, and stained even the vast firmament. Gu Yumo, spear in hand, and clad in shattered crimson armor, had once stood like an immovable colossus atop the wall. The carnage left corpses strewn in mountain-like heaps, and a stench of iron that lingered for months. After the bloodstained defense at Yangzingguan, Gu Yumo's legs were left crippled and his body scarred. He withdrew to the seclusion of the Gu family compound, a shadow of his former glory. Yet the legend of the martial hero Shuexing Jiangjun persisted among Tianfeng Kingdom's soldiers. Gu Hongsheng revered his uncle from the depths of his soul. He felt no diminution of respect despite recollections of having once reached the apogee of Xian realms in a previous life. Memories of earlier follies often brought a wry smile to his lips, for whenever he had stirred trouble in his past life, he would still be the first to seek out Gu Yumi's stern intervention. Resolved, Gu Hongsheng tightened his fists and wished that his present body might soon be tempered in blood and battle, that he might once more ascend to greater cultivation. He continued toward the front of the encampment, observing everything around him with patient attention. In a modest command tent, a dark-faced soldier bowed and reported to Ren Kefeng that word had spread of Gu Xiaowai's single kick that had felled Lu Lingyu. Ren Kefeng, reviewing military dispatches, frowned and asked how such a thing could be, for Lu Lingua's cultivation had already reached the late human Xian realm. The soldier replied that those of Qi Feng Ying claimed Gu Ziyai had displayed no outward cultivation temperament and had appeared as unremarkable as any ordinary man. Yet they also insisted there was something extraordinary about him, though none could explain in what lay that strangeness. Ren Kefeng pondered this, quietly drew forth Gu Hongsheng's commission, and murmured the name Gu Yun, intrigued by the implication. Night descended and the camp blazed with bonfires that scattered light across the darkness. Though Gu Hongsheng's rank was modest, his position afforded him a private chamber separate from the common barracks. A knock sounded upon his door, and a sturdy soldier entered bearing a set of silver-black armor. The soldier placed the forged cuirass upon the wooden table, saluted, and withdrew. Gu Hongsheng approached the armor and let his hand rest upon its cold surface. As the metal chilled his palm, visions of past Warsaw, shattered banners, and crimson fields unfolded silently within his mind. Dawn softened the horizon, leaving faint traces of night. The last scintilla of evening stars lingered, less brilliant than before, yet still splendid. Yesterday's moon, though blurred, kept a discernible outline that lent the sky a wistful clarity. A keen breeze threaded through the camp, bringing a biting hint of cold. Today Gu Hongsheng abandoned his customary white robe and donned the silver-black armor the soldiers had brought him the previous evening. The cuirass shimmered faintly in the pale light, each plate reflecting a modest gleam. Armored, Gu Hongsheng shed the demeanor of a scholarly gentleman. Something of a martial gravitas settled about him. A sentry at the gate informed him that General Ren Kefeng wished to see him. Gu Hongsheng answered with a single measured word and stepped from his dwelling. As he crossed the threshold, the expanse of earth and sky seemed to attend his passage. Though he exerted no deliberate display of force, an inexorable presence radiated from him, as if his spirit alone drew the world into a hush. Each of his footsteps was decisive and unhesitant. Shortly thereafter, he entered Ren Kefeng's command tent. The sight of Gu Hongsheng in armor arrested Ren Kefeng. He found himself strangely disarmed by the figure's bearing. A private, unspoken likeness stirred in his mind, a silhouette that felt familiar and powerful. Ren Kefeng recovered his composure and delivered his orders plainly. Gu Xiaoyi was to lead the men of Qi Feng Ying to garrison the northern street of Yangxingguan and to return to camp at noon. Gu Hongsheng received the directive with a simple nod, spared the formal salute, and withdrew. Left alone, Ren Kefeng continued to gaze after Gu Hongsheng's retreating form, an involuntary reverie crossing his features as if some monumental memory had risen before his eyes. He could not articulate the resemblance, but the impression lingered like the echo of a distant drum. At the Qi Feng Ying encampment, the soldiers stood in formation, spirited and expectant. Gu Hongsheng addressed them without preamble, ordering them to proceed and defend the northern street. Doubt flickered among the ranks. A man in his early 20s still seemed an unlikely commander to many. Yesterday's inexplicable incident, when Gu Hongsheng had overturned Lu Lingyu with a single kick, had unsettled them. Although armor and comportment lent him an imposing aspect, none had sensed any overt cultivation from him, so suspicion and derision persisted within their breasts. Lu Lingyu, broad-shouldered and proud, confronted Gu Hongsheng openly. He admitted his own mistake in the previous bout and demanded another contest. The camp stilled at the prospect, eager to witness a decisive proof of merit. Gu Hongsheng replied with cool indifference, proposing they postpone the matter until after their duty. The men agreed and departed in bright spirits, their battle cries ringing like thunder as they dispersed to man the precincts. Gu Hongsheng remained impassive, observing them with detached calm as they took up their posts along the lanes of the pass. He chose a modest tavern and sat alone. A youth brought 2 jars of coarse house brew with deferential smile. Gu Hongsheng paid the silver offered him and sent the lad on his way. He contemplated the cup, letting memory fold over memory until the wine was drained and his black hair stirred in the breeze. The tavern's quiet shattered with a sudden vehement beating of drums that rolled across the plain and rose into the firmament. The summons set every nerve on edge. Lu Lingyu burst into the room, his countenance grave, urging haste, for all men were required to return to the main camp. Gu Hongsheng set down his cup and fell into step with the men. Dust swirled and a tense atmosphere settled over the camp as blades were fingered and eyes turned toward the heavens. Upon reaching the gate, a soldier hurried forward to inform Gu Hongsheng that the general commanded his immediate attendance at the commander-in-chief's pavilion. The place where the senior general now held council was not far away, and grave matters awaited. Yangziguan stretched like an iron belt across the frontier, its vast barracks accommodating tens of thousands of soldiers, the cadence of daily drills carried from within like a distant, relentless drum. As the foremost bulwark against Biwiguo and other covetous invaders, Yangziguan occupied a place of paramount import, its defense a sinew of national security. The commander station there was no mere figurehead, but a battle-hardened titan, a principal minister in the service of Tianfeng Kingdom. Beneath him served 2 Jiangjun of the 3rd grade, and a cohort of roughly 10 by Jiangjun of the 5th grade. The central command tent itself was conspicuously larger than all others, an emblem of rank and authority. Gu Hongsheng stood before that great tent in silver-black cuirass, at first glance a stern, youthful soldier. Beneath the armor, a lofty aura shimmered, subtle as a current, detectable only to the casual observer. He might have been dismissed as an ordinary Zai. He advanced toward the main pavilion with a face drawn in sober contemplation. From a distance, he saw dozens of officers and Zai in glimmering armor arrayed about the perimeter, statues of tense readiness. Ren Kefeng, a Bai Jiangjun, snapped at him sharply to take his place without delay. Gu Hongsheng merely inclined his head and stepped to the ranks. Around the command tent, countless blades lifted like a forest of frozen light, their points directed heavenward, as if to pierce the very vault of sky. The chill of those steel edges suffused the air. The atmosphere grew palpably oppressive as word had brought all officers of Zaya rank and above to assemble. Feng Aijin's oration had indeed stirred valor and trembled the soldiery. Even Gu Hongsheng felt something stir within him. Yet to prostrate himself upon the earth was an impossibility. In this life, apart from the blood kin who had guarded him through boyhood into manhood, Gu Hongsheng would not bow to any man. That was the principle that anchored his spirit. When the sovereign of Tianfeng had once summoned him to the capital, no decree compelled him to kneel. Facing merely a second-rank general at Yangziguan, Gu Hongsheng deemed a respectful salute sufficient. His inner disposition, however, remained inscrutable to those around him. The men shouted their assent, and despite the urgency, many could not long conceal displeasure at Gu Hongsheng's earlier coolness. Quiet hostility lingered in sidelong glances. The officers and captains dispersed swiftly to their respective encampments to marshal forces and to prepare for a battle that might erupt at dawn. Ren Kefeng strode ahead with his captains. Gu Hongsheng accompanied him. Ren Kefeng offered only a mocking snort as he glanced at Gu Hongsheng. The hour was too fraught for prolonged reproach. Once they returned to the camp, Ren Kefeng inspected his captains with the gravity of a man readying for war. "Return to your posts and prepare wholeheartedly for the coming battle," he commanded. They obeyed with solemnity and hurried off to ready their men and stores. As Gu Hongsheng turned to leave, Ren Kefeng called him back. "Gu Zaiyi, wait." "General Ren?" Gu Hongsheng asked, turning slowly. Ren Kefeng's expression hardened. The scar along his face added an austere severity. "You came bearing the official seal and documents from the capital. I cannot deny you entrance. I had thought to let you remain in the army for a while. Should you grow weary, you could depart of your own accord. But war breaks upon us now, and I have neither heart nor time to entertain your presence. Return whence you came." He feared that as battle erupted, Gu Hongsheng might bring trouble upon him or require his care, an unwelcome encumbrance. Gu Hongsheng met that with quiet resolve. "General Ren, I assure you I need no guardianship." He had come to the border precisely to let his mortal frame be baptized in blood to hasten his advancement toward Lingxianjing. He would not flee at a crucial hour. "If you say so," Ren Kefeng replied, pointing at him with rising irritation. "The battlefield brooks no indulgence. If you remain today, you may well face death tomorrow. Then let events take their course. Execute the army's orders as you must." Gu Hongsheng returned, his voice alone, untroubled. Ren Kefeng waved him off and turned away, unwilling to waste further breath. Gu Hongsheng paid no heed to the warning. A former life of millennia had taught him the sight of shattered realms and oceans of blood. He had trod over mountains of corpses to reach the pinnacle of Tianxinjing and survey countless souls from that high place. A few tens of thousands of soldiers from Beiyugua did not rouse his concern. His only intent was to let his present body undergo the crucible of combat and thereby ascend toward Lingxianjing. Back at Chifeng, Gu Hongsheng related the intelligence of the approaching Beiyugua armies to his soldiers. Silence fell for a breath, then he mockingly asked why the silence. "Are you afraid?" He perceived the suppressed anger and lethal intent on their faces. Rather than acknowledge it, he provoked them with irony. At once a voice thundered from the ranks. "How could we be afraid?" A soldier roared. "We are of Chifeng. We may die on the field wrapped in our saddles, but we will not cower before the enemy. The men approved loudly. After all, Gu Xiaoyai is of our camp. We may dispute him in private, but no pup of Bei Yugua shall bully him. Their shouts braided into a single tide. A wind swept through, lifting the hems of armor and scattering stray locks of hair. It brushed Gu Hongsheng inwardly, as if reaching into the secret places of his heart. He could not help smiling at these coarse, earnest men. Their raucous words were the familiar music of a garrison. In spite of any petty grievances at having Gu Hongsheng installed as their Zai, they would spill blood to save him, because Qi Feng Ying embodied years of dignity and honor that none would permit to be trampled. Gu Hongsheng answered with gratitude tempered by amusement. Very well. I thank you, brothers, for your care. A battlefield is merciless. To have comrades who would give life in defense is a rare fortune. The memory of his previous existence had acquainted him with the worst of fratricidal horrors, yet here, he felt the authenticity of their resolve. Perhaps the simpler-hearted cling more steadfastly to conviction, even unto death. They exchanged no further words. Instead, each man communicated his pledge and intent with steady gazes. Some things are better held in silence. Dusk fell like a gray net that quietly covered the earth. Night smeared the heavens with thick strokes until even the faintest stars were subdued. Yet Yangzingguan remained ablaze with light, as though day persisted. 20,000 soldiers kept the past vigil pacing in strained patrols. They readied great stones and sharpened arrows for the morrow's clash. The rustle of preparation rose into the dark sky as if the black vault itself trembled in response. Dawn at Yangzingguan lay heavy and suffocating, as if the very air had been tightened into a vice. Where mornings once offered a gentle serenity, this one burned with a stark, unnatural light. The first rays had scarcely broken when Gu Hongsheng and the cohort of Xiaoyai and commanders assembled at the summons of General Feng Aijin. Clad in a deep russet helm, Feng Aijin stood like an iron sentinel, eyes ablaze as he scanned the horizon. His visage was carved of gravity and restraint, and the waiting column of men watched him in a silence that felt almost sacramental. Drums still booming, the generals dispersed to rouse their companies. Ren Kefengthoff, merely a fifth-ranked deputy general, oversaw over 2,000 men beneath his banner. Standing upon his raised platform, he peered over his assembled soldiers and called the Bu Gua host approaches. Will you follow me to meet them beyond the gate? The men answered with a single thunderous assent that mixed with the drumbeat and shook the air. Exterminate the invaders and defend the honor of Tianfeng Gua. Ren Kefeng thrust his black spear upward toward the heavens, and the cry that followed was a living thing echoing across the camp and stirring a subtle, aching ripple in Gu Hongsheng's chest. A sable cloud seemed to press down upon the city, its weight promising ruin. The glint of armor caught the sun like scales of burnished gold. 30,000 soldiers of Bu stood arrayed beyond Yangzingguan, each clad in black leather armor and bearing long-hooked spears. Their presence swallowed the sky. Sand rose with each deliberate step, forming a surging ochre sea that rolled toward the pass. The defenders of Yangzingguan were seasoned veterans, not the pampered conscripts of more peaceful provinces. They assembled quickly beneath the walls. 3 to 4 li away, the Bu host halted and stared in mutual reckoning at Yangzingguan's defenders. A weight like a mountain settled on every chest. Men thought of home and morning light they might never see again. The sand before them would soon be steeped in blood smoke, and alarm would spread across the nations. Yet duty and faith held them firm to yield. Their line without an order would dishonor both the pass and Tianfeng Gua. Feng Aijin stood tall upon the wall, his fists clenched, watching the dark tide. At his command, the drums changed their rhythm, slower, heavier, then swelling until each beat struck the soul. Gu Hongsheng tightened his grip on his spear and cast a measured glance toward the encroaching host. He murmured more to himself than any other, only through the baptism of blood will this frame of flesh advance another degree. Around him, men wondered silently how many would be interred upon this plain and whether their own names would mark any grave. The clash was thunderous. Su Quan at the head of his 10,000 rode out with lance held aloft and thundered kill. Dust roared like an ocean and blades shone like the teeth of some great predator. Both sides met with the ferocity of wolves. Eyes reddened with strain, men charged as if drawn by some inexorable fate. Gu Hongsheng rode among them, with Ren Kefeng close by, leading the Tianfeng Kingdom contingent of some 600 men. Their horses' hooves beat the earth in a single thundering cadence as they bore down on the enemy. Distance vanished in a heartbeat. Where several li had lain between the hosts, there was now instant collision. Sand, steel, and the cries of men melded into one terrible symphony. The first contact threw men like chaff, banners dipped, lances shattered, and the ground was trampled by desperate struggle. In that maelstrom, courage and fear braided together, and every man who moved did so with the knowledge that only the survivors would ever stand to tell of what had been sacrificed beneath the storm of steel. The clash of armies detonated like thunder. When the two lines met, the sharp metallic chorus of blades and spears filled Yangzingguan, and its approaches drowning thought in an instant. Gu Hongsheng stood amid the hurricane of sound, every weapon's ring and every hoarse shout rolling around him until the battlefield itself seemed to breathe as one vast furious organism. Commanders in the Tianfeng host bellowed, lifting the soldiers' spirits and intensifying the combat. Cries of advance and cries of slaughter rose in tandem. In minutes the ground was studded with bodies and shallow pools of darkening blood, the air thick with the coppery tang of iron. The cries swelled until they seemed to reach the heavens, and the sky answered with drifting sand and the drum of war. Gu Hongsheng tightened his grip on the ebony long spear. His eyes sharpened like blades. A few hot droplets of blood had flecked his cheek. For a fleeting instant he felt a memory of another Lifea commander's inexorable stride across countless battlefields, and the old dormant ferocity stirred within him. The sensation of that long-forgotten momentum washed over his limbs and steadied him. A Beiyu footman lunged, face twisted in rage, spear thrusting for Gus' breast. Gu moved with a coiled calm, sidestepping and answering with a single brutal arc. The long spear drove through the man's chest. He collapsed into the yellow sand, eyes wide, blood flooding his tongue. Gu stared into those dying eyes, let a cold breath issue from him, and murmured a vow that the Gu family's martial renown would blaze once more across the firmament. Spurring his mount, Gu Hongsheng plunged headlong into the roiling melee. Corpses lay in ranks on the sand, blood rose in stinging sprays each time his spear found a mark. He felt the scent of blood like a clarion, familiar and intoxicating, and it quickened the pulse of his power. There was no room for reflection on the field, only decisive action could carry the day. He kicked his horse, an arrow of motion that drove him into the heart of the enemy ranks. The battlefield offered no quarter for the soldiers of Yangzingguan. To fight was to accept death and choose honor. Gus' long spear was a black comet, and every fall of its tip left another still form upon the sand. When a Beiyu Xiaoei thundered toward him on horseback, Gus' reflexes were cold and absolute. The spear pierced the officer's chest with a speed that denied reaction. The man toppled, eyes stunned, and bled out into the dunes as Gu barely glanced at the corpse. Raising his voice, Gu Hongsheng proclaimed a rallying cry. The embers of his long slumbering martial ardor flared into full flame as he pointed his spear at the endless tide of Beiyu soldiers. His roar cut across the clamor and settled into the ears of the Chi Feng Ing contingent. Mounted spear in hand, he rode like an omen among the enemy, each strike scattering life from the sand. Those within Chi Feng Ing could scarcely believe what they saw. Lu Lingyu felt the breath knocked from him. Even the seasoned officers Su Quan and Rin Kefeng faltered in their assessments as Gus' presence swept over the field like uncommon weather. The men who had once doubted began to follow without hesitation. Brothers, follow the Xiaoyai charge. Lu Lingyu shouted, and their united advance surged like a new tide into the enemy ranks. The spears gleamed, and the pounding of hooves stitched a swath of death across the battlefield. Gu did not count his thrusts or reckon his kills. Every place his horse's hooves passed became a tableau of ruin and crimson. Sand and blood rose together in eddies that hid and revealed the grim choreography of war. As the carnage unfolded, Gu felt his inner chi deepen and thickened. The crucible of battle hammered his body and spirit, pushing him ever closer to the next threshold of power. News of 30,000 troops from Beiyu was suddenly invading the northern border at Yangzingguan ripped through the capital of Tianfeng like a thunderclap. The report arrived and instantaneously stirred the court into a tempest of alarm and indignation. Within the Gu Jia compound, Gu Laizi crushed the urgent military dispatch in his fist. He wore an expression of quiet, inexorable authority. His presence alone convulsed the air with a stern gravity. Laoyi, lead men to Yangzingguan at once, and bring Gu Hongsheng back safely. He ordered, his jaw set and his eyes burning with a fearful intensity. Also dispatch carrier pigeons and send reinforcements stationed near Yangzingguan immediately. Slaughter the invaders of Beiyu without mercy. Yibo, clad in a charcoal robe, answered with solemn resolve. In a blink, he vanished from the courtyard, executing Gu Laoyezi's commands without hesitation. The distance from the capital to Yangzingguan was vast. Even with ceaseless riding, it would take 10 days. Yet the emergency brooked no delay. Yibo hastened to select the finest 1,000-li steeds from the compound and led a cadre of stalwart riders, all bound for Yangzingguan at breakneck speed. Gu Laozi stood beneath gusting winds, his white hair tossed, his anger laced with a deeper strand of worry. He had permitted Gu Hongsheng to seek experience at the frontier only as a measured trial. War erupting so abruptly was an unwelcome surprise. Watching toward the direction of Yangzingguan, he clenched his wrinkled hand and muttered that the boy had always been spry and possibly nimble enough to escape trouble, yet his concern persisted all the same. In the inner quarters, Gu Yumo heard the same tidings and trembled. Memories of when 20,000 Beiyu soldiers once assaulted Yangzingguan came rushing back, siege that left him maimed for life. Now that another mass of Beiyu forces had assembled, his thoughts turned instinctively to Gu Hengxian, who had ridden north only recently. He ought to be the first to flee if things go awry, Gu Yumo whispered, forcing himself to hope that arrangements had been made to fetch him home. Still, the worry in his eyes only deepened. Feng Aijin had anticipated such a maneuver. He ordered archers to shower both flanks with flight death, forbidding any attempt to encircle the withdrawing troops. A rain of arrows fell thick and unrelenting, stopping the Beiyu columns in their tracks and granting the defenders the precious seconds they needed to retreat within the walls. Amid the orderly withdrawal, Gu Hengxian seized an opening. Riding through the pause created by the archers, he surged into the forward ranks of the Beiyu host and returned with dozens of crimson lives taken in his wake. For a time, the heavens themselves seemed to conspire in setting off the glory of his charge. His presence was a blight upon the enemy camp. The black plume of his helm and the bloodied spear left many a Beiyu soldier trembling with dread. Positioned at the rear of the withdrawing formation, Gu Hengxian alone stood between the retreating thousand and the mountain of enemy ranks. He raised his spear toward the sky and roared, "Those who trespass on Tianfeng Kingdom shall be cut down." The shout reverberated across the sand and blood, shaking the earth beneath their feet and unsettling the Beiyu host. The thunder of his cry plunged into the soul of the battlefield, binding the defenders' retreat with a fierce, unyielding courage. On the bloodstained plain stood Gu Hengxian, his visage honed like a blade, brows sharp as winter steel, and a mouth curved like a scythe. He dominated the center of the battlefield with indomitable bearing. Crimson beads still slid down his cheeks, his chong hung with shreds of flesh and tattered armor, each detail amplifying the fierce majesty of his presence. A thunderous roar erupted from him, a sound that carried the gravity of a warlord and cowed all who heard it. The baptism of blood transformed him utterly. Under that single earth-shaking cry, the barrier of Ling Xianjing collapsed, and Gu Hengxian ascended into the earliest reaches of that realm. He required no secluded chamber or meditative ritual. His Dao heart was steady and his spirit vast. Once the chance afforded by blood had been seized, his cultivation revealed itself with inevitable clarity. In that instant, Feng Aijin's mind unfurled memories of years past, visions of a sanguine figure who had once lorded over a ravaged field. Both the armies of Beiyu Gua and the tens of thousands of Tianfeng soldiers widened their eyes at Gu Hengxian's imperious silhouette. The image seared itself into their hearts. Lu Lingyu and his comrades recalled with painful heat the moments when they had mocked him as a mere boy. Shame and complicated tenderness rose unbidden in their chests. For a while, the Beiyu host hesitated to press the assault. Part of that restraint owed to the withering rain of arrows from the ramparts, yet Gu Hengxian's blood-soaked grandeur alone exerted a paralyzing terror. Suddenly, from the heart of the Beiyu ranks, an arrow like an eagle cleaved through the air, imbued with the tremendous aura of a Di Xianjing cultivator. It screamed toward Gu Hengxian with lethal intent. A collective gasp rippled across Tianfeng Kingdom. Men cried out for the Shaowai's safety as dread pooled in their veins. Even Feng Aijin could not help but close his eyes, unwilling to witness the collapse of the young officer. The presence of a Di Xianjing archer was a crisis few could endure. Such a strike could turn the tide of war. It was an unspoken law among the nations that Di Xianjing masters should not intervene casually, yet the Beiyu commander had resorted to this ignoble stealth attack on a Xiaoyai. The arrow sliced harmlessly between the horse and the airborne Gu Hengxian, then continued with unabated force through Beiyu ranks until it bored into the timber of Yangzingguan's wall, lodging deep within. What many had expected to be a tragic death instead became the cause for exultation. Tianfeng soldiers erupted in cheers that rolled like thunder, and Feng Aijin struck the battlement with fierce approval. Gu Hengxian remounted with the same gallant composure, every motion saturated with sovereign poise. His declaration reverberated across the plain, overwhelming the clamor of war drums and staining the battlefield with its gravity. The name Gu Jia struck like thunder. The Beiyu commander staggered, then trembled with disbelief as the realization fell upon him. "You are of the Gu family. A scion of Tianfeng was Gu Jia," he demanded. The battlefield fell into stunned silence at his revelation. Gu Hengxian's proclamation not only unnerved the Beiyu commander, but arrested the breath of countless onlookers. The name of Gu Jia echoed in the open air, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who witnessed it. Among the watching ranks, disbelief warred with dread. Feng Aijin, stationed on the city wall, froze as he surveyed Gu Hengxian's silhouette, familiar, yet transformed, recalling the domineering aura of the Shuexiang Jiangjun of old. Ren Kefeng, whose face betrayed astonishment, gaped as if to deny the impossible. Even Lu Lingyu of Chifeng stammered, unable to mask the shock that seized him as he beheld Gu Hengxian's composed majesty and implacable bearing. Rumors that had painted Gu Hengxian as a feckless wastrel fragmented against the evidence of his defiant presence. With the gates closing behind him, the Bu army could not press another step forward. Their losses in the skirmish were grave. Their capacity to storm the gate had been shattered. Moreover, their morale had been ruptured by Gu Hongsheng's intimidation. Reluctantly, the Bu forces withdrew, trailing sand and blood as they fell back to deliberate. The episode resounded like a peal of thunder across the borderlands. Gu Jia and Gu Hongsheng had, in a single blazing confrontation, remade the perception of a man who had been written off as worthless. He had slain dozens, evaded a concealed arrow from a master of the Dixiang realm, and left behind an indelible blue dread silhouette in the minds of all who witnessed him. Soldiers nurtured dreams of glory, and in this clash, Gu Hongsheng achieved both renown and the restoration of family honor. He demonstrated that he was not the spendthrift wastrel of rumor, but rather a scion who stood unflinching before thousands. This victory affirmed Tianfeng was authority, fortified the sanctity of Yangtze against wanton assault, and scattered the clouds of doubt across the region. The proclamation, "I am of the Gu Jia of Tianfeng, Gu Hengxian," spread swiftly, like wings unfurling, carrying his name to every corner of Tianfeng and reshaping the temper of the borderlands. Inside the Qifeng Ing lines, Gu Hongsheng surveyed the scene with a pallor that belied his usual composure. Disembodied limbs, faces drained of color, men with ears sliced, and cheeks crimson from fresh wounds, others whose souls had been struck away and whose life was ebbing. These sights dulled him, and a heavy sigh escaped him. A gravelly voice came from behind. Gu Hongsheng turned slowly and saw Lu Lingyu, his countenance ashen. The veteran bowed with profound respect. The battlefield had seared 1,000 memories into his heart, and he no longer dared to underestimate the man before him. "Xiaoyi," Lu Lingyu said, throat tight, "are you truly the Gu Gongzi of Jingqing?" He could hardly reconcile the rumors of a pampered, wayward scion with the formidable figure who now dominated the field. Gu Hongsheng inclined his head in quiet affirmation. Lu Lingyu stammered, astonished, confessing that the man before him did not resemble the caricature of a frivolous youth he had imagined. Gu Hongsheng brushed the topic aside and urged him with solemnity to see to the wounded. Lu Lingyu eyes reddened, obeyed immediately, shame and reverence mingling within him. Around them, the soldiers of Qifeng Ing looked at Gu Hongsheng with newfound veneration. The earlier scorn of boys who mocked him now tightened into clenched hands and contrition. Though his armor was stained dark with blood, Gu Hongsheng had removed his helm. His dark hair was disordered, a few strands stirring in the breeze. Footsteps hastened from beyond the camp, and Gu Hongsheng turned to see the commanding general of Yangtze Feng Aijin arriving with a retinue of officers. The troops greeted him with deference. Feng Aijin nodded, then approached Gu Hongsheng directly, his gaze complex and inquiring. "You are truly Gu Shaogongzi?" he asked after a moment of hesitation. Gu Hongsheng answered simply in the affirmative. Feng Aijin had already suspected the truth. The sanguine silhouette and the sovereign magnetism displayed on the field had reminded him of the great generals of the Poston, echo of the valor of earlier years. Yet to place the widely maligned Gu family scion within that image required a moment of stunned acceptance. Feng Aijin stepped forward and saluted with fervor. "Xueqi Jun." Feng Aijin pays respects to Gongzi. The officers behind him followed in unison, bowing to Gu Hongsheng. Xueqi Jun. Tianfeng's First Army was not large in number, but its men were dispersed across the realm, ready to assemble on command. As a senior commander of Xueqi Jun and the guardian of Yangtze, Feng Aijin naturally addressed Gu Hongsheng with the honor due a Gu scion. Gu Hongsheng demurred, gently asking that the generals spare such ceremony. Feng Aijin's visit had been prompted both by the need to confirm identity and by a desire to witness the legendary prodigy at close range. No trace of frivolity revealed itself in Gu Hongsheng's bearing. Every gesture, every stillness bespoke a warrior's poise. That such a man could be branded a worthless heir was an unsettling inversion of truth. Feng Aijin confided his concern about the arrow that had been loosed during the melee, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow at the mere thought of misfortune befalling the Gu family. Gu Hongsheng reassured him with a slight smile that he was unhurt. When Feng Aijin learned that Gu Hongsheng had come to Yangtze to honor the obsession of his second uncle, the men fell silent. The reference to Gu Shaogongzi's second uncle, known in history as Suexing Jiangjun, stirred a mournful gravity. Satisfied that Gu Hongsheng was well, Feng Aijin bowed once more and prepared to depart for the general camp. As he left, he could not help but muse upon the sight of one man alone and resolute, calling the tens of thousands to stillness. The rumor of a useless heir had never seemed more preposterous. Perhaps in little time the youth would inherit his family's martial splendor and stand atop the field of battle. Word of the confrontation at Yangtze spread even to the capital of Tianfeng. News of the battle at Yangtze leapt like a winged messenger, racing to every corner of Tianfeng. 30,000 troops from Biwiguo advanced in a thunderous tide, their mass blotting out the sky. In response, the garrison at Yangtze under Feng Aijin sallied forth with 10,000 soldiers to intercept them. In a single terrible day, the plain beyond the pass became a river of blood corpses strewn in macabre profusion, and the earth itself seemed to groan as dust, and gale rose in anguish spirals. Rumors swelled and contradicted one another. Some scoffed that the Gujia fool could never possess such martial prowess. Others relayed reports that he had bled hundreds of Bu soldiers, his silver-black armor now stained a ghastly red. More astonishing still were accounts that when ambushed by an arrow strike from a Di-Xian realm adversary, he had evaded unharmed by virtue of a breakthrough into the Ling-Xian realms, opening a claim both incredulous and intoxicating to the ears of generals and courtiers. Then the messenger continued, his voice sharpened by the import of what followed. As the army withdrew, Azio Ei had surged forth, slaughtering scores within the enemy lines, and crying, "Strike those who trespass upon Tianfeng Kingdom." His presence alone shattered the morale of Biwigua's troops. When their commander attempted a covert strike, the Zhao Ei, by dint of what the report called Lingxuan-level skill, eluded the assault without so much as a scratch. When the courier at last quoted the name aloud, Gu Hengsheng's hall fell utterly silent. Faces around the throne betrayed unmixed astonishment. Gu Laizi, garbed in official robes, fixed the messenger with a stare that could have split iron and demanded incredulous for repetition. Mo Xiang himself, staring at the lines of the dispatch, felt the tides of shock swell within him, as if some buried truth had been unearthed. The court's dozens of keen eyes turned, searching his expression for confirmation, each person acutely aware that the rest of the dispatch might alter the fate of families and banners. Without hesitation, the emperor ordered the report summoned to his side and urged Gu Laizi to read it for himself. The eunuch moved swiftly, and the old master seized the paper with hands that trembled just enough to betray the tumult beneath his composed exterior. As his gaze drank in the words, the chamber held its breath, poised on the cusp of revelation, every soul braced for the consequences of a name spoken in the smoke of battle. Gu Laoyezi's weathered visage trembled as he clutched the urgent military dispatch. His frail frame shuddered with a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. Only a few simple characters Gu Hengsheng were enough to compel him to read the line a dozen times before he abandoned all decorum and laughed aloud, a sound equal parts relief and triumph. The old man could not suppress the tempest of emotions that surged from his chest. Sorrow and pride intertwined, and for an instant his presence swelled with the vast martial aura of a Di-Xian Jing midstage practitioner. His shout rolled across the royal hall, and every attendant felt the pressure of that long-dormant power. At that roar, the courtiers recoiled astonished. Many had forgotten that the stooped patriarch of the Gujia had once been a battlefield titan, a general whose single-handed ferocity had routed legions. Now, as the old man's aura flashed past them, those memories returned like lightning. Whispers erupted among ministers. How could the boy rumored to be unable to cultivate now possess a cultivation level rivaling the capital's three prodigies? How could a scion once notorious for mischief and dalliance command tens of thousands on the field with the bearing of a great general? The contradictions proved too vivid to ignore, and skepticism gave way to stunned admiration. On the imperial throne, Mo Xiang was similarly taken aback. Their last meeting had led him to suspect Gu Hengsheng might be more than he appeared. Now the reports proved that Gu had hidden his talents with extraordinary care. The emperor's features softened into a contemplative gravity as he absorbed the ramifications of such concealment. Gu Laizi, still trembling with joy, composed himself and bowed deeply to a Moang, offering thanks for understanding. The emperor acknowledged the old general's concern for lineage with measured compassion, then commanded the court to adjourn and to keep watch on Beiyugua. He promised that after Yangziguan's conflict concluded, appropriate honors would be bestowed. When the audience broke, the hall buzzed with conjecture. Gu Laizi turned to Li Tingyuan, who had once facilitated the proposed union between the house, and suspected the minister had known more than he admitted. Li responded with a wry admission that he had been slightly better informed, and the two men traded barbed affection like old comrades who had weathered many storms together. Outside the palace, ministers muttered that henceforth the Gujia could not be trifled with. The transformation of a once notorious playboy into a nation-shaking commander unsettled many, producing a morbid awe that spread through Tianfeng like a winter wind. Some confessed it would take them time to reconcile the boy they had known with the legend the dispatch proclaimed. At the Gu estate, Guyumo received the same dispatch with hands that trembled on the wheelchair arms. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed unreservedly. For the first time in years, joy displaced the long shadow of his affliction. He beat the useless flesh of his legs upon impulse, both in celebration and in faint hope, recalling Gu Hengsheng's previous instructions to channel qi through the limbs. Gu Jiaxi Xiang Yuan. Li Kaira sat as she always did within the secluded garden courtyard, brush in hand, ink and paper spread before her. Her long skirt flowed about her like water. She was the very picture of gentle elegance. Since Gu Hengsheng had departed more than half a month earlier, she had seldom set foot beyond the bounds of Xiang Yuan. She did not inquire about his destination, nor did she contemplate leaving Gujia. For her life in Li Jia or Gu Jia mattered little. Existence had narrowed to a steady regimen of cultivation and the companionship of inked masterpieces. On this day, the garden exhaled perfumed serenity, while Li Kaira gazed distantly, her mind intermittently revisiting images of walking beside Gu Hongsheng. A wistful bite at her lower lip betrayed a tender longing. Beiman Lu Minjian Gu. In another quarter, a woman in a violet robe sat alone beside an ancient guk. In her presence, as refined as a carved jade, this was Chung Sunrin, the very girl who, before Gu Hongsheng's senses had fully awakened, and before his past life returned to him, had once been declared by him to be his destined bride. A melodious voice at the doorway interrupted her playing. A slender woman entered with breathless haste and announced the same astonishing news. The gukin's string snapped like a struck chord of fate, and Chung Sunran's fair fingers were cut. A bead of red welled upon her hand. She stared at her hand, then at the woman, incredulity and a tight, complicated ache settling over her features. The messenger's report left the entire capital in uproar. Gu Gongzi has become famed by a single battle. He is no longer what we presumed, he is a prodigy of Lingxian. The words reverberated like a gong. Chung Sunran's thoughts drifted involuntarily to that earlier proclamation, how he had declared in front of Beiman Lu that from that day she would be his, that none might dishonor her, that he would make her his bride. She had refused then, and Gu Jia would not welcome an entertainer from the Smokaline quarter into its household. Yet now those pronouncements assumed a different weight. The appellations of peerless prodigy and terror of the enemy haunted her mind, and she sat mute, swallowed by recollection and uncertainty. Hanjia. In the distinguished house of Han, Chen, the Minister of War News, was received with stubborn disbelief. Han Ruyan, who had been Gu Hongsheng's closest companion since childhood, scoffed openly when his grandfather recounted the report. He could not reconcile the boy who had spent his days dissipating in pleasure districts with the figure of a battlefield sovereign. Yet as he observed Han Chen's solemn demeanor, the scoffing curdled into an uneasy astonishment. Could this really be the same Gu who had shirked responsibility and dallied in forbidden quarters? The thought unmoored him. He stood rigid, lips parted, hardly able to form the expletive that rose like steam in his throat, then fell into stunned silence. All through the capital the tale spread, unstoppable as a rising tide. No alley and no tea house escaped the rumor's reach. Citizens gathered in clusters and spoke of how, with a single engagement, a name had been lifted from obscurity to the height of fame. The transformation was so stark. Gu Jia's youngest scion metamorphosed from a dilettante of pleasure to a figure who could cow entire armies, that many refused to accept it without reservation. Yet despite denial, the chatter only increased, swelling into a fervor no decree could quell. After one decisive clash, who across the land could claim not to know his name? The triumph at Yangziguan carried with it an oppressive stillness, as if a pall had settled over the victors. None could afford complacency. Whether Biwiguo would attempt another furtive assault, or what stratagem they might next employ, remained unknown. As the garrison's commanding General Feng Aijin kept vigilant watch over every movement beyond the walls, dispatching scouts to glean the enemy's intentions, Gu Hongsheng lingered within the quiet of Chifanjing, hands clasped behind his back, watching clouds glide across the sky. He reflected with composed gravity on his recent ascension into the Lingxian realm. He must soon return to Tindagu Laoyezi's injured legs. Time, he feared, was not abundant. In his thoughts, he noted the approaching dispatch of Yang'an Gongju to Nanyuanghua in 4.5 months, and the precarious possibilities that might ensue should Nanyuanghua miscalculate. 2 days later, the outer plain lay strangely silent. The Bu forces had vanished as if the earth had swallowed them. Perhaps their probing had inflicted heavier losses than they had anticipated, or their cohesion had frayed. Perhaps they had not foreseen a scion of the Gu family standing guard at Yangziguan. Gu Hongsheng's sudden emergence upon the field in the nascent stage of Lingxian cultivation had cowed them and altered morale. With Tianfeng Kingdom's reinforcements now garrisoned across the pass, it seemed unlikely Biwiguo would risk another headlong assault. As the garrison attended to the aftermath of war, Yi Bo arrived in a flurry, having ridden without rest from the capital at Gu Laoyezi's command. He had heard by clandestine channels of Gu Hongsheng's striking presence on the battlefield and of his Lingxian prowess, and he had come to see it with his own eyes. Escorted through the camp by Feng Aijin, Yi Bo found Gu at Chifanjing. He examined him with astonishment and relief, then declared that Gu Laoyezi had sent him to escort the young man home. A gentle warmth answered the summons of that old simple phrase. Gu accepted without hesitation. They would return together. For the moment, the tumult of Yangziguan subsided. Yet the future remained uncertain. No one could predict Biwiguo's next calculation. Gu Hongsheng's thoughts, however, were already homeward turned. Above all else in this life, he cherished the safety of his family. Lu Ling stepped forward, and his voice, carrying over the assembled company, announced their escort. Hundreds of throats echoed his exhortation, a thunderous farewell that laid bare the soldiers' esteem. Watching this, Yi Bo felt a deep contentment. The Gu line would not be extinguished. The young scion already bore the bearing of a commander akin to his forebears. With the camp behind them, Gu Hongsheng and Yi Bo mounted their steeds and set a deliberate, unhurried course for the capital. They allowed the road to measure itself in leisurely miles rather than in a harried dash. 10 days later, they entered the capital. No sooner had they passed beneath the city gate than Gu Hongsheng's figure set off a cascade of commotion. Citizens who had caught word of his exploits at Yangxingguan surged toward him, recognitions and exclamations unfurling like banners. "The young master of the Gu family has returned," one cried, scarcely able to contain his astonishment. Others affirmed the dispatches that had heralded Gu Hongsheng's deeds, convinced at last of the truth. Commentaries on his handsome mien and promise for the nation's future followed in eager succession. Confronted by the swelling tide of attention, Gu Hongsheng quickened his pace and steered for the Gu manor, while Yi Bo, surprised that rumor had already swept the whole city, followed close behind. Within the Gu residence, the patriarch and Gu Yumo sat poised in the main hall, awaiting their heir. Word had reached Gu Laizi the moment the city gates opened. He sent for Gu Yumo and bade him sit together in silent vigilance. Gu Hongsheng entered with a composed exhalation and offered the customary salute. No face among those before him wore more inscrutable lines than Gu Laoyezi's. Although a flicker of relief had crossed the old man's eyes at first sight, he hardened his visage and let out a clipped sound of displeasure. Gu Yumo likewise feigned sternness from his wheelchair, as if the pair had every intention of administering a righteous rebuke. Silence followed his confession. Gu Laizi and Gu Yumo listened, hands clenched, faces betraying the inner tumult of dread, anger, and a reluctant pride. The harsh patience they wore like armor could not wholly disguise the relief at his survival and the fervor of his intentions. The hall's stillness was heavy with questions yet unasked, and with a gravity that promised a stern, but perhaps more sympathetic deliberation to come. At the mention of that span, Gu Laoyezi's expression darkened as a hidden sorrow settled into his gaze. 8 years earlier, Gu Qinjun, Gu Hongsheng's biological father, had fallen in battle in the same year. Both of Gu Hongsheng's elder brothers perished on the battlefield. Gu Yumo clenched his hands, and his breath constricting scolded the youth, half-jokingly, for what might have been had he flashed the same dangerous brilliance as his brothers. Gu Laoyezi's voice, though laced with affectionate reprimand, bore the scars of bereavement. He recalled how 8 years before, Gu Qinjun and those two brothers stood guard in the southern border and were ensnared by Yan Yugua's stratagems, dying for their realm. Rage and grief flamed in his eyes as he vowed that Gu Jia would exact sanguinary recompense for that unpardonable treachery. At his words, Gu Yumi's aura surged like a tide, his killing intent driven skyward. Gu Hongsheng murmured Yan Yugua's name, twice, tasting the bitterness of memory. Gu Yumo explained with clenched teeth that Yan Yugua was a mid-tier preeminent dynasty, boasting numerous latestage D, Xin, Jing masters in echelon above Tianfeng. Its machinations had culled Gu Jia's leaders 8 years ago. 5 years past, the invading legions of Bei Yugua had wrought Gu Jia's misfortune, and Gu Hongsheng's injury, and Yan Yugua's hand was discernible in those plots as well. Gu Laizi lamented that Tianfeng's swift ascendancy, and particularly the eminence of Gu Jia, a household of prodigy, had stoked Yan Yugua's enmity. Should even one member of Gu Jia attain the latestage D, Xin Jing, Tianfeng's stature would rise and directly impinge upon Yan Yugua's interests. Thus Gu Jia had become a thorn in Yan Yugua's side and the target of its calculated malice. Had Tianfeng not leaned on the support of the mid-tier Nanyuan, the southern bastion, Yan Yugua might have launched a full-scale invasion long ago. A short while later, the three of them settled around a round table laden with exquisite dishes and fragrant wines. Come, tonight the three of us shall drink our fill," Gu Lai said with an unhidden joy that had not visited him in many years. Pride swelled within him. The Gu lineage was no longer a household of failures. Gu Hongsheng rose and lifted a cup, offering it to his grandfather and to Gu Yumo before draining it in a single swallow. The warmth of the wine loosened tongues and softened memories, and soon laughter and reminiscence filled the chamber as they revisited the reckless escapades of Gu Hongsheng in younger days. Although the reprimands were loud, they were threaded through with indulgent affection. Gu Lai would scowl and wag his hand, feigning anger, yet his voice trembled with fondness for his headstrong grandson. Gu Hongsheng, flushing with embarrassment, could only smile wryly and accept the chiding. Every admonishment confirmed both the mischief he had wrought and the depth of the family's protectiveness. Cups were drained in quick succession until the three men, intoxicated by drink and by contentment, allowed themselves a rare, unguarded rest. They deliberately refrained from employing their inner qi to dispel the wine's effects. Such respite was to be preserved in memory as a small permanent pleasure. At dawn he rose with the sun. After washing, he walked toward the west wing, where Likira resided, death young woman to whom he was nominally betrothed. He had hesitated at first, uncertain whether he ought to call upon her, but reflection steadied him, and he proceeded. When he arrived, Likira opened the door. She wore a pale pink-and white gown whose gentle hues seemed to make the morning itself more delicate. On catching sight of him, she glanced toward the gate. That brief look arrested her, as though something familiar and strange had met in an instant. Their eyes held each other, as if separated by years, yet finding recognition anew. He was no longer the dissipated youth of old rumors. He had become the scion of renown, the celebrated young hero at the frontier. She no longer carried the aloof frostiness she once did about her, now settled a soft tenderness, a warmth that made her grace feel almost luminous. Gu Hongsheng spoke her namely Ziaja with a low, steady cadence that made her chest flutter. Li Kaira, mastering herself, offered a composed curtsy in return, movements refined as water reflecting blossom. Her comportment was quiet and restrained, yet suffused with an underlying allure that left Gu Hongsheng momentarily still as he admired her, like a sculpted ideal come to life. At his suggestion that they take a walk, Li Kaira agreed with a slight, graceful nod. They strolled together through the household gardens, admiring the foliage and the flowers that edged the winding paths. Occasionally, a faint, pleasant scent emanated from her, an alluring fragrance that drew Gu Hongsheng's attention and pleased him quietly. As they moved, she watched the line of his profile with a growing intensity, as though studying the map of a man she had only just begun to know. Once formerly the epitome of fashionable dissipation, he had become in her eyes an enigma and an ascendant figure. Her interest deepened with each step, and she found herself without resistance irresistibly drawn into the orbit of his presence. Once inside, with the house secure against prying eyes, Gu Hongsheng questioned Yin about the tasks entrusted to him during the month of absence. Yin bowed and reported that he had located 13 itinerant practitioners of sound character. Among them were 4 nascent Lingxian cultivators and 9 who stood in the late to pinnacle phases of Rinxian. They were all unaffiliated wanderers, modest in their demeanor and thus far without malice. Yin had placed them in concealed lodgings to await Gust's direction. Gu listened with a measured nod, more concerned with the strategic accretion of talent at the grassroots than with the precise calibers of fate. He then inquired after Gong Xinyu and Shang Wanhai. Yin explained that by Gust's command he had descended into a secluded valley to mentor them. Both had now truly embarked upon cultivation, entering the early stage of Rinxian. Some promising students were even nearing the critical threshold of drawing qi into the body, a sign of genuine potential. Gu Hongsheng approved, quietly promising to inspect the 13 recruits when time permitted. He reminded Yin that in the interim, Yin should devote greater care to guiding those under his charge. Gu hinted he would later concoct elixirs to accelerate their progress. Yin, puzzled by the notion that pills could hasten spiritual ascent, having known such substances only as tonic fortifiers, kept his curiosity to himself when met with Gust's light dismissal. To Yin, many of Gust's methods remained mysterious, as if born from a former live's experience, and that made him both reverent and wary. Yin hesitated before taking his leave, then, with solemn gravity, made an unusual request. He confessed that before becoming bound to Gu, he had been trapped as a resentful spirit in the Sword Ruins for a century, sustained by an abiding obsession. He asked permission to journey away after Gust's affairs were settled, to seek a long-absent friend in Moyangguo, an illustrious imperial court rumored among the realms. Though uncertain whether the friend yet lived, Yin wished to resolve the lingering tether of his heart. Gu Hongsheng regarded him with composure and consented. Yin bowed in gratitude and quietly melted into the void. Gu, left alone, tapped the table and murmured that Yin carried memories that were not easily forgotten. He resolved that if fate allowed, he would accompany the spirit on such a pilgrimage. Yin's loyalty and competence pleased Gu so much so that an occasional journey together would not be burdensome. As night settled across the land, Gu reflected on the wider world. The highest imperial courts harbored sovereigns whose guardians stood at the zenith of the Dixian realm, beings capable of sweeping the realm beneath them with ease. A gulf as vast as an abyss separated the pinnacle of Dixian from its late stage, rendering emergence into that stratum a rare epical event. He thought of the legend of Jianzun, the sword venerable, who had once cleaved an empire with a single stroke and touched the threshold of Tianxian. The scarcity of Tianxian cultivators in Baigua spoke to the sterility of the land's spiritual ley lines. Closing his eyes, Gu Hongsheng whispered to himself that even if heaven and earth conspired to restrain him, nothing in this life would bar his path. Those who stood in opposition would be cut down without mercy. Night drew its cloak over the world, and the silence seemed to lean into the sharpness of his resolve. Gu Hongsheng, grave and solemn, met his uncle's eyes and asked with quiet intensity whether he would believe him if he claimed he could heal those ruined legs. The words landed like a verdict. Gu Yumo had half expected such a possibility, yet when it was spoken plainly, his composed reserve shattered. The wheelchair rocked as he quivered, the old warrior's dignity cracking under a sudden flood of feeling. Gu Hongsheng reiterated his conviction that he could restore Gu Yumo's limbs. He could see the bloodshot rims of his uncle's eyes and sensed the ragged irregularity of his breath. Gu Yumo clutched Gu Hongsheng's arm, imploring for truth, as if clinging to a lifeline. The veteran who had retreated into the seclusion of the Gujia deep courtyard for 5 years had known solitude and desolation that no stranger could understand. Once he had stood at the pinnacle of the battlefield, a general whose spoken word chilled nations and whose spear had cleaved armies. To fall from that exalted throne into this ruined silence had been a torment without equal. When Gu Hongsheng assured him again with solemnity and without guile that he had found a way to mend the broken flesh and reconnect the severed Jingmei, Gu Yuma's hands shook with a mixture of disbelief and longing. He agreed at once to whatever his nephew proposed, his voice frayed but resolute. For Gu Yumo, the single undeniable truth was that Gu Hongsheng was of the Gujia lineage that alone sufficed to drown out suspicion. Gu Yumo accepted without question. Years of seclusion and torment had stripped him of needless inquiries. He desired only to be whole again. He did not ask how Gu Hongsheng had come by such knowledge, nor did he seek promise beyond the silent pledge of his nephew's hands. That night, Gu Hongsheng prepared a cauldron of boiling water, measured and steeped the linjiao in precise proportions, and with a focused outpouring of suankai, charged the bath until its potency thrummed faintly in the air. He bowed to Gu Yumo and asked forgiveness for the pain to come. What followed was clinical and relentless. Gu Hongsheng worked with steady precision, breaking Gu Yuma's legs at the appointed nodes so that the hardened frozen marrow might be undone. Each fracture was accompanied by the sick, brittle music of bone unfurling. The old soldier felt no sting, numb as the limbs had become, though the sight was macabre and the flesh pulsed with life betrayed. Gu Hongsheng laid the limp legs into the steaming bath and watched as the herbs and suankai began their slow alchemy. He instructed his uncle to remain for 10 days without leaving the room, promising to return and continue the restoration. Gu Yumo, consumed by hope and patient as the warrior he had been, did not question the means. For him, 10 days were a trifling toll to reclaim what 5 years had stolen. He settled into the chair and let time slip through his fingers like sand. Having left the secluded courtyard, Gu Hongsheng bade Gu Yumo remain alone within the chamber and did not tarry. Under the veil of night, he slipped from the Gu residence and traveled beyond the city walls. If Gu Hongsheng desired to mask his presence, few across the expanse of Beguo would be able to perceive him. Before long, his silhouette materialized within a forsaken ravine, 10 li from the city, where the forested cleft was punctuated by occasional bestial roars that sent flocks of birds scattering under the silvered moon. Deeper into the valley, bamboo shelters clustered like a modest hamlet. Moonlight revealed Yen Qinj instructing a circle of adolescent disciples, correcting their postures and guiding their cultivation with a patience that belied the wildness of the place. At a glance, he spotted Gu Hongsheng and hurried forward to pay homage, addressing him with the reverence owed to their Zhushang. Gu Hongsheng's face remained impassive as he answered that he had come to observe. A month apart had altered the novices markedly. The juvenile softness had faded from the visages of Shangguan Hai and Gong Xinyu, and some bore scars earned through stern refinement. At their master's nod, they rose to salute, hands dropping their petty tasks as they advanced with deferent composure, each careful not to draw breath more loudly than propriety allowed. Gu Hongsheng scanned them with a meticulous eye, then fixed his regard upon Yen Qinj. He commanded with a measured voice that the recruits Yen had gathered be brought at once, for he wished to see them personally. Obedient and fastidious, Yen promised to fetch them, and had already stationed the 13 martial practitioners outside the city to facilitate summons and communication. When Yen Qinj departed, he rode an invisible current of wind. While a practitioner of Daixuanjing may temporarily stand upon the void at great cost to his qi, such feats are seldom prolonged. Those of Tingxuanjing, by contrast, may stride the emptiness with an inexhaustible draw from heaven and earth. Gu Hongsheng remained beneath the night, as if he were a solitary tree, letting the evening breeze toy at his dark hair, while Shangguan Hai, Gong Xinyu and the others kept silent vigil, their eyes fixed on his profile. A middle-aged man of Lingxuanjing origin narrowed his eyes at the youthful scholar before him and asked incredulously if this was the fabled Zhushang. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered martial artists. They had imagined the hidden patron to be a seasoned, inscrutable elder worthy of awe. To see a young man apparently devoid of any manifest qi affronted their expectations. The lone woman, emboldened by wantonness, purred an incautious jest and offered to instruct the boy in certain pleasures. Yen Sheng's countenance darkened as he perceived a subtle, dreadful shift in Gu Hongsheng's aura, a sensation he had once encountered within the Jingsu, a terror that gnawed from the depths of the soul. Fear overwhelmed him. He dropped to his knees in an immediate abject supplication, pounding his forehead in entreaty and pleading for forgiveness for his perceived negligence, vowing to remove those who were impertinent and to reselection candidates worthy of his lord. The onlookers, who had only moments before been scornful, froze in disarray at the sight. To see Yen Darren, a Daixuanjing luminary, prostrate before a youthful figure confounded them. Realization dawned that the ordinary threat behind Yen's earlier words might be far more perilous than they had imagined. Gu Hongsheng raised his head slowly and fixed his gaze on the 13 who had accompanied Yen Qinj. In a voice that brooked no contradiction, he declared that those who transgress against their superiors deserved execution. The final syllable of his pronouncement had scarcely left his lips when a sovereign soul-deep aura erupted from him, towering like a compressed tempest. The valley trembled. A force of such magnitude that it could overturn the balance of the 100 nations unfurled, stirring wild gusts through the mountain wood and drawing rolling thunder from a sky that seemed to tremble in dread. The 13 felt as if they were enveloped by an abyssal tide of killing intent. Their souls quivered as though on the verge of shattering. One of the women who had earlier dared to mock Gu Hongsheng collapsed, her face ashen, overcome by terror. Others vomited cold sweat, their limbs seized by tremors. A hulking man among them shivered uncontrollably, lips chalk-white, while another at the pinnacle of the Rongsuan realm clutched his head and emitted a low hoarse cry as the aftershocks of the soul storm lingered. Gu Hongsheng drew inward the aura that had momentarily escaped him, and with that simple motion the heavens dimmed and the thunder subsided. He resumed the unassuming posture of a young gentleman, though the air about him remained edged with consequence. He murmured to himself that merely unleashing the essence of his soul had nearly invited the heavenly Tao to mark him, and that this realm plainly would not tolerate any Tianqian realm practitioner. He reflected that had he unleashed his full might, it would have blanketed the entire 100 Kingdom region, surely provoking a cataclysmic thunder sea to eradicate his presence. That he had only let slip a trace spared him such divine attention and spared those hidden titans in slumber from immediately perceiving the source of that overwhelming aura which would have summoned a cascade of troubles. Around him, Gong Xinyu, Shangwan Hai, and the others who had been watching in silence found themselves prostrate, drenched in cold sweat, and trembling from a dread that rose from their cores. The 13 visitors knelt before Gu Hongsheng in abject fear, their earlier insolence utterly extinguished. They could not reconcile that someone who appeared scarcely 20 might exude so devastating a presence. Yin Qinj brusquely commanded the newcomers to pay homage, and they responded at once, prostrating themselves and pledging undying loyalty. Gu Hongsheng ordered that they remain to cultivate within the valley and forbade anyone to depart without his express leave, though he granted one final opportunity to withdraw. Reluctant to leave yet afraid to disobey, they vowed fealty and professed single-minded devotion. Gu Hongsheng instructed Yin Qinj to have them overseen and to guide Gong Xinyu and the others toward the Rongsuan realm. He promised to provide alchemical aids in time, observing coldly that they were all woefully weak. Yin Qinj bowed and accepted the charge, inwardly wry at how scarce independent cultivators had become and how much effort it had taken to assemble even these few. Without ceremony, Gu Hongsheng adjusted his posture, gave a slight nod to Yin Qinj, and strode toward the mouth of the valley. Only when his figure had retreated into the distance did the assembled group release a collective breath, each feeling as if they had been given a reprieve from the very brink of death. The youths among them, eyes clenched and fists clenched, swore to themselves that they would one day attain such commanding strength. Once Gu Hongsheng had gone, a trembling voice asked Yin Qinj who their lord truly was. Yin Qinj answered with a curt admonition not to ask foolish questions, for any further offense would invite ruin. Though he too yearned to know Gu Hongsheng's origins, he watched the direction in which the youth had vanished and fell into a contemplative silence. Gu Hongsheng returned to the Gu residence as dawn was seeping into the sky. Rather than retreat to rest, he remained in the courtyard, composed and serene, cradling a cup of fragrant tea. The silence was broken by hurried footsteps and an urgent knock at the gate before he had finished his drink. He set down the delicate cup and looked up to find Han Ruyan, a slightly round-faced youth, breathless and disheveled. News of Gu Hongsheng's exploits at Yangziguan had tormented Han through sleepless nights. Disbelief and astonishment gnawed at him until he could resist no longer. After 2 nights of fevered anxiety, he slipped from his house and came straight to the Gu Fu, where everyone knew him from their childhood companionship, and made no attempt to bar his entrance. Gu Ji, Han panted as he barreled into the courtyard and confronted the man seated on the stone bench. Gu Hongsheng regarded his old friend with the indulgent calm of someone who had known him since boyhood. They had once run wild together. Han had shouldered more than his share of trouble for Gu and never once betrayed his trust. That steadfastness had earned Han a place of easy familiarity in Gu Hongsheng's eyes. Seeing Han's urgent, almost pleading expression, Gu Hongsheng could only smile. He poured a cup of tea and offered it. Han drank it in one swallow and then stared incredulous. He asked with a tone of barely contained wonder whether Gu had truly gone to Yangziguan. Gu replied simply that he had. Han's disbelief gave way to awe. He could not reconcile the man before him with the image of the feckless youth he remembered. When he blurted that Gu had once been even more useless than himself, Gu Hongsheng only shot him a scornful look and dismissed the remark. The conversation turned to Han's domestic plight. Gu warned that if Han delayed returning home, he might once again face his father's harsh drills. The thought made Han shiver. Avoidance was a temptation, but he dared not risk direct defiance. After a few more words, he excused himself in a fluster and fled back toward his household, eager to escape the imminent rigors of training. When Han's hurried silhouette had faded, Gu Hongsheng remained in the courtyard, smiling faintly and shaking his head. He mused that he would have to contrive some means to spur this errant friend into earnest practice. The thought lingered like a quiet resolve as the morning light brightened around him. Shortly after Han Rian departed, an imperial edict resonated from the deepest halls of the palace and descended upon the Gujia. The decree proclaimed that Gu Hengxian, having struck terror into the enemy at Yangzingguan and exalted the prestige of Tianfeng, upheld the martial legacy of his house and shone as an unparalleled prodigy. In recognition, the sovereign conferred upon him the rank of 4th grade Wei Jiangjun and honored his late father's sacrifice with the epithet Qi Shuang. Gu Laizi received the edict on Gu Hongsheng's behalf with reverence. He carried the proclamation into the house as though bearing a shrine, his face unable to conceal the swell of pride. Gu Hengxian, however, refrained from presenting himself. Feigning illness, he entrusted his old patriarch to collect the honor. He would not bow. Humility and kneeling were alien to his pride and to the resolute spirit that guided him. Remaining unseen spared him needless complications. The bestowed title Qi Shuang was spoken of with awe, a singular scion of martial renown, peerless upon the field of battle. The sovereign's largesse of 4th grade command and an honorific was amplified by the memory of the Gu family's fallen patriarch. The announcement posted upon the imperial board elevated Gu Hongsheng to the rank of Qi Shuang Jiangjun, and the ripples of the proclamation set Tianfeng Guo abuzz. Envy and resentment festered among many, yet none could openly thwart the decree. Patriarchs of influential clans found themselves contemplative, their gazes drifting toward the Gu estate and the palace. The victory at Yangzingguan had carved Gu Hongsheng's name into the annals. Whispers suggested that Gu Jia might yield another solitary, formidable general. Older voices murmured of a renaissance in the family's fortunes. Others who had known Gu Hongsheng's long masquerade of folly now regarded him with a chill of unease. One battle had vaulted him to fame, and many wondered what designs lay behind his sudden ascent. For 10 days, Gu Hongsheng secluded himself, silently sharpening his sword, intent within the chamber. He stepped outside only to walk a few measured paces with Li Kaira. In quieter hours, he dispatched agents to the capital to procure rare spirit herbs and alchemical materials, and instructed Yin Xinga to select a modest alchemical furnace. With so many eyes upon him, Gu Hongsheng delegated all mundane matters to Yin Xinga, preserving his anonymity and reducing potential intrigue. He handed a small handful of pills to Yin Xinga with a casual air. These concentration pills will help those who have reached the early Lingxian Jing to advance further, he said. These are Qingxian Dan. They will allow the novices to commence earnest practice. The aromatic vapors from the alchemically prepared remedies filled the air and sharpened the senses. Yin Xinga, who had never seen such concoctions, regarded them with astonishment. In this land, a single pill that could aid a breakthrough seemed fantastical, yet harboring Gu Hongsheng's inscrutable depth, such an achievement felt plausible. Gu Hongsheng assured him gravely that ordinary elixirs were trivial to him, and that one day, when his own cultivation advanced, he would prepare more for Yin Xinga. Though he could refine potions that expedited breakthroughs, he had no intent to consume them himself. His aim was to ascend beyond Tianxian Jing to an even more elusive realm, and such an ascent required an impeccable foundation. No shortcut would be permitted to jeopardize his future reach. 10 days having passed, Gu Hongsheng approached the secluded inner courtyard where Gu Yumo lay. The place was silent and heavy, guarded by latent auras that signaled protective sentries. Gu Hongsheng paused at the outer eaves and addressed Gu Yumo through the closed door. The reply was immediate. Gu Yumo opened his long still eyes and bade him enter. Inside, Gu Yumo remained motionless as on the day before, dissolved into a long vigil within the medicinal bath to avoid disrupting its curative work. 5 years of infirmity and isolation had taught him endurance. 10 days of stillness might yet be born. Gu Hongsheng studied the legs immersed in the restorative liquids and observed the putrescence blocking circulation and the frailty of the meridians. He murmured that the necrotic flesh had festered and the conduits were at their most vulnerable, but that the meridians and sinew could be rebuilt and sensibility restored. He asked softly if Gu Yumo was prepared. There was no more hesitation. Gu Yumo's eyes shone with ardent longing to feel his legs again. With solemn accord, Gu Hongsheng began to circulate his internal Lingxian Jing aura, committing himself to the intricate task of restructuring flesh and reopening the channels of perception. When Gu Hongsheng released even the faintest thread of his Lingxian Jing cultivation, the loft's atmosphere instantaneously dimmed, as if the air itself had congealed. Gu Yumo, seeing the change for the first time, gripped the chair arm with trembling eagerness. Bloodshot eyes and cracked lips betrayed a man overcome by emotion as he murmured to himself, astonished that the rumored prodigy before him truly bore such power. What had been only hearsay now unfurled into a palpable intimate reality that filled him with quiet consolation. Gu Hongxing shed his composed facade and addressed Gu Yumo in a measured, solemn voice, insisting that his uncle refrain from employing his own suinkai and entrust everything to him. Obedient but anxious, Gu Yumo yielded. A faint edge flashed across Gu Hongxing's gaze as his left hand, guided by suinkai, lifted Gu Yumi's legs from the medicinal soak so they hovered in midair. Years of immersion had rendered them deathly pale and grotesquely swollen, veined with dark arcs of congealed blood. Gu Hongxing recalled in a distant echo the trials he had endured to obtain the Ningwu Sahun Shu. Legends promised that at its pinnacle the art could reforge fractured souls and restore amputated limbs, yet even in his prior life, Gu Hongxing had never attained such heights. Still, he believed that a sliver of connection remained within Gu Yumi's body, and that restoration was possible. With methodical care, Gu Hongxing extended his hands and channeled suinkai into the wavering meridians of Gu Yumi's legs. His touch was like a sculptor's peeling back layers of ruined tissue and coaxing bone and sinew to reconfigure. The technique Ningwu Shu allowed shattered bone to coalesce and flesh to regenerate, but the true crucible lay in unblocking meridians that had been obstructed for 5 years. Threads of arcane energy laced with the subtlety of esoteric formulae flowed from his palms and settled upon the limbs, as if sewing together a living tapestry. Time slipped away like a reluctant tide. Sweat beaded across Gu Hongxing's brow and drenched his garments. His lips whitened as he sustained the intricate manipulation of qi. Watching him, Gu Yumi's concern rose. He begged the youth to take respite. Gu Hongxing answered in a voice steady with resolve that the procedure must succeed in a single operation, for any falter would doom the endeavor forever. Gu Yumo, eyes fixed upon the strain etched on Gu Hongxing's face, clenched his fists and prayed inwardly for the young man's success. Night thickened, and the heavens seemed to swallow the world whole, plunging Tianfeng Kingdom into a heavy hush. Within the Gu compound, Gu Laizi stood vigilant beneath the dark sky. He instructed a cadre of seasoned solemn men to secure every corner of the estate and permit nothing untoward to penetrate the household stillness. He said little and asked no questions. His actions alone spoke of the gravity of the matter. Then, closing his tired eyes as if to merge with the night itself, he offered a silent entreaty that the heavens might favor his family. In the secluded courtyard, Gu Hongxing continued his delicate work, fingers weaving xian seals as he brushed the meridians and reformed flesh. His frame trembled with exertion, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. When Gu Yumo called his name, the youth did not answer, for concentration allowed no distraction. He shepherded the Ningwu Sahun Shu with unyielding focus. A single misstep now would erase all that they had achieved. After a painstaking half-hour, he raised his gaze and intoned with low authority the final command to congeal the newly formed tissue and stabilize the meridians. At his last syllable, the decayed ashen layers sloughed away from Gu Yumi's legs and revealed fresh, sanguine flesh beneath. Veins shivered with renewed vitality and meridians subtly swelled beneath the skin as if reawakening from a long slumber. Overcome, Gu Yumo felt sensations surge through him and wept freely as tears of disbelief and gratitude flowed. Gu Hongxing urged him to employ suinkai immediately to cloak and secure the restored limbs. Gu Yumo obeyed with trembling hands, and once his uncle's suinkai enveloped the legs, Gu Hongxing staggered back utterly spent. He steadied himself on a nearby table, and after drawing breath, offered a faint smile and addressed Gu Yumo with the familiar appellation Airshu. The single word pierced deep into Gu Yumi's heart. He wept openly, part reproach and part affection, and slapped the young man playfully, even as he cursed him in a voice saturated with emotion. Gu Hongxing returned the look with silent warmth and a soft, contented smile. A faint veil of suinkai enveloped Gu Yumi's legs, a protective shroud to keep the impurities of the air from impeding the healing. After a long moment's rest, Gu Hongxing applied the prepared balm with practiced care and wrapped the limbs in white bandages. As if roused by the ministrations, Gu Yumi's eyes opened hazily, and a tender, subdued light filtered into the attic. The courtyard that day felt subtly altered. The sharp edge of sorrow that had once defined Gu Yumi's demeanor had softened, supplanted by a quietly burgeoning vitality. Gu Hongxing's face remained a little pale from exertion, yet he looked markedly improved compared to earlier. Gu Yumo sat in his wheelchair, refreshed in spirit, an unmistakable tremor of joy still lingering about his brows. Second uncle, allow the flesh to knit fully. I shall return at intervals to replace the dressings, Gu Hongxing said with calm assurance. If all goes well, you will be entirely restored within 3 months. Gu Yumo regarded him with solemn affection. You rascal. They held one another's gaze. Gu Yumi's tone tempered into earnest gratitude. This time I owe you. Thank you. For a moment, Gu Hongxing was taken aback, then he smiled lightly, deflecting the formality. We are family, do not speak of debts. Besides, I shall need your support in the days ahead. If I stir up trouble, who will I turn to? Gu Hongxing bowed slightly. I shall take my leave to rest. Do not overexert yourself. He rose and departed toward his own residence. Only when his footsteps faded did Gu Yumo let his gaze fall inward, hands resting upon his legs where sensation had begun to return. Tears traced cool paths down his cheeks, and a faint smile softened his lips. Alone in his chamber, Gu Hongsheng sat cross-legged upon the bed, returning to meditation to hasten his recovery. Hours slid by before color visited his cheeks once more. Beside the bed lay a black sword case within which slumbered Jing Hongjian. Since receiving the blade, he had never drawn it in public. Such a rare spirit sword might attract unwanted notice. Thus it remained, sheathed, its presence a silent pledge of latent power. Gu Hongsheng had meant to demur, but under the elder's insistence, and with Li Kai's attentive unspoken appeal, he consented. He and Li Kai boarded a gilded carriage and journeyed toward the Li estate. From the doorstep, Li Tianyuan's gaze lingered upon Gu Hongsheng's retreating figure. Inwardly, he wondered what secrets the young man kept, though he refrained from probing. There remained, despite his caution, a guarded hope. Within the Li residence, Gu Hongsheng and Li Kai ascended the stone steps and entered the great hall. The household retainers lined at the threshold watched him with fervent esteem. He was the renowned Qishuang Jiangjun, once reviled as a dissolute youth, now exalted as the nation's prodigy and defender. Whispers ceased, admiration filled the space where suspicion had once dwelt. Li Tianyuan received him with seasoned courtesy. Qishuang Jiangjun, I have awaited your arrival. Please take the seat of honor. Gu Hongsheng inclined his head with measured grace and seated himself. Li Wenhao, Li Kai's father, regarded him with a tumult of emotions. He had once opposed the union overruled by Li Tianyuan's decree. Now, beholding Gu Hongsheng's transformation and acclaim, he felt a complex stir of astonishment and unease. Kaira, come sit beside your grandfather, Li Tianyuan urged gently. Li Kaira cast a discreet glance at Gu Hongsheng before moving to her grandfather's side. The hall smelled of tea, and uneasy harmony settled over the gathering. Conversation between Li Tianyuan and Gu Hongsheng ran light and courteous, while the rest of the family surveyed the young general as if to appraise his very essence. After some pleasant exchange, Li Tianyuan's expression softened. Hengshin, he said, adopting a familiar tone, may I address you thus? Gu Hongsheng permitted the informality with a cordial nod. The elder's eyes crinkled with expectation as he continued, Kaira has already spent considerable time at the Gu residence. When would you discuss with your family the arrangements for a proper wedding? A warm, insistent smile accompanied his words, the invitation hanging in the air like a benediction. Li Tianyuan's proposal to formalize the marriage arrived with an unexpected brusqueness that left Gu Hongsheng momentarily taken aback. The other members of the Li family exchanged stunned glances, their tongues tied by the realization that there was no plausible reason to obstruct such a union. Gu Hongsheng was no longer the heedless prodigal he had once been. The notion of preventing the match had lost its former justification. Li Qiuero could not conceal the faint lowering of her brows as she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Hengshen, who sat composed but remote. In the quiet aftermath of their recent companionship, her affections had crept upon her unawares. She cherished the walks they had taken, the private moments when she would study the curve of his profile and the image of him in a flowing white robe that seemed to embody an effortless grace. Perhaps even she had not perceived the depth of her softening. Her resistance had eroded until she found herself further down a path from which there was no easy return. Those assembled from the Li household, including Li Qiuerou's father Li Wenhao, wore complicated, rueful smiles and consented in silence. After the third round of wine, Gu Hongsheng departed under the Li family's polite escort, while Li Qiuerou stayed behind. Her prolonged sojourn with the Gu household had been intended as a prelude to deeper acquaintance. Now that she had tasted close proximity, the Li family naturally wished to interrogate the impressions that had bloomed in her heart. It seemed only a matter of days before she would return to the Gu residence. Amid these private negotiations, news of state import stirred Tianfeng into turbulence. Nanyuan was crown prince, who had been scheduled to wed Yanghan Gongju in 4 months, abruptly advanced the date to 2 months. The court's announcement sent ripples through the capital. Every street and marketplace buzzed with speculation and apprehension about what this sudden acceleration portended. Touched by his nephew's fervor, Gu Yumi's resolve hardened. He clenched his fist as a surge of determination welled within him and declared his readiness to contend for what he had loved. Whether victory or defeat awaited, he would not be haunted by eternal remorse. Gu Hengshen, steadfast in his refusal to permit a life lived in regret for his uncle, pledged himself to that struggle. The two men prepared to marshal both body and will against the narrowing sands of time. For the following month, Gu Hongsheng devoted himself entirely to treating Gu Yumi's legs, diligently renewing the medicinal salves on schedule. The Gu Jia's vigilant sentries ensured that no outsider could glean a single scrap of news from within their walls. The progress of Gu Yumi's recovery remained a secret tightly sealed. When Gu Laizi finally witnessed Gu Yumo managing even the slightest motion in his legs, tears streamed down his face as he cried out with unbridled emotion, "Good, good, good." He immediately reinforced the household defenses, assigning guards to every corner to guarantee that not a whisper of this miracle escaped. During that month, Gu Yumo advanced from the faintest twitch of a toe to being able to lift his legs by feeling alone. For a man who had lain paralyzed for 5 years, each incremental triumph brought a joy too profound for words. Gu Hengxin, besides tending the wounds and therapies, also made visits to the ravine to check on Gong Xinyu, Shangwan Hai, and the others. Because Yin Xinga had delivered pills refined by Gu Hengsheng some days earlier, those survivors had all ascended to the threshold of Rin Xianjing. They were no longer the fragile civilians they once had been. Life in the ravine was harsh. Venomous beasts and serpents stalked their food, and their night, so the young faces there had shed much of their former innocence and taken on a keen, wary edge. Of the 13 companions Yin Xinga had escorted previously, the memory of spiritual oppression had taught them humility. No one dared show the least disrespect to Gu Hengxing. Spurred by the potent herbs, every one of them achieved Ling Xianjing for even stepping into its midst. The transformations only deepened the air of enigma surrounding Gu Hengxin, making him seem increasingly inscrutable and powerful. Back within the Gu estate's inner courtyard, Gu Yuma's recovery continued apace. He could now forego his wheelchair and take a few measured steps on the ground. Feeling the solid earth beneath his feet once more, he held his breath with trembling excitement. Each deliberate step was slow, sacred. Gu Laizi watched, eyes red, lips quivering, yet he took his leave without lingering. Second Uncle Gu Hengsheng remarked, delighted to see Gu Yumo straighten his posture again. You have healed swiftly, but Princess Yong'an will depart for Tianyuan in a month's time is tight. Gu Yumo, sensing the rapid restoration of his limbs, smiled with resolute calm and said that a month should suffice for full recovery. After a long, steadying breath, Gu Yumo yielded to trust. Very well. I will follow your lead, he said. From that moment, Gu Hengsheng remained beside him, guiding his breathing and encouraging a placid mental state so that the recuperative process might proceed undisturbed. He had also quietly dispatched Yin Xinga to gather the rare spirit herbs necessary to repair Gu Laoyezi's internal afflictions when the time came. Beiman Lu in Jingcheng was renowned above all for its willow-lined courtyards and its courtesans, each a singular beauty cultivated like a rare blossom. Within its chambers lived poetesses whose verses moved men to tears and musicians whose zithers could still a roaring heart. The establishment's prestige extended beyond pleasure. It was a favored salon for the capital's noble houses. Mo Yushu, the Dahuangzi of Tianfeng, and its heir appeared that day in a pale yellow brocade robe, occupying the principal seat in the great hall. Cold-faced guards stood about him. So absolute was his presence that Beiman Lu closed its doors to ordinary business and surrendered the evening's arrangements entirely to him. The hall soon swelled with the scions and daughters of illustrious clans, their voices shaded with low, eager conversation. Mo Zikan, the heir of Pingxing Wang, and Mo Yushi's nephew, approached with respect and asked if the banquet should now commence. Mo Yushi's eyes brushed the assembly, his lips curved with a knowing, subtle smile. Not yet, he replied. There is one more to arrive. The announcement bred impatience. As the sun climbed, nobles glanced about in puzzlement. One particularly restless young master rose and inclined himself, asking when the festivities would begin. Mo Yushi's gaze passed over him like winter light. He answered with deliberate calm, not yet. Sit a while longer. The hall fell back into murmured speculation, for the prince's composure forbade further protest. At last Gu Hengsheng and Li Kaira entered through the main doors. He wore a simple white robe. She was arrayed in a delicate pinkand white gown. Their measured steps drew every eye. A hush fell as patrons set down their cups. Gu Hengxin, the young scion of the Gu family lately ennobled as Qi Shuang Jiangjun by the sovereign, and Li Kaira, graceful and demure, had arrived. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Gu Hengsheng moved to the center and saluted Mo Yushu. Li Kaira inclined her head in a modest, formal curtsy. Mo Yushu rose, smiling as if relieved, and extended his hand in welcome. He signaled them to seats to his left, and upon their taking them, he resumed his place. Only then did he declare the banquet properly begun, and the hall understood that they had been kept waiting for Gu Hengsheng alone. Resentment rippled through the noble ranks. Though Gu Hengsheng had shed his earlier reputation for uselessness and had been raised to 4th rank as Qi Shuang Jiangjun, many felt slighted to have awaited him. Conversation, formerly distracted by wine and music, now centered entirely upon him. One man's voice, oiled with fake admiration, reminded the table of Gu Hengxing's recent exploits at Yangzingguan that had so unnerved the enemy. Another boasted of rumors that Gu Hengsheng had already reached the early Lingxian stage of cultivation, asking whether the hall might be privileged to witness his prowess. Jealousy and flattery intermingled among the guests. Some extolled Gu Hengsheng as having eclipsed even the famed Jingzhong San de Tianjia, 3 prodigies of Jingcheng, whose rapid ascent to mid-Lingsuan by 25 people spoke of their destined eminence. The insinuation was plain, and the assembled scions understood the implication. Gu Hengxian, whether by Mo Yushi's conscious design or sovereign indifference, had become the pivot of the evening, observed in silence by rival hearts and keen appraising eyes. In Tianfeng Kingdom, the three celebrated prodigies were Chun Zhao, Junzu Mo Nankin Zhang Yuanxi, and Gu Yanjian of the Gu family. Lauded as the realm's foremost scions, they enjoyed the favor and protection of the royal household. A heavy hush settled over by Meng Lu as patrons held their breath and fixed their gazes on the composed figure of Gu Hengxian. His sudden measured remark admonishing the crowd for clamoring loudly during a repast stilled the room. Those who had intended to provoke him found themselves taken aback, cheeks flushed with a rising resentment. Beside Mo Nankin, Gu Yanjian sat an azure-robed scion of the vast and affluent Gu family. His lineage spread like roots through the industries of Tianfeng Kingdom, and his natural arrogance made him disdainful of others. Having scrutinized Gu Hengxian and perceived no visible trace of Suankai, he suspected a fabrication of the Gu Jia's stage performance to shore up prestige. He challenged Gu Hengxian with a smirk, proposing a private contest to test the truth of the tales. Gu Hengxian, slow to anger, set down his cup and recalled with a sardonic amusement an incident 8 years past. He reminded Gu Yanjian how as a boy of 12 he had been mocked over a trinket in an antique shop. The quarrel had ended with Gu Hengxian's guards beating Gu Yanjian in public, a humiliation the ancient house found intolerable. Yet when the matter escalated, it was Gu Yumo, fresh from the frontier and resplendent in blue-dread armor, who strode into the fray. He flung down a few thousand taels as purported medical expenses for Gu Yanjian and closed the matter without rancor. The episode had become a whispered jest across social circles. At the mention of those events, Gu Yanjian's composure snapped. He sprang to his feet, veins standing at his neck, and accused Gu Hengxian of presumption, asserting that while others might fear the Gu Jia, he did not. Gu Hengxian answered coolly, his indifference more infuriating than any insult. Around them, the assembled guests inhaled sharply, the air thick with expectation, as all eyes turned toward Gu Hengxian, awaiting his response. In the grand hall of Bai Menglu, the three stellar prodigies of Tianfeng Kingdom, Nankin Zhang Yuanxi, and Gu Yanjian fixed their gazes upon Gu Hengxian, each carrying private designs behind their eyes. Mo Yushu, the presiding crown prince who had organized the banquet, remained a detached observer, saying nothing as the atmosphere thickened. Gu Hengxian smiled faintly and inclined an eyebrow, as if dismissing the matter with effortless grace. Even now, though his cultivation ranked only at the earliest stage of Lingsuan, he had once overturned Gu Yanjian with a gesture. Seated beside him, Likaira maintained a poised composure, her lips delicately bitten, her countenance alluringly composed. Zhang Yuanxi, grandson of the chancellor and one of the celebrated young talents, toyed with a strand of hair and offered a scholar's smile that carried unspoken barbs. His suggestion that Gu Hengxian be left alone was a stratagem of retreat that magnified the provocation. He insinuated with polite contempt that the honorific of Qi Shuang Jiangjun was hollow and undeserved. Mo Yushu scrutinized Gu Hengxian, intently perplexed by the man's serene exterior. Had he misjudged him? Was Gu Hengxian genuinely imperturbable, or was this calm a contrived performance masking inability? No amount of scrutiny or subtle detection revealed any extraordinary cultivation. Gu Hengxian seemed outwardly ordinary, and this uncertainty unsettled the prince. The hall murmured among itself, discomfited by Gu Hengxian's silence. None dared forcibly compel him to act, for to affront the Gu family openly might provoke unknown consequences. Each attendee nursed their private speculation in uneasy quiet. Suddenly Gu Hengxian, having concealed his smile, fixed Gu Yanjian with a steely, unreadable gaze and asked with an even voice edged by latent steel for him to repeat his insult. The room fell into reverent stillness as eyes snapped to Gu Hengxian. That invocation of ancestral sacrifice stirred something in Gu Hengxian. The Gu family was his sacrosanct pride, the very root that had sheltered him into manhood. He set his cup down, rose deliberately, smoothed the crease of his robe, and walked to the center of the hall as all heads turned. Likaira felt her heart quiver. She discerned a subtle shift in his temperament and gripped the silk of her gown with slender fingers. In the hush that followed, Gu Hengxian faced Gu Yanjian and with measured neutrality commanded, "Come forward." Gu Yanjian balked for a moment and retorted insolently, but when Gu Hengxian enunciated a single resonant word, dual inaudible shock traversed the assembly. No one had expected Gu Hengxian to accept the provocation after his earlier indifference. Mo Yushi's brows rose in silent appraisal as the mood of the hall transformed. Gu Yanjian, his lips curling into a pleased smile, rose to the occasion. Mo Nankin and Zhang Yuanxi, the other youth prodigies, drew breath and watched intently as two figures prepared to exchange blows. Gu Hengxian cautioned solemnly that a contest required acceptance of consequence, then stood poised with the cool detachment of a man who understood the gravity of what he had invited. Gu Yanjian had long yearned for such an opening. His face brimmed with anticipation as he took his stance. The hall, electric with expectation, braced for the clash. Thus in the center of by men glue beneath many watchful eyes the two adversaries readied themselves to settle honor against honor. 8 years after being soundly beaten by Gu Hengxin, Gu Yanjun still nursed that wound as if it were yesterday. Even his exalted standing as one of Tianfeng was 3 Tianjiao could not dull the ache of that humiliation. The Gu Jia were a household of military champions whose authority could not be casually challenged by even the richest clans, so Gu Yanjian had kept his resentment locked away, patient and private. Tonight, however, the confrontation was staged as a proper sparring match with the scions and daughters of the capital's great houses as witnesses. Publicly, it was meant to be decorous. Privately, Gu Yanjian planned a measured retribution. He calculated that so long as he did not cripple Gu Hengxin, the Gu Jia would have no lawful cause to retaliate openly, and the courtly audience would be compelled to look on in awkward restraint. With that thought, a smile creased Gu Yangyun's lips, and he summoned his Lingxian Jing cultivation to the mid-stage. His right fist became a gale as it surged toward Gu Hengxiang's face. A ripple of expectation swept the hall. Observers murmured that few of the younger generation aside from Mo Nankin and Zhang Yuanxi could match Gu Yangyun's power. Behind eager eyes and polite concern, many already imagined Gu Yangyun's triumph. Silence shattered into stunned gasps. Faces went pale, throats worked, and even the normally impassive Mo Yushu tightened his grip on the armrests. Mo Nankin and Zhang Yuanxi leapt to their feet in disbelief. Li Kaira covered her lips, her eyes a tumult of anxiety and confusion. The mark upon the floor where Gu Yanjian had skidded and his battered frame made the violence undeniable. A single kick had felled one of the most celebrated Tianjiao. Reality reassembled itself in the minds of those present. Gu Hengxiang's cultivation, it seemed, was truly Lingxian Jing at the early stage, and his mastery was such that he had weathered ambushes and slew opponents at Yangxingguan. His title of Qi Shuang Jiangjun was no mere ornament. When he turned his cold gaze toward the dais where Mo Yushu sat, his voice cut through the hall like a blade. He accused the prince and the noble scions of mocking the sacrifices of the Gu Jia, of presuming that the realm could stand without the shields and blood of his house. Gu Hengxiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, indifferent to the prince's aura, and declared that he had come only to drink in peace, but had been provoked and used as a spectacle. He reminded them with rising intensity that if not for the Gu Jia's countless battles and spilled blood, those gilded scions would not be seated so safely to enjoy their revelry. He warned that if they wished to test the depth of his and his clan's strength, then let them proceed. If the vaunted 3 Tianjiao of the capital were so audacious, they would only find himself and the Gu Jia an immovable reckoning. The hall tightened under his challenge, the air frozen between promise and peril. Have you all prepared yourselves to probe the depth of this gentleman and to accept the consequences? Very well, then proceed. Gu Hengxiang's invitation rang out with a composed coldness. He could endure ridicule toward himself. His spirit remained unshakable. Yet Gu Jia was the tether of his life, the clan that had nurtured him into the man he had become. He would not brook their belittlement or doubt. The spectacle had been arranged by Da Huangzi Mo Yushu to test Gu Hengxiang. Gu Hengxiang allowed the trial to play out, resolved to see what price his challengers would pay. The prostrate, barely breathing Gu Yanjian served as the stark exemplar of the cost. Mo Yushu feigned magnanimity. Gu Gongzi, you honor us with your forbearance, he said, masking calculation with a smile. My oversight caused this. Attend to him at once. 2 imposing guards bore the unconscious Gu Yanjian away. Whispers predicted a recovery measured in months, perhaps never truly whole. Gu Hengxiang declared, the stage you have set cannot be dismantled by a single word. If you force me to perform, then I shall perform to the end. His voice carried a challenge. Whoever wishes to test the depth of this pool may come forward. I will accept them all. Silence fell like frost. The assembled scions and ladies felt the chill of his command. Many trembled, foreheads pale. Only when they remembered that it was the Gu Jia who had long held the borders did the gravity of their earlier mockery strike them with shame. Had the Gu clan chosen to retaliate without restraint, who among the houses of Tianfeng could withstand them? Those who had jeered exchanged glances of dread. To have so effortlessly felled one of the realm's prodigies, Gu Yanjian, with a single blow was a demonstration none wished to emulate. Even the famed Zhang Yuanxi and Mo Nankin lowered their gazes under Gu Hengxiang's steely stare. Mo Yushu fell into a sullen silence, the realization of miscalculation heavy upon him. Gu Hengxiang scoffed, and added, if no one else intends to continue this farce, then I shall take my leave. In future, anyone who contemplates building such a stage for me should first reckon the expense they are prepared to bear. His scorn made direct eye contact with none. None dared meet it. Turning, Gu Hengxiang addressed the woman at his side with a tenderness that belied the storm he had quelled. Li Kaira, let us return. Li Kaira started at the soft summons, then inclined her head and fell in a step beside him. Together they walked toward the gate of Beiman Lu, 2 silhouettes receding from a gathering stunned into reverence and fear. Da Huangzi Mo Yushu watched the long-faded silhouette of Gu Hengxiang recede, and only then did his austere expression deepen into gravity. With his brows lowered, he murmured to himself that the young master of the Gu Jia had indeed proven astonishing. Though Gu Hongsheng had afforded him no courtesy, laying everything bare for all to see, Mo Yushu felt no ire. In imperial affairs, petty resentments become the gravest of faults. His reaction was not anger but stunned discomposure. He had not expected Gu Hongsheng to be so audacious as to elevate a private test to a matter of public consequence. Within the assembly, someone laughed, a hysteric, rueful sound that carried the tone of bitter self-mockery. For years, these aristocratic scions had cultivated technique and reputation, yet perhaps it was Gu Hongsheng's years of reckless youth that had yielded a kind of lethal prowess they had never expected. The earlier conceit that one might taste his depths and find them wanting had evaporated. The banquet concluded under a pall of stunned silence and private mortification. The Gu Jia, upon learning that their prodigy had been felled by a single strike, were furious and humiliated by turns. Their thoughts turned quickly from outrage to dread. Gu Yongyun's brazen derision of Gu Jia's honor in the public forum was no mere jest slight, it was a dare against an entire household's dignity. To seek redress now, to press the matter further against Gu Hongsheng after the public spectacle, would be perilous. The only prudent recourse was contrition. And so the Gu Jia resolved under shame and threat to present ample tokens of apology to the Gu household that had been offended, acknowledging that Gu Yongyun's fate was the natural consequence of his own insolence. Amid the tremor of consequence, Gu Hongsheng walked beside Li Kaira along a secluded, gently curving bridge at the city's edge. They had delayed returning to the Gu household, and now the hush of willow-scented air wrapped about them. Li Kaira's attention was riveted upon him rather than the landscape. She could not dispel the image of him felling a Tianjiao with a single blow. A flush rose to her cheek as she stole a sideways glance at his profile. Gu Hongsheng noticed the furtive light in her eyes, and without exposing the tumult of the day, spoke softly that it was growing late and they should return. Li Kaira bowed her head shyly and assented. Side by side, they resumed their measured walk, the gentle breeze setting their paths toward the Gu Jia carriage and the dimming city beyond. As dusk had settled over the Gu Jia, Gu Hongsheng returned to find the household already abuzz with news of the disturbance at Baimeng Lu. He escorted Li Kaira back to the west wing to rest, then proceeded to the patriarchal inner chamber to seek his grandfather. Within the demeaned room, Gu Laizi and Gu Yumo sat opposite one another drinking tea, their faces flushed with an uncontained mixture of excitement and pleasure. When Gu Hongsheng entered and bowed in greeting, the old man laughed heartily, commending his grandson for having upended Gu Yanjun at the banquet and thereby restoring the family's honor. Gu Laoyezi's approval mingled with a cautionary note. He urged Gu Hongsheng to temper his ardor in future affairs, reminding him that the Dahuangzi remained the heir apparent. The admonition was delivered not as reproach, but as prudent counsel. Gu Hongsheng acknowledged it with a measured nod. The patriarch's mood softened into familial sentiment. He broached the subject of formalizing the union between Gu Hongsheng and Li Kaira, at once expressing a rustic, eager longing for great-grandchildren to enliven the household. The thought of a flourishing lineage lit the old man's countenance like a harvest dawn. They withdrew, leaving Gu Hongsheng to wheel the still-recovering Gu Yumo back to his secluded courtyard. Though new flesh and veins had taken shape in Gu Yumo's legs, he could not yet forsake the wheelchair. He returned under the patient impetus of his nephew's hands. In the loft above, Gu Hongsheng assumed a serious posture and revealed the true purpose of their gathering. He presented the manual titled Tingzhen Yinkai Ju, an earth-tier cultivation method he had acquired through arduous fortune in a previous life. He warned sternly that the technique's value could ignite conflict among nations if exposed. Gu Yumo received the revelation with solemn comprehension and vowed absolute secrecy. He recognized that such a precious art once known would invite inexorable turmoil, and perhaps war. His promise was not casual but resolute. Rather than employ the startling extreme of soul transmission, which might provoke suspicion, Gu Hongsheng elected to recite the formula aloud in measured cadence. He pronounced each phrase from memory so that Gu Yumo might commit the words to mind in the ordinary way. As Gu Hongsheng intoned the manual, each line imbued with gravity, Gu Yumo imprinted every syllable upon his spirit and began to assimilate the method. He closed his eyes, sat in meditative posture, and began to circulate the subtle qi, seeking to advance into Daixuanjing. Hours slipped by while Gu Hongsheng maintained a quiet vigil beside him. Gu Yumo concentrated on the newly acquired schema, aligning breath and intent with the instruction until the pattern of energy moved through him with growing coherence. Within the ancestral hall, Gu Laizi sat impassive, his features as stony as ever. Yibo, understanding the subtleties of clan etiquette, accepted the presents with the courtesy they demanded. A refusal would have been tactless, and a rupture with every great house would have been ruinous. Thus the gifts were consigned to the Gu Jia treasury, folded into the family's reserves as if they were additions to the clan's cultivated gravitas. When the visitors departed, their complaints were muffled under resignation, each side at their own embarrassment, aware that their stratagem had failed to display the Gu family's weakness. Gu Laizi cast a glance at the amassed chests and wrapped luxuries, a wry smile momentarily softening his stern expression. He would not parry such overtures, better for Yi Bo to catalog them and place them in the vault. The Grand Hall for a time was a stage of politeness where old schemes were performed to no avail. Gu Hongsheng remained close at hand, whispering corrections and encouragements. Each admonition realigned Gu Yumi's attention. The novice's Daixuan Jing foundation deepened into steadier, surer currents. The room's atmosphere became palpitant, like many faint stars inclining toward a single moon, threads of pressure weaving about the young cultivator, pressing expectation and possibility upon him. Gu Yumo in turn mended. His legs regained mobility, the crippled steps of yesterday smoothed into confident strides. The prospect of a complete recovery seemed near, and the sight of progress animated both teacher and pupil. At nights, in Gu Yuma's courtyard, Gu Hongsheng and Li Kaira would sit beneath verdant boughs, grinding ink and practicing calligraphy in companionable quiet. At times, Gu Hongsheng could not help but lean toward the faint, lingering scent that clung to Li Kaira, an aroma that threaded nostalgia with the sharpness of present feeling. Gu Yumi's aura sharpened in kind edges of power, glinting like steel, yet a stubborn barrier remained. He neared the threshold of Daixuan Jing midstage, and each attempt to cross it was warded by an unseen impediment. Had Gu Hongsheng possessed the cultivation of his former life, he could have shattered that restraint with the flick of a wrist. For now, he could only furnish counsel and bedside instruction, urging Gu Yumo to find the truth within himself and to seize the breakthrough unaided. At the imperial palace, the Nanyuan envoys spread rare treasures across the main hall and declared their purpose with stately eloquence. The gesture was both spectacle and treaty. The nation watched as two courts performed the ancient rite of alliance. Within the Gu household, amid vaults filled with gifts and the hush of waiting cultivations, the private and the political braided together, each awaiting the promised turn in fate. At the moment all eyes fell upon the palace threshold, a graceful figure glided forward. Yangin Gongju wore a gown of crimson silk embroidered with gold, like the ephemeral bloom of a night flower. Her jet hair was swept into a coil and fastened with a golden pin carved in the likeness of a phoenix. She moved with the measured poise of a lotus stepping through water, her hands resting lightly at her slender waist, a portrait of noble refinement. Court whispers once claimed that Yangin Gongju's beauty could outshine the most lavish blossoms. Her vermilion lips were likened to a tempting pistol, and her hands to perfect jade. She bent in a delicate obeisance and murmured, "Father." Mo Xiang bade her rise with a single measured word. Yet beneath the sovereign's composed exterior a subtle pang stirred the princess' spirit, transmitted itself to him like a faint cold echo, seemed wrapped in solitude and sorrow. With the decree sealed, Mo Xiang commanded Wen Hongfeng, the vice-commander of the Yilanjun, to escort the princess with 3,000 elite troops to Nanyuan and to bring her back only after the marriage rites concluded. Wen Hongfeng answered with military formality. The drums sounded a ceremonial thunder that tried to mask the thin, creeping sorrow radiating from the princess. As she stepped from the palace, Yangin Gongju cast a last melancholy glance toward the Gu residence where memories lay buried. Behind the sumptuous curtains of the carriage, the wind traced tears across her face. Escorted by Nanyuan retainers and the Yilanjun, she began the journey into a future that had already been decided for her. Gujia Gu Hongsheng listened as the thunderous drums and departing footsteps of the Nanyuan retreated, then stole a glance at Gu Yumo, who remained immersed in his relentless cultivation. A keen light flashed across his eyes. Gu Yumo had lost all sense of time and of the world beyond his meditation. He poured himself entirely into the struggle for transcendence. Hours passed like water, yet there was no sign that he would awaken or break through. The clamor of drums and the iron beat of hooves had long since faded, a sure sign that Nanyuan and Yangin Gongju had left the capital of Tianfeng. Night fell like a vast palm that smothered the light across the realm. "Airshu, if you do not break through soon, I will have to wake you by force," Gu Hongsheng murmured, keeping vigil at Gu Yuma's side. He watched the meditating figure with a heavy brow, unable to leave during this critical hour. As time unfurled, Gu Yumi's aura grew ever more potent. Dawn bled into the horizon, day gave way to another night. Still Gu Yumo did not stir, and the weight of uncertainty pressed upon Gu Hongsheng. The wedding host of Nanyuan had already vanished a day before. In 2 days, they would be ever farther from Tianfeng, perhaps nearing the border. On the 5th day after their departure, the subtle tremor of Gu Yumi's energy blossomed into unmistakable intensity. At last has he reached it? Gu Hongsheng whispered, sensing the change. Gu Yumi's presence, sharpened Suinkai, surged toward him like tides drawn to a magnet. From his danshan there issued a heavy resonant sound. With a thunderous crack, Gu Yumi's cultivation ascended to Di Xian Jing Zonki. He rose from his seated pose until his toes barely touched the floor, his pupils like fathomless wells opening. A long breath spilled from his chest as his legs, long numbed and broken, were cleansed by the streaming suankai until they were wholly restored. Gu Hongsheng could not hide his joy. "Heir, you have finally broken through." Gu Hongsheng counseled restraint. "It is too late to intercept them in Tianfeng. If we ride to Nanyuan now, it will be a blatant abduction and a provocation to their royal house." He weighed the danger. Both were still vulnerable. Gu Yumi's earlier anxiety cooled under the logic, but when Gu Hongsheng added with a rueful smile that Yongin Gongju was the woman he acknowledged as his Shinyu, Gu Yumo cracked a stern rebuke through a softened expression. "You insolent brat. Heir, let us go together to Nanyuan and bring her back." Gu Hongsheng declared, his gaze alight with a fierce, unspoken resolve that seemed to make the heavens tremble. Gu Yumi's face hardened immediately. "No. This began because of me. I will go alone. You must stay in Gujia and nowhere else." He could not bear to drag Gu Hongsheng Gujia's hope into a peril that promised little but ruin. Gu Hongsheng would not be dissuaded. "Whether you consent or not, I will accompany you. You are my heir. A son of Gujia fears nothing." His voice was steady and unashamed. Gu Yumo pointed at him and fell silent, the old worry and new pride wrestling behind his eyes. Time pressed upon them both. Gu Yumo, knowing the urgency and the stakes yielded to necessity, he warned sternly that obedience to his commands was mandatory and that no one should act on their own accord. He vowed inwardly and with fierce devotion that if misfortune were to befall them, he would spare nothing to ensure Gu Hongsheng's safety. Gu Hongsheng assented, and the two men stepped from the courtyard pavilion into the pale light of morning, striding swiftly toward the old master's chambers. They found Gu Laizi watching for them, his figure diminished only in years, not in spirit. He rose to his feet at the sight of Gu Yumi's unencumbered gait, the shadow of the wheelchair that had once defined him finally gone. His voice, thick with emotion, asked if the wound had truly healed and whether the cultivation had advanced. Gu Yumo bowed and replied that his leg had mended and his strength had progressed. A delicate mist gathered in Gu Laoyezi's eyes. Relief and something like pride softened the creases of his face as he murmured his blessing. Gu Yumo then declared his intention to journey to Nanyuan, the motive weighed with the gravity of fate. The old master considered the name, speaking it under his breath, and after a pause permitted him to go, acknowledging that the path before Gu Yumo was both obsession and consequence. Gu Hongsheng stepped forward and requested leave to accompany his uncle, lest Gu Yumo face the unknown alone. Concern flickered across Gu Laoyezi's brow at that proposition, but Gu Hongsheng's resolve was unshakable. The courtyard fell into a contemplative hush as the three men exchanged looks that conveyed more than words: coup duty, fear, and a shared determination. At last the old man gave his assent, and with a weary gesture bade them hasten, for time was no longer their ally. Outside the compound the two riders selected the finest steeds and readied themselves. Gu Yumo wore a sober ink-dark garment, and carried a heavy satchel and a long spear swathed in black cloth. Gu Hongsheng bore only a black sword case upon his back, traveling light, as if to carry nothing but his resolve. They urged their mounts onward, galloping toward Nanyuan beneath the waning morning light. Back at Gujia, an hour after the two had ridden away, Gu Laizi gathered his household retainers and the secret cadre, known simply as Enying. 30 or so men in black robes stood before him, each bearing the marks of many years of training and the debt of life that the old master had bestowed upon them. Gu Laizi scanned their faces with solemn gravity and asked bluntly whether they feared death. The response was immediate and unanimous no. The announcement struck like thunder. Yibo bowed deeply, eyes shadowed by comprehension and concern. He accepted the directive with a solemn obedience and set forth to prepare. The black-clad men knelt in unison, receiving their orders. As preparations commenced, Yibo lingered beside Gu Laizi, whose aged features carried a resolve both heavy and resolute. The old retainer murmured that if Gu Laizi had resolved upon this course, then he too would remain by his side for one final campaign. Mo Xiang remained motionless for a long while, lips parting to murmur, "Why do you insist on this?" His mind drifted through innumerable recollections. He had already learned that the halls of the Gu residence stood empty. Li Kaira had been returned to the Li household, the elder Gu patriarch, and the rest had departed the capital. He understood Gu Tsang's desire to distance the Gu family's fate from Tianfeng Kingdom, to spare the countless innocents of the realm from collateral ruin. Yet the emperor's heart ached. "You have always been the same temper," he thought. "Through all these years you persisted in shouldering every burden alone." Long before Tianfeng Kingdom was fully formed, Gu Tsang had stood beside Mo Xiang, following him into countless campaigns and helping to carve this kingdom from chaos. No matter the obstacles they met, Gu Tsang would never debate with Mo Xiang. He simply strove to accomplish the tasks at hand, hoping to see Mo Xiaoyang's vision fulfilled. In the court and across the provinces, Mo Xiang might mistrust ministers, even the present heir apparent, but he would never question Gu Tsang's fidelity. It was Gutsong who had pulled Imo Xiang back from the precipice of death more than once. Without the Gu family, neither Imo Xiang nor Tianfeng Kingdom would exist as they did. Reading the familiar hand, Imo Xiang felt scenes of past campaigns flicker before his eyes. He sighed softly, the single-syllable Gu Lijian intimate, almost pleading invocation of brotherhood bringing him back to the days when he possessed nothing. He closed his eyes and steadied his hands on the arm of the Lanji. Beyond the palace walls, the ascent of Nanyuan Guo loomed as an unavoidable reality. Nanyuan Guo, a regime of middling preeminence, was nonetheless a force Tianfeng Kingdom could not oppose alone. The marriage of Yong'an Gongju to Nanyuan Guo's crown prince was a political necessity Imo Xiang could not refuse. He bore the weight of millions. He could no longer act as the impetuous youth he once had been. This sovereignty demanded calculations and concessions that broke his private inclinations. He asked himself aloud, and without answer, have I erred? He opened his eyes and stared toward the vacant direction where the Gu household had stood. The memory of Yong'an Gongju's solitary figure upon the palace dais caused an unfamiliar agitation to rise within him. He wondered at Gutsong's motives and at what Gu Yumo might endeavor to secure in Nanyuan Guo. He had heard of a bond between Gu Yumo and Yong'an Gongju, and a faint, desperate hope shivered through his despair. Junshang Imo Zhang sat alone upon the throne, a ruler who could no longer share wine and confidences with the veteran retainers who had once faced life and death at his side. He could no longer display reckless bravado. Every word and gesture now required prudence to preserve the realm's stability. Even his children must show him reverence and restraint. The intimacy of familial indulgence had been sacrificed at the altar of sovereignty. Abruptly, Imo Xiang rose and called attendants. A eunuch bowed and appeared at once. By imperial decree, Imo Xiang pronounced the Suechi Jun, having violated the laws of our dynasty, is to be expelled from Tianfeng Kingdom forthwith. Execute this order precisely and without delay. There was a sanguine flush in the emperor's gaze as he spoke, hands clasped behind his back, his voice thunderous and immutable. The eunuch hesitated for a breath before taking the command and hastening from the Yushufeng to carry the imperial mandate. He had served Imo Xiang for many years and read some measure of the sovereign's intent. A rueful expression crossed his face as he thought the sovereign has cut off his own limb. Perhaps no one stands in the emperor's heart where Gutsong stands. Far from the capital, Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo rode without knowledge of the decree. They pressed toward Nanyuan Guo with all haste, Gu Hongsheng having left Yin Qingge behind to hold the capital and to oversee the training of those in the valley. Even if Yin Qingge accompanied them, his nascent cultivation would scarcely make a difference in Nanyuan Guo. Uncle Gu Hongsheng called, spotting darkness on the horizon that marked the border. We draw near Tianfeng Kingdom's frontier. Let us quicken our pace. Gu Yumo answered with a solemn nod and urged his mount faster. Gu Hongsheng's hand rested on a black sword case slung across his back. He inclined his gaze for a moment, steel-hidden worry in his expression as he murmured inwardly, Jinghong, Jian, may you never need to be drawn. Behind them, the old Gu patriarch led a retinue of 30 or so following in the same wake. Together, they rode as one family into uncertainty. Go forth, their silent resolve seemed to say. All of us shall go. Even if ahead lies blades and flames or fathomless chasms, the Gu household shall stride forward without fear. The patriarch's white hair whipped in the wind, his hollow eyes nonetheless radiated a firm and unyielding determination. Nanyuan Guo gleamed with unparalleled splendor. Even its most remote towns surpassed the important cities of lesser dynasties. After 10 days of arduous travel, Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo at last reached a frontier town of Nanyuan Guo. Their 2 chargers had been ridden into exhaustion and could not be coaxed further, so the men released them into the wild. Concealed beneath plain cloaks, they moved slowly through the bustling streets, careful not to attract attention. Gu Hengxian, mindful of his uncle's taut nerves, urged a brief respite. They found a modest and ate a simple meal and sat in a quiet chamber to gather their energies. After a couple of hours' repose, they secured 2 fresh mounts from the stables and rode on toward the imperial city. Gu Yumo wore a placid exterior, but beneath it lay an anxious hurricane. For 5 long years, Gu Yumo had languished within the secluded courtyards of the Gu family, dissolving into a haze of drink to dull the edges of memory. Nights were the worst. He would wake from dreams in trembling disarray and find sleep forever eluding him. Seated in his wheelchair, his mind often conjured images of blood-soaked battlefields and towering heaps of the fallen, yet through the carnage there would stand indelible and luminous the silhouette of a single figure. He had once vowed upon his return to seek the ruler's favor and ask for her hand. He failed to keep that promise. He had shut himself away and given himself wholly to despair, unwilling to face the truth of his crippled legs, unwilling to confront the memory of the woman who would not leave him. If not for the arranged engagement between the Gu and Li houses, between Gu Hongsheng and Li Kaira, Gu Yumo might never have emerged from his self-imposed exile. Yet on that same day, Yong'an Gongju appeared before him, as if conjured from a dream, her radiance unchanged. He was no longer the celebrated general who once commanded nations. He was a man confined to a chair, his martial glory erased. Before her, he had issued the same cold refusal he had given 5 years earlier. That utterance, he, who had once led armies, was the unwilling admission of defeat. No one could have known how much force it took him to speak then, nor how much misery lay behind his blank expression. Now, with his legs restored and his body healed, the world remained stubbornly imperfect. The princess had departed Tianfeng and resurfaced in Nanyuan. Gu Yumo, who had spent his life on campaign and in defense of borderlands, had given almost everything to both his country and the Gu name. He resolved at last to live for himself, even if it meant flying into the blaze with no thought of survival. He longed only to stand before the woman who haunted him and whisper a single apology. Gu Hongsheng's answer was not one of retreat. He flashed a crooked smile and met Gu Yumo with a steady look. "You have brought me this far," he said, "but we shall not leave without Yong'an Gongju." The declaration struck Gu Yumo like a blade. He bit down on his lower lip, feeling a tremor of both pain and resolve. The two men shared a brief, wordless understanding. Whatever lay ahead inside the palace walls, they would face it together, bound by duty, by blood, and by the stubborn insistence of a past that refused to be forgotten. Common folk and courtiers alike celebrated as if fortune had doubled its favor. In the capital, voices rose in proud exultation at the thought of a dynastic union and the prospect of heirs whose births might secure the realm's continuity. Laughter and congratulatory cries braided through the market lanes and palace approaches. Yet beneath that veneer of festivity and undercurrent slithered a subtle unrest masked by rites and fanfare that might yet engulf the kingdom. 2 nights before the ceremony, Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo sat silent within the shadowed comfort of an inn, their eyes fixed upon the distant palace lights. Gu Yumo's reluctance to entangle Gu Hongsheng in peril was plain. He begged him to return to the Gu family and live the remainder of his days in safety. Gu Yumo himself confessed to wanting nothing more than a single untroubled life. But Gu Hongsheng would not withdraw. His determination to accompany and protect Gu Yumo was absolute, and that resolve tormented his companion with dread. Resignation settled over Gu Yumo like a cloak. If events ran beyond their anticipation, he believed he would fall first in defense of his comrade. He forced a faint smile and returned Gu Hongsheng's confidence with a perfunctory nod. Both men wore their courage as armor, though only one permitted his voice to reveal it. Gu Hongsheng turned inward, then fingers stroking the black scabbard at his back, recalling the small tavern by the sword ruins and the unassuming iron-grinding elder who presided there. That old man, outwardly benighted, had been a master artificer who once forged the famed blade of the sword Venerable and had promised Gu Hongsheng a weapon surpassing that ancestral sword. The sword within the velvet black box at Gu Hongsheng's back was called Jinghong Jian. Its presence felt like a promise. The time of its unsheathing might now be nigh. He fondled the smooth lacquer of the casing and murmured to himself, anticipating the unavoidable clash that the nuptials had stirred. Alliances between Nanyuan and Tianfeng had not merely drawn noble delegations, they had sent ripples of attention through lesser courts and frontier strongholds. Envoys bearing heavy tribute streamed into the capital, their banners and cries filling every avenue. By the day of the marriage, the imperial city was a mosaic of foreign robes and emissaries. The palace doors stood wide and hospitably arranged to display to all the splendor of the union. A gleaming avenue of white stone and gilt led to the hall, flanked by white jade-dragon pillars that lent the approach a solemn majesty. Soldiers and honor guards kept a vigilant ring, and a ceremonial altar burned with high flames at the forecourt center. Delegations proclaimed their felicitations with loud voices and offered their gifts to the treasury, each tribute a token of respect and an affirmation of Nanyuan's prestige. Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo infiltrated that throng with the ease of practiced shade. Cloaked in broad dark robes and muffled beneath the press of visiting dignitaries, they threaded toward the palace heart. Gu Hongsheng bore the black-wrapped sword box at his back. Gu Yumo carried the spear, shrouded in coarse cloth. The pair moved with deliberate slowness, measuring each step as if the cobbles themselves might betray them. Around them, the capital throbbed with congratulatory oratory as regional envoys extolled the union and extolled Nanyuan's ascendancy. When the hour came, the ceremony commenced. The civil and martial ministers of Nanyuan stepped from the hall. In ordered procession, their collective authority rose like a visible tide and startled onlookers into reverent silence. From Gu Hongsheng's vantage among the crowd, the sight of officials arrayed in their full regalia signaled the irreversible turning of the page. He squinted at the figures emerging into the bright daylight and admitted to himself that the festivity might soon be pierced by a very different kind of reckoning. The ministers of Nanyuan emerged from the grand hall in stately procession, their presence imposing and formidable. As they descended the tiers of white jade steps in the forecourt, an elder in a dragon robe strode from the center of the retinue. He was none other than the sovereign of Nanyuan Xianyuan, Nan, whose gaze burned like a keen blade. From his lofty vantage he advanced with irresistible authority, casting a sovereign's scrutiny upon the envoys of other realms. His imperial majesty filled the palace air with a palpable gravity. All hail the sovereign, intoned the court, and at once the civil and military officials of Nanyuan will prostrate themselves, their foreheads touching the polished stone. The visiting envoys and their attendants bowed in turn, offering obeisance appropriate to their stations. Envoys from other imperial houses withheld the full kneel reserved for vassals. Among the throng, Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo, discreetly concealed, lowered themselves slightly, so as not to draw attention, their composure guarded. Xianyuan Nan surveyed the assembly and commanded in a voice that resonated like thunder laced with the force of his cultivation. Rise. Instantly the assembled nobles and foreign delegates stood, eyes suffused with reverence, as they regarded the sovereign perched upon the white jade dais. Their homage swelled, and a reverent hush fell across the forecourt. Two figures then emerged from the inner hall. To the left strode a man of about 30, clad in sumptuous brocade. His countenance was sharp and austere, an aura of princely dignity clinging to him. He was the heir apparent Xianyuan Haoun, moving with measured dignity as he regarded the envoys and ministers without altering his expression. Beside him, descending with the grace of a white crane, was the Yongin Gongju of Tianfeng Kingdom, Miaoling. Miaoling wore a sweeping gown of snow white, the train trailing like a pale river. A delicate pink sash circled her slender waist, and 3,000 strands of raven hair were coiled atop her head with a single gold and jade hairpin. Her every measured step arrested the breath of onlookers. She embodied a beauty that could both enthrall and undo kingdoms. The very air seemed to crystallize around her, and even the most resplendent blooms would have paled beside her cold, noble allure. When the heir and the princess stood behind Xianyuan, then the court and visiting envoys inclined their heads and intoned formal greetings. Xianyuan Haoun returned a subtle salute. Miaoling kept her head bowed, her expression as frosty as frost on winter glass. Xianyuan Nan cast his gaze across the assembly and proclaimed in a voice that carried like a bell, offer sacrifice to heaven. Xianyuan Nan then declared, his voice rich with imperial resolve, today Nanyuan Gua and Tianfeng Gua are joined in marriage. From this day forth our two realms shall bind themselves in amity and mutual security. The envoys chorused congratulations, their words of goodwill masked more complicated sentiments. The alliance once cemented would inevitably shift the balance of power and prick at the sensitivities of other courts. A bittersweet smile curved on Miaoling's lips, one that others could not fathom. She understood in that instant that after today she would no longer exist as Miaoling, but only as the Yongin Gongju of Tianfeng Gua and the future consort of the heir of Nanyuan Gua. In the crowd, Gu Yumo watched that fragile smile and felt even the iron within him tremble. Gu Hongsheng shifted his gaze from the princess to Gu Yume's face, discerning that his companion's resolve was fraying. His hand went to the sword case on his back, and a cold, solitary determination flickered across his features. A familiar fragrance unfurled before Miaoling, a scent she had buried deep within her heart 5 years prior and believed had long since faded. Standing solitary upon the alabaster steps, the cold solitude of her demeanor was pierced by that sudden, intimate familiarity. Her breast trembled with a rush of emotion as she murmured inwardly, scarcely daring to hope, "Is it you who has come?" Miaoling paid his words no heed. Her eyes scoured the crowd below, frantic and searching as though summoned by some invisible tether. When the silhouette she sought failed to appear, she allowed herself a rueful private laugh, chastising her own heart for imagining what was not there. She closed her eyes briefly, composed herself, and resumed the poised frost-like posture that had become her armor. A disdainful snort escaped Xianyuan, Nan, sovereign of Nan Yuan, who shaded his displeasure beneath imperial gravity. The assembled ministers and foreign envoys turned their bewildered gazes upon Princess Yongin Miaoling, uncertain at the cause of the sudden chill. The chief minister of ceremonies stepped forward with courtly deference and urged the princess once more to retire and don her bridal robes, seeking to restore the scheduled order of events. Miaoling lingered a moment longer, but found no sign of the figure who had haunted her recollections. Resolute, she turned gracefully and set the first ladle-like step upon the white jade stair, her movement measured and dignified. Xianyuan Haoun, relieved to see her comply at last, mirrored her motion and ascended the steps beside her, their silhouettes retreating from the throng. Murmurs sprang up among the foreign envoys. "Whose attendants are those?" some asked with knitted brows. Others scolded their own retinues for failing to restrain such insolence. Soldiers stationed on either side of the avenue bellowed for them to halt, their spears leveled. Unheeding, Gu Yume's gaze never left the figure of Miaoling upon the steps. A stillness settled about him, as if his whole being were tethered to that sight. A pair of soldiers blocked their path. Gu Hongsheng glanced at them with an air of amused contempt and released a surge of inner prowess, his cultivation flaring like a burst of wind. With a single sweeping motion, he sent both soldiers sprawling to the ground. The palace fell into stunned silence as attendants and envoys alike recoiled at the audacity. Some hurried to check the whereabouts of their own charges, fearful that the breach might have sprung from their ranks. Voices of thunder answered the affront. A general lurched from the ranks of officials, fury blazing like a storm, and leapt forward to confront the intruders. A courtier demanded to know who dared sully the sovereignty of Nanyuan. Spears glinted as men closed in corralling Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo until their silhouettes were framed by a ring of steel. The two stood unbowed, besieged yet composed, becoming the unquestioned focal point of the entire court. In that instant, hope and apprehension collided within Mo Miaoling's breast. She felt the warmth of happiness at his recovery, yet the cold reality of being in Nanyuan's imperial city forbade unguarded elation. For 5 years he had been absent. Why had he chosen this precise moment, when she stood on the cusp of political entanglement, to return? The complexity of her emotions tightened her throat and left her staring at him in stunned silence. In the heart of the Nanyuan Gu Palace, the air turned taut. Spears and swords leveled with disciplined precision pointed like a forest of accusation at Gu Yumo and Gu Hongsheng. Only a single order from Junshang Xinyuan then would have unleashed the steel. Envoys and soldiers alike held their breath. Many imagined with a grotesque immediacy a tableau of blood that would stain the marble steps. Though Gu Yumis' wartime renown, his iron command at Yanhang Pass, and his celebrated capacity to marshal forces against mid-stage Daixuan adversaries still lingered in memory, this was Nanyuan Gu, a foremost and formidable capital where seasoned masters and hidden latest-stage Daixuan warriors made the palace a citadel of lethal authority. Those syllables struck Mo Miaoling like sunlight through cloud. Her whole frame trembled. The reservoir of grief she had guarded for 5 long years threatened to overflow. Simple as they were, those 3 words, "I have come," contained a power that rent open the tightly coiled sorrow within her. Yet even as her heart ached at the sight, she chastised him aloud. This was her wedding day to the Chujun, she declared, and she would not allow such impertinence. Her hands clutched at her waist until her ivory skin was pierced by her own nails, a thread of blood emerging where porcelain met palm. "Begone! Today I wed the Chujun. Do not presume to disturb this solemnity," she cried, her voice fragile and iron-bound at once. Mo Miaoling's final glance betrayed a sorrow that the proclamation could not erase. Inwardly, she murmured that though he was late to spare, even a last look was perhaps a mercy granted by fate. Beside her stood Chujun Xinyuan Haoun, whose composure revealed that he perceived the private tumult beneath her public command. He cast a measured look downward at the 2 figures surrounded by soldiers, and then spoke in a tone as implacable as a sluice. "Since Princess Yongin has spoken, we shall let this breach be forgiven on this occasion. Depart at once." His words, courteous yet sovereign, sought to quell the dangerous electricity in the air. For a moment the palace breathed. The elite guards who had been poised with drawn steel sheathed their blades, and a path opened toward the outer hall. Gu Hongsheng wore an expression of leisurely nonchalance, as if the drama before him were but vapor. Yet when he addressed the assembly, his voice was far from flippant. "I shall escort Princess Yongin away today," he declared, cool and precise. "I trust the Nanyuan royal house will grant its assent." The statement exploded through the courtyard like a thunderclap, overturning the fragile calm. At the sound of insubordination, even Junshang Xinyuan Nan's countenance darkened. Imperial authority, like a palpable temperature, descended upon the plaza. "Presumptuous!" he intoned, his voice rolling with the gravity of command. The sword-clad soldiery, prompted by the sovereigns, will closed ranks, and once more encircled Gu Hongsheng, and Gu Yumo medal sang, as it was bared anew. One northern commander, face like flint and eyes blazing, surged forward with a roar that sought to translate royal indignation into deed. He unleashed his tempest of cultivation and thundered, "You dare defy the sovereign and the Chujun. For such insolence the law calls for execution, and the gravest transgressors shall see their 9 clans exterminated." The threat, delivered with theatrical ardor to uphold Nanyuan Gu's dignity before the assembled courts, was intended to cow and to exemplify the palace's resolve. Gu Hongsheng's easy smile vanished. Where once there had been amusement, a colder, harder light took its place. He surveyed the accuser with a gaze that seemed to regard not a man, but the very notion of threat. His voice, when it came, was iron-wrought and low. "You would dare implicate my kin?" He asked, the words like a drawn blade. The courtyard tensed anew. The martial ranks reflected a forest of steel glancing toward his head. Amid this charged spectacle, when Hung Feng, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards and the escort sent by Tianfeng Kingdom, regarded the scene with a sorrowful shake of the head. He had been charged to protect the sovereign's kin until the nuptial rites concluded, and then to return to report. Now, seeing Gu Yumo standing whole and unbowed, his legs not the wrecked appendages of rumor, but intact, and bearing him, when Hong Feng felt tumult churn within his breast. There was a sense bitter and inexorable that the avenues for reconciliation had narrowed to none. Steel hummed with renewed menace. The glint of sharpened blades turned the air brittle and cold. The palace, resplendent in its ceremonial grandeur, had become an arena where loyalty, love, rumor, and sovereign will collided. In that instant, every blade seemed to thirst for a verdict, every gaze weighed whether mercy or annihilation would prevail. Gu Hongsheng stood unbowed beneath the converging threat, Gu Yuma's presence, a dark magnet of history, Imo Mealing torn between duty and longing yet clung to the performance of a princess resolve. The next breath, the next command would shape the fate, not merely of a pair of men, but of legacies tremulous with consequence. A Nanyuan Jiangjun, cheeks aflame with indignation, strode to the Baiyu Jiti and bowed before Xianyuan, then imploring in a voice that trembled with authority that the two audacious men be executed on the spot to vindicate Nanyuan Guo's prestige. Imo Miaoling shuddered, the fragility of her posture betraying the desperation in her plea. She sank into a humble curtsy and entreated the Junshang to spare them, her voice a soft, beseeching whisper of gratitude should mercy be granted. Xianyuan then lowered his gaze and brooded, then cast a frost-edged glance at Imo Miaoling before fixing his eyes on Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo. His tone, austere and detached, declared that he had already granted them a single chance to live. To act so brazenly now was an offense beyond pardon. At those words, Imo Miaoling's face drained of color. Her beautiful eyes, clouded with an intricate web of emotions, locked on Gu Yumo. Her quavering command, harsh and hoarse, urged him to flee, betraying the sorrow that knotted her composure. The command to seize them rippled through the court like thunder. Nanyuan Jiangxi answered in unison, and in an instant a forest of drawn steel swept toward Gu Yumo and Gu Hengshen, the imperial palace heir, charged with menace. Envoys from the surrounding states watched, their faces folding into quiet dismay. Some murmured that after today the world might be bereft of the once feared general of legend. Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo exchanged a loaded look. The whispered meaning between them needed no translation. Amid the surging tide of soldiers, Gu Yumo remained composed. Glancing briefly at Imo Miaoling's ashen visage, he fixed his gaze resolutely on Gu Hongsheng and spoke with grim amusement that today would show which of the uncle and nephew would take the greater tally of lives. Gu Hongsheng answered with a faint, resolute smile. He slammed the sword box on his back onto the stone floor. In that instant, his Lingxian Jing cultivation flared, a forceful tremor splitting the Yushi Diban and leaving a deep fissure. Gu Yumo wasted no breath. He shook the long spear in his grasp with a single fierce motion. The coarse black cloth that had been bound about the spear shredded to tatters, revealing a blue dread shaft that cast a menacing, luminous chill across the hall. A Nanyuan Jiangjun bellowed for surrender, summoning a gale with his roar. Surrender to be disemboweled at another swim. The very notion was contemptuous to Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo. Gu Yuma's Daixuan Jing swelled like a storm to the heavens. With a sweeping arc of his spear, he cleaved through countless blades and severed steel, raising his voice in a war cry that embodied the bearing of a battlefield commander. With a single sweep, Gu Yumo felled scores of charging soldiers. Many fell with broken weapons while he stood solitary and imperious in the palace's central hall. The foreign envoys watched in stupefaction. Few had expected to confront a man of Daixuan Jing caliber. Confidence in Nanyuan Guo's invincibility wavered. Alarmed, the Nanyuan commander petitioned Xianyuan Nan again to allow the immediate execution of the two transgressors, invoking the need to restore state dignity. Xianyuan Nan's eyes flamed with a cold, lethal light as he gave his terse assent. In that instant, all present understood that Nanyuan Guo had resolved to act without restraint. A tear heavy with mournful sorrow slipped down Imo Miaoling's cheek. She could no longer stem the tide of emotion that welled from within. Silent lament traced her face as the Junshang's killing intent crystallized the court into a tableau of resolve. The earlier display had merely been a prelude. The real force of the palace was now mobilizing. At the command, battalions of steady-breathed Nanyuan soldiers surged from every corridor of the Huanggang, converging upon Gu Hongsheng and Gu Yumo with murderous velocity. In response, Gu Yumo flung open his voluminous black robe. Beneath it, crimson Kuijia gleamed with an ancient, dreadful gravitas. This was the armor of the Shuexiang Jiangjun, the fabled general who once cowed nations. Gu Hongsheng followed by rending his outer black robe to reveal a white Changshan immaculate, as driven snow, his bearing that of a genteel but unyielding scion. Gu Yumo hoisted his spear high above his head, its aura slicing the air, and proclaimed that even if Nanyuan Guo were dyed in blood, he would take the princess back this day. The proclamation bent the breath of many in the hall. Among the assembled envoys, some could scarcely swallow. They watched the crimson silhouette and whispered that this must indeed be the storied Shuexiang Jiangjun of Tianfeng Kingdom. One foreign envoy staring across the throng confessed in a hushed tone that the general's renown had not been exaggerated. A phalanx of nearly 1,000 Nanyuan Jiangxi surged with imperious force toward them. Each was a seasoned warrior, their cultivations ranging from the summit of Lingxianjing to the threshold of Rongsuanjing. In that breathless instant, Gu Hongsheng lifted the Jingxia and drew forth the long and used blade within the Jinghongjian. The sword measured 3 qi, its hilt shimmered a gunmetal black, and the edge shone with the immaculate, uncompromising luster. Along its cutting edge danced threads of pale azure light, as if some cold dawn had been trapped within the steel. The Jinghongjian had finally left its scabbard, and with its unsheathing the air trembled, as if answering a summons to blood and fate.